Nobody would watch my VODs. You're awesome if you're here on YouTube. So, well, which is the entry bin one? Because that doesn't help. It means it must have been misspelled because I use a search feature to find that kind of thing. I mean, I could, but that would involve re-downloading the game, Evo, and that just sounds terrible. I might have to do that. Literally download the game. Pull the damn thing up. I'll think about it. So, first thing we're doing. Hoist and foist most. It would be appropriate with her. Is class stuff. Which we're not going to start with Demon Hunter. We're going to go in order. We're going to go in order. So let's pull up the order, which I have written down over here. So we're going to start with Warrior. Yes. The most warrior of all warriors. So we start out, so here's the docket today. Everything else. The goal here, since we had a late start. Lean Mixture Move. It's awesome. Go do it. You have about a month. So we're going to do hero specs. We're going to do the dungeons and delves. There's actually not that many. I think there's like 3 delves and 2 dungeons. I'm going to do the Pandaren Heritage Quest, the Recap Quest, and then the new quest. And that's going to be it. So, most of this is going to be me summarizing... Well, you don't like my shield? Most of this is going to be me summarizing stuff that I already know, so forgive me for kind of racing through this a little bit. But in my defense, I did lose like 3 hours to the frickin' servers being down, and I kind of want to finish this game today. So, specs. These are new. These aren't specs. These are hero things. Hero things are cool. So I've already talked about hero things. They're primarily mutators on existing specs. Each spec has access to two hero specs. The sub-specs, I mean, they're continuing this general concept in Midnight, you notice, so that's probably where that's going. Anyways, so for protection, we have access to Mountain Than and Colossus. Now, in order to review these properly, we're just going to kind of discuss how it affects both adjacent specs. For example, I'll use a specific example. Druids have this thing, which is specifically for Feral and Restoration, which doesn't sound like it coincides, but once you look at it, you'll see how it does. We're just going to look at the hero spec itself and how it adjusts and changes the way you play. Because here's the big thing. Hero talents are pretty big mutators. To be clear about that terminology, what I mean when I say mutators is that they fundamentally change how you play the class. They encourage or discourage or otherwise give new functionality, which allows you to play it differently. That's one of the reasons I'm actually in favor of them overall. So, let's just scroll down a bit here. So, like I said, we're starting with Colossus. Colossus's big shtick is Demolish, a gigantic hit which does 1,000,000 damage to one target and 600,000 damage to all nearby enemies. Now, that's a 45-second cooldown, which is a pretty solid cooldown. That means it's about once per fight. While channeling, you take less damage and are immune to stuns, knockbacks, and forced movement. You also have the ability to block, parry, and dodge, as well as use certain abilities while you are channeling Demolish. So, whether you're a DPS or a tank, that is something that you can just absolutely unload without fear. That's important. Because if you were, for example, a tank, most tanks would only use that under very specific circumstances if they can't live while doing it. It is not that uncommon to be in the middle of a channel ability, cough, cough, eye beams, demon hunters, and then whoops, there's a knockback and you're dead. So that's awesome. And then each of these things, I'm not going to read all of this, but all of this stuff down here is more important than you'd think. So there's 3 axes to hero talents, and they all follow this pattern. There's your initial, which changes your rotation. There's your final, which makes it even better. And then there's this stuff, which kind of mixes around the class in general. So the big thing for Colossus is Demolish. The follow-through is Colossus Might now stacks up to 10 times. If you gain a stack of Colossus Might and are maxed, the cooldown of Demolish is reduced by 2 seconds. Enemies affected by Demolish take up to 20% more damage from you and deal 10% less damage to you for 10 seconds, based on the number of stacks Colossus Might, based on the stacks of Colossus Might that are consumed by Demolish. So this adds another layer of timing to the mix. And obviously it makes it just better. It does more damage, it resists damage to you, but also, and most importantly, it's a way to bring it back as quickly as possible, or to just burn it the moment you hit the stacks. So it's up to you now. Do you burn it the moment you hit 10 stacks, or do you keep doing it to pull its cooldown back and to have it more quickly? This is up to you, depending on how you do it, and depending on how quickly you get those Colossus Might stacks, which depends on your setup. That's awesome. You'll notice I was using this for, I think, my Arms Warrior specifically. Critical strike increased and critical block increased. Increased damage dealt by demolish. So there's the Colossus Might right there. We actually already mentioned that. Occasionally you have splits like this. For example, Shockwave stun duration increased and reduced movement speed. Or Shockwave also knocks enemies into the air and cooldown reduced. Do you want it more often and knock up, or do you want it to stun more for a longer period of time and slow them? Over here we've got Shockwave, Revenge, and Whirlwind do more damage per target afflicted, up to 5. Or Colossus Might increases damage of your rend and deep wounds per stack. I just realized if I read every single one of these out loud, this is going to get very, very slow. So I'm going to not do that. I'm going to read at my pace a little bit. Yeah, you really do get a little bit bigger. I do like the new Second Wind, which is when your health is brought below 35%, you gain Second Wind immediately, healing you for 12% of max health in 2 seconds, once per minute. Shield Slam and Revenge do more damage. Shield Slam generates more rage. Additional stack of Colossus Might, which is nice. Faster Colossus Might is great. No, Magister. I haven't done that stuff yet. You do more damage, take less damage. Size increased by 5%. What I'm seeing from the Colossus here is this is what we call the simple but solid. This doesn't massively change your rotation. Mostly it just adds a new button to your rotation and ways to interact with that button. It gives you a nice big hit and ways to either reduce its cooldown, ways to reduce its cooldown and to buff it more while maintaining its general functionality. This is what we in the business call good. Size is 100% cosmetic. It doesn't do anything. Now, Mountain Thane is a fun one. So, when you do Thunderclap, Revenge, or Execute, there's a chance you'll strike one of them with a Lightning Bolt. While you're buffed with Avatar, Lightning Bolts happen more often. Your clincher is Casting Avatar gives you 2 charges of Thunderblast and resets the cooldown on Thunderclap. Now, that sounds like a minor thing, but actually that's extremely useful. There are a couple of hero mutators that do exactly this. What it boils down to is because your cooldown resets the cooldown, because your major cooldown resets the cooldown of a minor cooldown timer, what you can do is you can, for example, do the minor cooldown at it, hit the bigger cooldown, and then immediately do the minor cooldown again. Or you can phrase that for some period of time where you could like slide it into your rotation when you're otherwise doing filler. Or you could do it when you really need it in the moment. Or you could just use it incidentally. Giving the player more control over their cooldowns like this is almost always a good thing. So, absolutely fantastic there. Also, you get a chance to just get Avatar from your Thunderstrikes. 10% chance. Also, by the way, you can switch between hero talents just like that. Like, I can just become a Colossus. Boom. There. I'm now Colossus. And now I'm Mountain Thane. And now I'm Colossus. And now I'm Mountain Thane. It's a button press. So, this makes Thunderblast auto lightning. This makes Slam and Bloodthirst have a chance to give you Thunderblast. Thunderblast, of course, buffs Thunder Shock. Improves Stormbolt, improves Storm Shield, all kinds of fun little stuff. This is another simple but solid thing that noticeably changes how you use Thunderclap. It's almost most of the hero talents are focused on a single ability and really min-maxing what you can get out of the ability. In this case, it's Thunderclap. Now, to switch, let's go ahead and scooch over to Fury real quick. Let's get rid of this terrible shield that everyone hates. It's bigger than my back. Alright, let's get my actual weapons on here. Good morning, Pokemebo. So, the third and final one here is Slayer. Now, Slayer is kind of a weird one. I believe Arms can also do Slayer. But anyway, so Slayer gives you... The big thing is Your attacks against your primary target have a high chance to overwhelm their defenses, triggering a bonus attack, which does X damage and applies Marked for Execution. Marked for Execution increases the damage they take from Execute. Stacking. So once again, you'll see how... This is why I love these hero talents. They're so well designed, in that a seemingly minor change can completely alter how you push through your rotation. For example... hang on one second. Sorry, actually, that's left something on in the background. For example, this changes how you associate with Execute, because there's a lot of things that Fury can do to use Execute when they're not low on health, or to burn extra rage onto Execute, depending on your build. But this extra little asterisk means, do you want to wait for 3 stacks in order to go ahead and execute right in the face, or do you want to just use that extra Execute damage anytime it shows up incidentally? That's up to you. And yeah, exactly, Mook. All this stuff is pretty self-intuitive. Like, by the time you gain access to a hero talent, you probably know how your build works, right? At least you should. So here's the clincher. When you execute a target that is marked for execution, you both reduce the cooldown of Blade Storm and apply stacks of Overwhelmed. You can pummel and Stormbolt while Blade Storming, by the way. Overwhelmed is... Oh, God, where is that? Is this it? I don't remember what Overwhelmed actually does. I might have to go check the other thing for that. Hang on. What's Overwhelmed do? It doesn't even say. Well, it's right there. I'm an idiot. Overwhelmed increases the damage you deal to them by 1%, stacking. So, sorry, getting back to the... By the way, you can also look at it here. So, when you execute someone that you've already marked for execution, you reduce the cooldown of Blade Storm, and you automatically increase all damage you do to them by 2% per stack of execution. So if you have the full 3 stacks, that's another 6 stacks of extra damage just for free. Oh, also your cooldown on Blade Storm is reduced, and Blade Storm gives stacks of Overwhelmed. So, yeah. All 3 of these are damned good hero talents. Let's go and scooch down to the next one really quick, which is going to be Priest. I am a little bit in a hurry, so forgive me for kind of relying on my own pre-existing knowledge a bit here. Oh yeah, and also, it's worth noting, Blade Storm is awesome. Okay, so Priest has a couple of fun ones. We've got Oracle and Archon. Now, I'm going to admit, I don't care for Oracle personally, but the problem is that Oracle is a button ability, and God, my bars are already full on Priest healers. Which is a shame, because Premonition is actually kind of cool. So, cast a spell that gives you an advantage against your fate. It rotates to the next spell when cast. So you have to do Insight, then Piety, then Solace, then Insight again, and it just rotates. Insight reduces the cooldown of your next 3 spells cast by 7 seconds. Extremely useful. Piety increases your healing done and causes 70% of overhealing to be redistributed. Incredibly useful, especially for a Holy Priest. Because Holy Priest will overheal even if they don't want to. Solace, your next single target healing spell, grants your target a shield that absorbs 1,000,000 damage and reduces damage taken for 15 seconds. All 3 of those are really, really good buffs. And you'll notice there's also a skill built into that, because you don't have the immediate decision of which one to cast. You have to keep in mind which one you're using. Now, it has 2 charges, but a minute cooldown. So you got to plan around that, too. Do note that that's brilliant. By giving you charges and a recharge, that is to say a cooldown, it's not too much. Like, you can't just rapid-fire missile through it to get the one you want. But it's also not too little. It's not you just sitting there waiting for an entire fight in order to actually use the spell that you want to use. So, that's actually really good. The clincher is casting Solace invokes Clairvoyance, expanding your mind to all possibilities of the future. Clairvoyance gives you Premonition of Insight, Piety, and Solace, doubles their effectiveness. So, that's exactly as great as it sounds like. Pretty much what that means is you go through the rotation of the 3, then you get a bonus that doubles them, and then you go through the rotation again. That's kind of it. You can also reduce the cooldown or increase the effect. And there's a bunch of other fun stuff like Perf Mending, which also applies a shield, which is incredibly useful, by the way. Also increases the healing done by Perf Mending, and all kinds of other fun stuff. This is all really, really good. Oracle is damned solid for what it is. So then we have your Archon. Sorry. What I meant to say is Archon. For a first-time healer, Resto Shaman and Holy Priest are actually both really good for the same general reasons. Shaman might be a bit easier because Shaman is a little bit more intuitive and doesn't have to do the cooldown rotation thing. But both of them, I would say, are solid first healers. Yeah, Chain Heal is legit. So. Archon. So, Archon buffs Halo. Now, that's just... Let me switch over to Shadow really quick to show this off proper like. Yeah, so Halo, when you cast Halo, you also create a halo around you at similar effectiveness every 5 seconds for 10 seconds. Also, the radius of Halo is increased. In other words, every Halo is actually 3 halos. And it's bigger. Once again, this kind of changes how you play these classes, because Halo is fantastic, of course, but you need to be careful with it, especially if you've got any CC going on. And it centers itself around you, which means your positioning matters for its placement. The clincher here, excuse me, I got ahead of myself. The clincher makes Halo center around you, and return to you once it reaches maximum distance, healing allies and damaging enemies each time it passes through them. Sorry, so the clincher adds the functionality I was just talking about. But that means, if you're thinking about it, you can actually move halos a little bit. And it also means every time you cast a halo, you get a second halo and then a third halo every 5 seconds, which is really freaking good. It may sound like a small thing, but, well, to get it across, Halo looks like this. And it hits an extremely huge area. And it does damage and healing to everything in that giant area. It's not a lot of damage. It's not a lot of healing. But that can be a godsend. But then you have Void Weaver. Wait, hang on. Let me give a plus for Archon first. Oh, it's fantastic for raids. Some of these are just straight up better in raiding environment, and there's just nothing for that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with having something that's just better at that. Void Weaver. So the Void Weaver's main ability is Void Torrent opens an entropic rift that follows the enemy for 8 seconds. Enemies caught in its path suffer shadow damage every second while in its reach. Okay. Also, just as an added, entropic rift upgrades Mind Blast into Void Blast while it's active, which is just exactly as powerful as it sounds. And then we have my personal favorite, Collapsing Void. Each time you cast Devouring Plague, your entropic rift is empowered, increasing its size and its damage. Remember, it's an actual splash on the ground, so increased size means hitting more mobs, hypothetically at least. After it collapses, it also does a meteor strike to all enemies within 15 yards. Once again, we see how this kind of alters your rotation, because Void Torrent starts the entropic rift, Devouring Plague empowers the entropic rift, and you want to stagger when it's going to collapse to make sure it has maximal impact on whatever it's hitting. You'll also notice because it's a meteor strike, it's useful no matter the situation. If it hits a bunch of enemies, it hits a bunch of enemies. But if there's only one dude there, all that damage is condensed into one dude, aka the boss. Useful for Trass, useful for bosses. It's hard to properly put into words what Void Weaver does to the rotation, because Shadow is good at 70 and fantastic at 80. That, I think you're actually right, Mook. And the problem is they need to come up... I've already given the idea. Make an alchemist, make a shadow blade, and make a pirate. or swashbuckler, right? Lean into the class fantasy of all the three and just overhaul the sucker. Like, do one of those no-really overhauls they do periodically to classes and just turn it into those. Stop trying to focus on making utility class. Utility hasn't been a thing in a while in years. Not like that, anyways. Okay, so that's Priest. Really good stuff, of course. Next is me getting my windows confused. Here we go. After Priest is Warlock. All right, where are you, Aurum Dubia? There you are. Hi, Mr. Red. They really like this chain. What is with these chains? Oh my god, look at this thing. That dude. I agree, Uthor. Voidweaver, I kind of already showed that off. I don't know if you noticed, Uthor, I was kind of deciding to bake some of the hero specs into the specs viscerality. Because, yeah, Voidweaver just looks cool. Anyways, so, for destruction, we'll look at Hell Color first. Because, you'll see. So, Hell Color, right. So, their main ability is Wither. It's an insta-cast. Bestow a malediction on the target, burning them for damage immediately and damage over 21 seconds. A 21-second dot is honestly kind of a middle-range dot. You know, not super short, not super long. And so it's the kind of thing you have to pay attention to. But here's the thing. This is the important one. Each of those dots generates a soul shard fragment and has a chance to generate additional soul shard fragments on crit strikes. So all of a sudden, crit is slightly more important than it already was for a Warlock. And you have another pseudo-passive income of soul shards, which especially for Destro is extremely useful. But at the bottom we get Malevolence. This is another ability, by the way. 2 activatables is kind of strange for hero talent. But Malevolence, it's a 1-minute cooldown. Insta-cast, boom. It corrupts your soul for 20 seconds, causing enemies to suffering from your wither to take additional damage and increase the stack count of it immediately to 6. Excuse me, by 6. While corrupted, your haste is increased, and spending soul shards on damaging spells gives an additional stack of wither. So, in case I didn't clear that up, let me try to line this up for you. You get Wither on the target, plus whatever else you're doing. And then you explode yourself, making them immediately take damage. And then, yeah, Wither replaces Immolate, by the way. It says that. Yeah, right, it says right at the bottom right there. Replaces Immolate. So this is your only dot is Destro, the only one you have to maintain. But you explode yourself, their Wither stacks go up, and now you have multiple stacks of something giving you more soul shards. And while that's happening, spending a soul shard gives you more stacks of Wither, which give you more soul shards. Now, this only lasts for, 20 seconds? Yeah, 20 seconds, but still, for 20 seconds, your soul shard generation is just going to spike through the roof, which is great and feels exactly as awesome as it sounds. Soul shards, by the way, you spend to do all your big stuff. That's your major secondary resource here. So, oh, hey, I feel like this thing needs to die now. But Diabolist. Let me switch over to Teemo really quick. So, Diabolist, let's actually save that for last. Hang on. You like summoning demons? Hold up. We'll talk about Soul Harvester first. So Soul Harvester, we start off with a passive. A demonic entity now inhabits your soul, allowing you to detect if a soul shard has a succulent soul whenever it's generated. A reminder, all 3 Warlock specs generate souls based on stuff they do. A succulent soul empowers your next ability, increasing its damage by 60% and unleashing your demonic soul to do an additional bit of damage. So that doesn't really change your rotation much. It's just a little bit of bonus damage just for doing what you're already going to do. However, Your summoned demonic tyrant spell is empowered by the entity within you, causing it to immediately grant 3 succulent soul shards. As usual, what this does is this gives the player a little bit of control over when they have their spikes. Passive occasional buffs are nice. Choosing to make your next 3 things buffed is awesome. I would say this is actually one of the weaker hero talents overall, Soul Harvester, but it's still good. It's just telling how good the hero talents are in general, that this is one of the weaker ones. Also, there's a bunch of other fun little side stuff, which I'm kind of glossing over here, since I'm only trying to do these things. It is actually the good percentile. It is 1.6 to put it into simple terms. I kind of prefer the flavor of the original Mook. I get why they flattened it. It's actually specifically for this. But they have the tech to unflatten it, so I kind of wish they would. I wanted to share one other one. It's not in Warlock. It's not in Warlock. Hang on. What I really want to talk about is Diabolist, because this is the fun one. So, spending a soul shard on a damaging spell gives you a ritual for 20 seconds. While the ritual is active, each soul shard spent on a damaging spell reduces its duration by 1 second. When it expires, your next Hand of Gul'dan summons an Overlord, Mother of Chaos, or Pit Lord for a few seconds, which just does buco damage. So just that one ability alone is shockingly well designed. So you get a 20-second buff, but while you're doing stuff, it reduces the duration of it, which is what you want, because you want the buff to expire. Once the buff expires, your next Gul'dan, which is going to be one of your major rotation abilities, summons an Omega Demon in order to nuke the crap out of whatever you're looking at. This is already awesome. Also, each of these, most of these talents down here buff one of the 3 demons that summons. The Overlord, the Mother of Chaos, or the Pit Lord. Yeah, you heard right. Pit Lord. We can finally have a Pit Lord as a Warlock. And yeah, with proper rotation and and skill, you can pretty much always have one of those 3 Omega Demons up, and you should. So, for example, Mother of Chaos empowers your Shadow Bolt into an Infernal Bolt. Your Overlord increases the damage taken by you and your pet. Enemies damaged take increased damage from you and your pets for 15 seconds, etc., etc., etc. There's also this little fun one. Hand of Gul'dan deals increased damage for each soul shard spent. Which you're probably thinking, isn't it always 3? No, you can spend more than 3, or less, actually. Also, Summon Demonic Tyrant is empowered, doing 70% increased damage, and increasing damage of all your demons by 20% while active. That changes the nature of that cooldown. Fire damage increased by 4, damage increased by damage, demons 4, reduced duration. But here's the big one. Summoning a Pit Lord causes your next Hand of Gul'dan to be Ruination. Ruination does infernal damage on the strike, immediately summons imps, and then, I forget what else. It does something else, I thought. Hang on. I guess it doesn't. Never mind. Well, anyways, Ruination looks awesome and hits like a truck. And this Diabolist is one of the reasons why yesterday, when you saw me doing my whole rotation... Up. Oh, jeez. Pay attention, Laura. Let's get the full thing going here. Notice I've already got more demons up than I probably should at this exact moment in time. I can also get even more going. You also notice Hand of Gul'dan has no cooldown. There's the big boy. And it feels so good. It feels so good getting the army going. My personal record is 21 imps simultaneously. I don't know how much higher than that you can go, but I am quite proud of that. I've only managed that like twice ever, and it was a nice confluence of procs. Let's see, after Warlock we have Shaman. Where you at, Shaman? Where you at? Where you at? Yeah, this is about as good as pet classes are going to get in an MMO. Although, I do mean that. It's good stuff. Because, like, frankly, most MMOs wouldn't know how to do a pet class if I walked up and smacked them in the face. So... Okay, so... so here we have Totemic, Farseer, and I forget the other one. So Totemic is weird. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's, you like totems, right? Surging Totem. Drops a totem down there, which maintains healing rain with 30% effectiveness for several seconds. Replaces healing rain. So, if you saw me do this for my healing rain, that's why it looked kind of weird. Yeah, I would honestly say Demo, the first time Demo was really good, was Legion. It's worth noting even better now. So, all sorts of stuff to kind of, make your totems be bigger, or make your totems have more health, increase the effect of your totems. If you like totems, this is your spec. That's what it's there for. It's interesting because at several points in WoW's history, several people, including some of the developers, have pushed back against the very existence of totems, which is why they kind of removed them for a while there. And then brought them back because a lot of players wanted their freaking totems. It's a class fantasy thing, near as I can tell. Don't mistake me, I like having totems too. It's just, it feels like a lot of people are like, we're shamans, we want to have totems. And Blizzard's like, but why? And they're like, no, can we have our totems? So here's your totems. I heard you like totems, yo. But this is a fun one. Whirling Elements. Elemental motes orbit your surging totem. Your abilities consume those motes. You probably saw this. In fact, I'll show it off real quick. See the elements swirling around it? Nice visual indicator, by the way. So, your next healing wave or healing surge also heals an ally inside the rain. The cast time of your next healing spell is reduced, and your next chain heal applies Earth Living, that's your hot, at 150% effectiveness, 1.5 healing, to all targets hit. Let me say that again in case you missed that. Your next single target quick or single target slow heal also heals someone else, so just straight double it. Your next healing spell's cast time is substantially reduced, and or your next chain heal applies a hot to everyone it hits at higher than usual effectiveness. It feels so good. It's hard to put into proper terminology for me. How good it feels to properly manage your Surging Totem, which, by the way, only has a 24-second cooldown. The downside of the Surging Totem is it is expensive as hell. If you lean on it, you will burn your mana out fast. But I kind of like that. Low cooldown, but high cost means it's on you to decide how much you want to lean on that. It also means if you really want to dump your mana pool into healing someone right now, you can, especially with this last talent. So that all works out pretty well. And that's obviously from the perspective of a healer. Farseer over here is a weird one. So you benefit from benefiting from undulation calls an ancestor to your side. If you cast Unleash Life, the ancestor also goes to your side. Whenever you cast a healing or damaging spell, the ancestor will duplicate your spell. So that is a periodic straight double of whatever spell you're casting. Okay. But at the end we get Ancestral Swiftness, 30-second cooldown. Your next healing or damaging spell is instant, free, and buffed. If you hallucinate Nature Swiftness, it is replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes Ancestral Swiftness to call an ancestor to your side. In other words, if you have the ability to make your spells instant, bite, free, and whatever, then now you can do that and also do it while doubling it. That's a wonderful oh crap button for a damager or for a healer. Okay, let me swap over to Ella. When did Titan Quest 2 come out? That's what I thought. So Stormbringer, right? Well, obviously, Stormbringer, lightning. You like lightning, right? Tempest. Every 300 Maelstrom spent. So that's about 3 or 4 rotations, depending how you're doing it. Or sorry, 4 or 5 rotations, depending how you're doing it. Your next lightning bolt is replaced with Tempest. Tempest does a big old nuke, which also does an AoE nuke. Okay. That's not super infesting. That's terrible. Why would you pick that? Spending Maelstrom grants you haste. Multiple applications overlap. Okay. Increase crit strike of all your nature spells. Okay. You have a chance to get struck by lightning, which just happened if you were listening. Increase your movement speed by quite a bit for 5 seconds. Increased in outdoor areas. Also, when you reincarnate, you cast Thunderstorm. Okay. Lightning Bolt, Tempest, and Chain Bolt Lightning have a chance to cause additional elemental overloads. Tempest causes your next 2 Chain Lightnings or Lightning Bolts to be instant and do bonus damage with 2 charges. So Tempest is already a nice spell, is already going to be doing several other things, but now your next 2 Chain Lightnings or Lightning Bolts are instant and stronger. Also, you just get a stack every 50 seconds of Stormkeeper. Earthquake and Chain Lightning improved. Lightning Rod takes more damage. Lightning Shield is improved. But there's the clincher. Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning have a chance to strike your target for damage. Every 3 times this happens, your next Lightning Bolt is replaced by Tempest. So let me try to explain that, because the way this rotates over itself is wonderfully... it's like an oscillation, right? So every 300 Maelstrom, you get Tempest. Every 3 times you get a proc, you get a Tempest. So if you were to line it up on a bar, on a timeline, it's like boom, 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 Tempest, boom, boom, Tempest, boom, 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 Tempest, boom, boom, Tempest. Not at that exact beat, but my point is, because you have 2 different sources feeding Tempest procs into you, you're going to get Tempest at a relatively regular beat, which is the important part. Because what this does is makes you really balance your damage around Tempest, which is what a mutator is and should do. Stormbringer, if I'm not getting across, is really cool. It's not like a big obvious cool thing like Diabolist or the Knights of the Four or whatever, but it fundamentally alters your rotation in a way that makes it so much more fun. Sorry, just thought I'd share. Yeah, Stormbringer is legit. It is very well designed. I always appreciate when they do subtle changes that have substantial impacts. To use an example of that, Zelda 2R, which we played just a couple of weeks ago, which seemingly didn't change much, but no, that was a completely different game. Okay. I think it's everything. Stormbringer, Farseer, Totalist. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Shaman's in good place. Yeah. Also, yeah, it really adds to that class fantasy of, you like lightning, right? You want to play a lightning mage? I got your back, yo. Alright, so after Shaman is Rouge. Okay, real talk, as with so many other things, I'm not super impressed with Rogue. Oh, absolutely, Uthor. Wah! Oh, sorry. Rogues. Okay, so Trickster, Fatebound, and Assassin, or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of it. Let's look at Trickster. Okay. So, Sinister Strike and Ambush, that's your openers. Now strike with an Unseed Blade, doing bonus damage. Targets struck are affected with Phase. Phased enemies take more damage from you and can no longer parry you. This can only happen once every 20 seconds. Notice Phase only lasts for 10 seconds. What that means is you maintain about a 50% uptime of phased. Deathstalker, that was it. That's not too shabby, and you get a few other things that generate additional things. For example, you generate combo generators have increased crit damage to phased targets, and I think there's another one here that does something with phased. I don't. Oh, here we go. Killing Spree also applies phased. By the way, Killing Spree is probably one of the only cool things Rogue has right now. Hi, Ross. I thought there's like one more thing, but I guess not. But here's our clincher. Coup de grace. After 4 unseen blade strikes, your next dispatch, which is a spender, will be performed as a coup de grace, functioning as if it had consumed 5 additional combo points. If the primary target is phased, gave 5 stacks of Flawless Form on the spot. So Flawless Form is the thing that increases the damage of your finishing moves. So that's additional 15% damage bonus to finishing moves, which is it's just fantastic. And when I say that 5 additional combo points, so not a lot of people I've talked to know this. You have, hang on, let me hit something. Boom. Okay, so you see my combo points at the bottom there? I have 7 at the moment. I believe you start with 5. I have talents to boost that. But what not a lot of people know is you can actually go past your max. So I now have 7 combo points. So I can be like a big hit. Whoosh. But the thing is, if I had one of the bonus things, which I don't think I'm spec'd into right now, you could see blue combo points, and you could get up to like 2 or 3 of those, which would mean I'd actually be hitting with 10 combo point. And they lined this up so that it's even. Oh my God, Kira, what else? They lined it up so that it's even higher than that. I don't actually know the cap, but I know that people have already done 20 combo point abilities with very careful stacking and specific circumstances. Which means they probably have a chart that keeps scaling it well past the normal amount of combo points. So, in other words, bringing this back to this stupid talent, after 4 strikes of Unseen Blade, Coup de Grace acts as if it had 5 additional combo points. So if you're at the max of 7, plus the additional 3, you're actually doing 15 combo point nuke in the face, which is going to absolutely murder whatever you're looking at. And this, if I might be so bold, fits very neatly into the fantasy and gameplay style of a rogue. Please don't fall, please don't fall. Oh, thank God. Okay. Sorry, looking at the trash. Because rogues are the original builder spenders in World of Warcraft. Obviously, warriors kind of had the rage thing, but no. Rogues build combo points and then spend them to do stuff. That's bread and butter, right? So having an entire spec built around building like another layer of ultra building behind that, and then even bigger spender at the end of it, feels pretty legit. Trickster is in a good place, is what I'm trying to say. Blesses. Then there's the other two. Now, before I go to the other two, I'm going to invite Kira White Nose here really quick. Maybe. Did I type it right? Kira Seniel. Do you have invites blocked, Kira White Noise? Yeah, so Deathstalker. Oh my God. Let's talk about Fate first. Oh, of course No, I should be able to invite a low walking character. I've done that. Some of mine are in my guild. Okay, hang on. Try that. Hey, there we go. Sometimes it auto-fills that in. I guess it just didn't in this case. There we go. Okay. Ahem. So I actually accidentally showed off, whoops, Fatebound earlier. Fatebound, I'm just going to be real. I'm not impressed with Fatebound. So the big thing about Fatebound is the freaking coin. Oh, I love that too, Luthor. The fact that you can just be like, I just want to see the relevant choices. Everything else is filler, right? It's all passive, so you just fill it up. These are the relevance. Anyways, so flip a fate-bound coin each time a finishing move consumes 5 or more points. Heads increases the damage of your attacks, and tails does a bunch of damage. For each time the face is flipped in a row, the same face is flipped in a row, heads increases damage by additional 2, and tails increases damage by additional 10. Then we have the clincher. When it flips the same way for the 7th time in a row, you keep the lucky coin and gain 7% agility until you leave combat for 10 seconds. If you already have a lucky coin, it does some damage to your target. This is much more boring than it sounds. So here's the big deal. The reason I've been praising the hero talents so much is they're mutators, which I know I'm repeating myself, but forgive me. It changes how you play. It's not, mutators usually can be buffs, but they don't have to be. A mutator is there to alter your playstyle, right? This does nothing to your playstyle. Every time you do a finishing move, there's a coin flip. And if it flips multiple times in a row the same way, you get some benefit or detriment from that. You don't really have any power over that. You don't... I know that sounds strange that you have no power over a coin flip, but the point is, from a practical perspective, all it does is add some passive damage in the background that you don't even notice. Yeah, exactly. It just happens. It is a pure passive damage buff, which is pretty much the definition of a boring talent. So, that's it. That's it. That's fate-bound. I get what they were going for, and indeed there's something similar to that, which is called Roll the Bones down here. But Roll the Bones is an activatable that you can proc whenever you need to, and has other things you can do to tile into it. Oh yeah, it also doesn't look cool. Here, I'll show it off really quick, because I think I have it on my Assassin, I want to say? Roll looks and sounds cool, by the way. It's that nice bone rolling, as opposed to like, yeah, we're going to fade buff. Thanks. Here, just listen. Or watch, I suppose. There's the coin. That's it. That's it. That's it right there. I'm not sure which is which, actually. It looks like that was heads. So that one's tails. Yeah, good luck figuring that out in the middle of a tense fight, too, while keeping track of everything else. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Jesus Christ, people. So yeah, as usual, not super impressed with what they're doing there. So it's mechanically not interesting, and it doesn't add a lot of good flair. I'm not going to give it a negative, because it is just a nice damage boost. But, like, that's it. It is just a passive damage boost. Deathstalker! Well, okay. So I think you noticed I had that as subtlety. I'm pretty sure I had that subtlety. Yeah, bingo. Luthor. Yeah, here we go. So, Deathstalker. So, Shadow Strike from Stealth or Shadow Dance, which, pause for a second. Subtlety is actually kind of interesting, the fact that you don't really need to be stealthed because it has multiple abilities that can treat you as if you are in stealth. That's actually an extremely good change in my opinion. Don't mistake me, having something you can only use from stealth is nice, but in the middle of a raid boss, it's nice to be able to just kind of be in stealth for the purposes of some of your abilities. This is another reason I say this is more of a mage blade than anything else, or like a shadow blade or whatever, is because if you think about stealth as cloaked in shadow, it's pretty much the exact same thing, right? So, while in that stealth state, you do Shadow Strike, which is your main builder, and that applies 3 stacks of Deathstalker's Mark to your target. When you spend major combo attacks, so major spenders on your attack, it consumes one of them, it consumes an application of the mark, doing damage and increasing the damage of your next Gloomblade or Shadow Strike. So, that's a lot of words to describe something relatively simple. What it essentially means is when you do your builder, it'll apply a dot, or a debuff to something. When you do your spenders, it does additional damage. Okay, so that's passive and not super great. But then there's several other things that kind of coincide with that. For example, auto damage does more damage against them. That's all plague damage, by the way. Damage to targets other than your marked target. Deal plague damage to your marked target. What Hang on. I know there's like another one here somewhere. Might be a choice that I may or may not have. I might not have it. I might be dumb. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Each time you consume a stack of Death Doctor's Mark, you reduce the cooldown of Shadow Step, which is fun. And of course, we have our clincher. When you consume your final mark from a target, or your target dies, nice change, you immediately gain 40 energy, which is great. Your next Eviscerate, that's your spender, is cast with max combo points. If it's cast with max combo points, it's a guaranteed crit, and does bonus damage, and applies 3 stacks to the target. Now, I still don't think this is as good as, say, Trickster, which is in a much better place. But what this means is you get your marks on a thing, you burn through them as fast as possible, which enables you to do a really big hit, which applies 3 stacks to it. It's a nice, it's a simple rotation, but it's still a nice rotation there. And because of how it works, you can also, you could do some really stupid AoE damage, which I know sounds weird for a rogue, but you probably didn't see me do it much. I've got this nice AoE here, and then that nice AoE here, and I can put this up like this, and then I can start doing stuff like this, and you notice it's doing extra bonus damage to the target because of that mark I've got on it. Just fun stuff like that. So Deathstalker, I'd say it's good enough for a positive. I think we've got some good stuff going on here. It's no fate bound. I never would have thought Rogue would have a great AoE, but here we are. And that's just 2 abilities. It's got more than that. Alright, after Rogue is Paladin. Okay, I'm super biased because one of the Paladin specs is just the best. Don't even at me. It's just the best. Templar! But let's talk about the other ones first. So let's switch over to Holy for a second. Although you can be Templar as Prot or Ret. So we've got Herald of the Sun and Lightsmith. Now, I'm going to start with Lightsmith because I was legitimately somewhat unimpressed with it. It's not bad. It's not Templar. Templar is so good for Prot and Ret. Lightsmith gives you a 1-minute ability. Yeah, exactly. It's Mirror Star. Herald is good too. We'll get to Herald in a second. But yeah, so Lightsmith is just, it's got this main thing. Its main ability is Holy Armaments, okay? It's a 1-minute cooldown, and you plop it on someone. It doesn't matter who. It has to be someone other than you, by the way. It can give them a Holy Bulwark or a Sacred Weapon, okay? When it's a Holy Bulwark, it gives them an Absorb Shield for a percentage of your max health, and an additional 2% every 2 seconds, lasts for 20 seconds. Hey, go live for a second. Great for dual tank situations. Sacred Weapon, your spells and abilities have a chance to deal additional holy damage to them or heal nearby targets. Effect increased when Sacred Weapon strikes a single target. Always good to make this stuff useful on bosses. Lasts 20 seconds. Yeah, as Mirror Star's already mentioned, one of the big issues. You need to have good usage of the Holy Armaments, and Prot has a lot of buttons on the bar, like way too many, honestly. Lightsmith isn't bad, it's just, honestly, this feels like what could be a support setup for a Paladin, but Paladins don't have support. Like, even a Holy Paladin, which also has a bit of a button bloat problem, by the way, would have trouble squeezing this into a rotation. However, the clincher is Avenging Wrath, that's your big 2-minute cooldown, summons an additional Sacred Weapon, and during Avenging Wrath, your Sacred Weapons cast spells on your target that echoes the effect of your Holy Power abilities, aka your Spenders. So, Spenders are doubled, and also you get a second Sacred Weapon at the same time. It's good. Lightsmith is good. Its greatest sin is being completely overshadowed by the other 2 specs. I think that's not the last time we'll say this, too. So let's talk about Herald of the Sun. You'll notice this is what I have for my healing paladin. Casting Holy Prism, so Holy Prism is a great ability. If you target an enemy with it, it bounces to a bunch of allies. So one enemy, bunch of allies, or one ally, bunch of enemies. I love that. It's an older ability, but it's still cool the way that works. 1 second, please. Casting Holy Prism or Barrier of Faith causes your next 2 spenders to apply Dawnlight, doing tons of damage or way more healing over 8 seconds as a dot or a hot. 5% of that damage and healing radiates to nearby allies or enemies. Its healing, however, does not transfer to Beacon of Light. So, you have an ability... Oh, I hate this song. You have an ability... Sorry, Magister. It's the last part. It's just the last part of the song that bothers me. I hate it. I hate it. Whoop, whoop. That's too much. That's too much. Oh, God. This is what I'm going to look like when we review Warcraft 2. Huh. There we go. Much better. So what I was trying to say was that the way this works is you basically have the ability to start a proc, and so you use the ability that puts you that primes you. You then use other abilities which make the effect happen. It's not a true passive buff. It is still something you are doing, which is always important for this kind of stuff, right? So it skips over that problem that Rogue had. It also improves Word of Glory, which is great. And just honestly, this tree is really, really solid. And that's kind of the problem, is it's so freaking good. Like, for example, Light of Dawn and Holy Shock have a 100% chance to cast again at 50% effectiveness. What that means, practically speaking, is that it's just boosted by 1.15, just across the board. Haste is good, you know. We gain Holy Prism here, which makes it free from some healing. All sorts of cool stuff, but what you really want me to look at is the clincher. Sun's Avatar. During Avenging Crusader, you become linked to your Dawn Lights within 30 yards, so everyone you've hit with that up until now. It causes damage to enemies or healing to allies that pass through those beams, and activating Avenging Crusader applies up to 2 Dawn Lights on nearby allies or enemies and increases its duration. This it's one of those wonderful things that's a little bit hard to get good use out of. But under a lot of fights, especially raid fights, being able to just make a beam between you and other people, which just heals everyone in the middle, is great. I've seen some great usage of this in raids. And it kind of feels awesome, right? It's just kind of cool. Which definitely boosts the overall value of it, in addition to being useful. And I'm going to go ahead and show off the other version of that really quick. There we go. Yeah, exactly. The aesthetics of it are just cool. And yeah, it starts off of Wake of Ashes, by the way, for Retribution, which I wanted to mention. So, yeah, at that point, Wake of Ashes makes you also buff, which I have that talent, by the way. So I have the buff, and I do a big AoE. Which also makes so my next 2 spenders do Dawnlight, and then everything else we just talked about. And Avenging Wrath and Radiant Glory also pushes the whole thing. So that's just this giant circle of death. Holy death. But that brings me to Templar. You'll notice I am set up as a Templar on my Prot and my Ret, and that's because Templar is freaking amazing. Sorry to bear the lead on this, but I love Templar so much. It's one of those simple ones. My biggest complaint about Templar is it doesn't look as cool as it probably should be. Like, Herald looks cooler. So, Wake of Ashes is replaced with Hammer of Light for 20 seconds after it's cast. Hammer of Light, you've seen me use it. In fact, I'll show it really quick. Just watch it. Let's get some stuff going really quick here. Whoops, let's use the wrong button to slow this down. So there's Wake of Ashes. This is Hammer of Light. That giant chonker of hell is fantastic. I actually used it as the graphic for the thumbnail of yesterday's VOD, for anybody who noticed that. Oh, that bell ringing sound too. And I'm going to go quiet this time just so you can hear it better. Look at that. Look at that. Anyways, so that is Hammer of Light. It's a gigantic hit. It's the biggest hit you have by far. It's a super nuke, which also does an AoE. However, That's actually not its primary function, believe it or not. Oh, sure, it's nice to periodically just have a super nuke. What it really does is it starts the hammers, the Empyrean hammers. And the Empyrean hammers just hit nearby stuff for damage. And you're like thinking, and? Well, okay. So also, when you do Hammer of Light, you call down an Empyrean hammer on nearby stuff. Also, when Empyrean hammer crits, it does its damage to nearby enemies. Also, let's see, where's another one? Templar's Verdict and Divine Storm call down Empyrean hammers. While Shake the Heavens is active, this effect calls down another hammer. And the Clincher, you gain a stack of Light's Deliverance when you call down the hammer. While Wake of Ashes and Hammer of Light are unavailable, you consume 50 stacks of Light's Deliverance, empowering yourself to do another Hammer of Light an additional time for free. So what this means in practical applications is you do your big ol' hit, but also lots of things you're doing are making little hammers fall from the sky on everything near you, but most especially whatever it is you're targeting. Those little hammers are just additional little smashes in the face and a non-insubstantial boost to your damage. And you also periodically can just do that, everything I just said, again, bigger and for free. It also flows very seamlessly with the rotation of Wake of Ashes itself. Now, Wake of Ashes, interesting enough, is a talent, but I love its positioning in the talent tree really quick, because it's right there, dead freaking center. It's possible to skip Wake of Ashes. I don't recommend it. As with before, though, Templar encourages you to think about when you use what, too. Because it's worth noting Hammer of Light costs 5 Holy Power. I believe it's our only 5 Holy Power spender at the moment for Retribution. And I know it is for prog. At least with my spec. Why isn't Wake baseline? I've actually thought about stuff like that before. And that's a valid question. I don't have a good answer for that. Because, yeah, Wake probably should be baseline. There's actually several hero talents that absolutely mandate a certain ability, like this one requires Wake, which you cannot have. I do like that it actually has a thing that says you don't have this ability. But I don't know why they haven't taken that step. Maybe they just like people being able to choose it, or maybe they like people being able to try a harder build. I don't know. I don't have a good answer there. So let's see. Paladin, Mage. Alright, Evo. You ready for this? Well, it's up to you. Do you want to do beams of death around you, connected to nearby people and buffing them and healing them? Or do you want to have constant barrages of little hammers hitting everything around you, just because of all the stuff you're already doing? And every so often, about 40 seconds, you'll just be able to punch something in the face so hard it'll probably die. Those are your two options. They're both good. Mage. So, I didn't think I'd like Mage at first. Then I actually played around with it. So, since we are Arcane, we've got Spellslinger. So, Spellslinger is Arcane. I love how they're color-coded. You can see purple and blue, purple and red. Bombardment is awesome. So, let's talk about Spellslinger first. I'm actually pretty sure I have Spellslinger set up as my Frost build right now. Actually, we get to talk about Sun Fury. So Sun Fury is why, as an Arcane Mage, you occasionally saw me just shooting out fire at death. So, Sun Fury... So, every 6 times you cast one of your bread and butter, meat and potatoes abilities, you conjure a sphere. Whenever you're out of combat, you also conjure spheres over time. Spheres increase your spell damage by 1%, stacking up to 3 times. By the way, that's these things hovering over my head right here, if you're wondering. Now, 2 things. Okay. Oops, I keep hitting that button by accident. First of all, I love that out-of-combat thing. That's actually a great feature, because it means you're going to walk into a battle, almost guaranteed, with your primary mechanic ready to go. There's no build-up time, which is important because mages already have build-up time in all 3 specs, right? No need to add to that, right? So you walk in, you've got the 3 spheres, but you're probably thinking 3% damage boost is a joke, and you're right. So whenever you cast X ability, you summon an Arcane Phoenix, which just kind of nukes the hell out of what you're looking at. Conjuring a Sphere increases the damage of your next ability and other ability. Casting Arcane Blast, so casting abilities also gives you haste, stacking. Your barrier now increases your avoidance and leech when it expires or break. Your Phoenix will now spell steal or something else, which I don't have use for. Oh, Sun Fury looks fantastic. So all of these things are things that are kind of coinciding with your sphere, as is pretty normal for this kind of a thing. So let's go ahead and see the big one. Oh, actually, hang on. Over its duration, your Phoenix will consume each of your spheres to cast an exceptional spell. Upon consuming a sphere, your Arcane Phoenix will grant you Lingering Embers, which increases your spell damage, aka replicating the power of the spheres. Spell steal's fantastic. Generating a sphere causes your Phoenix to cast its exceptional spell. Mana Cascade can also now stack up to 15 times. But here's the big one, here's the clincher. Well, under the effect of a casted surge, you gain twice as many stacks of Cascade. When your Phoenix expires, it empowers you, granting you Arcane Soul for 2 seconds plus a second for each exceptional spell it cast. Arcane Soul makes it so that your barrage grants clear casting and 4 charges instantly. Each casted barrage increases the damage of barrage by 15%, stacks up to 10 times. I know that's a lot of words. Arcane is a fairly complex class, and Sun Fury, in my opinion, feels like an Arcane spec. What that boils down to, though, is when you're doing your starting rotation, you also have the ability to start generating spheres, which do stuff, which cast things, which makes phoenixes happen. While you're generating spheres, the Phoenix is using the spheres to do super spells, which is also buffing you. While that's happening, you also gain twice as many stacks of another buff, which is also empowering you. When it all finishes, you get a super buff, which makes it so you have tons of damage you can pour out for about like 10 or so seconds. So it adds another layer of build, and then just this giant cavalcade of destruction that you can pour out. And if you're Sun Fury, and you happen to have that talent, which is on my B button down there, which is Arcane Surge, you can stack this to do absolutely stupid damage. And there's other things too, like there's things you can do with Touch of the Magi, which Touch of the Magi accumulates some of the damage you detool it for 12 seconds, and then explodes for that amount of damage in an AoE. And you can see how this starts to stack on top of it. So, that's cool. Now, because everyone's disagreeing with me, we're going to have to switch over to fire here. Looks like I am also Sun Fury Fire. That's actually funny. Looks like that does serve the same function, which is what I thought. Look, Fire is the worst mage spec, but that still makes it very good. So, Frostfire, I really like Frostfire. When I first poked at Mage, when they first added hero talents, I was like, of course I'm going to be Frostfire. Why would I be anything else? That's just silly. So, Frostfire is more or less exactly what it sounds like. Your damaging spells gains a stack of mastery to the other side, right? So Fire improves Frost, Frost improves Fire. Fire Mastery increases your haste, Frost Mastery increases your mastery. Okay, that's relatively simple. I don't imagine why it would be Trihexia. Why would I possibly veto that? Interesting enough, the big ability is down here. Frost Firebolt, which is supposed to be something of a new bread and butter. It gains several benefits from both Frost and Fire talents, so it's useful for both specs, and it generates mastery for both at the same time. Okay, I'm with it. You get a few other extra little things, some fire-focused things, some ice-focused things, some Riplinger-focused things. And you also have a chance to gain empowerment. Meteor causes... Oh, is that it? No, that's not it. Is this it? Oh, God, where... There it is, there it is. So one of your meteors now casts the other meteor, and the other meteor now casts the first meteor. Basically, you get to double down on meteors. It's great. But then there's our clincher. So the empowerment, which you get earlier, gives you the maximum benefit of Frost Fire Mastery, refreshing its duration and giving you excess frost and excess fire. Casting Combustion or Icy Veins instantly empowers you. Combustion, for those who do not know, is one of your big bread and butter cooldowns for fire, and Icy Veins is the same thing for frost. So, once again, you, the player, have an option to just kind of press a button in order to grant you a super buff, which gives you maximum Frostfire Mastery, and the 2 excesses, which you can then burn off in whatever abilities you want to. Which brings us to the defeat screen. Spellslinger. You're probably wondering why I'm Spellslinger instead of Frostfire on my Frost Mage. And I was actually Frostfire for wrong. You see the talents are all filled out. It's mostly because Spellslinger is fascinating to use, especially in action. So, for Frost, whenever you consume Winter's Chill or a Finger of Frost, you conjure a Splinter. So in other words, for both specs, when you do something that's a regular part of your rotation, you conjure a Splinter. The Splinter is a tiny little extra thing that does a little bit of extra damage and embeds itself into the target. While it's there, it does damage over time. And it stacks. Then you have a few other things that boost that. For example, Icy Veins conjures 8 Splinters. While under the effects of Blizzard, they also do Splinters do AoE. While hitting damage with your Frozen Orb, it conjures a Splinter. Frozen Orb damage increased, etc., etc. So lots of ways to make more and more Splinters and make those Splinters do more things. Yeah, there's another 2 Splinters for doing a Glacial Spike. Direct damage from Splinters reduces the cooldown of Frozen Orb, by the way. That's a great one. But here's the clincher. Splinter Storm. Whenever you have 8 or more active embedded Splinters, you automatically cast Splinter Storm. Shatters all embedded Splinters, dealing the remaining periodic damage instantly. Also, conjure a Frost Splinter for each Splinter shattered, and then unleash them all in a devastating barrage, doing additional damage to your target for each Splinter in the Splinter Storm. Also gives you a proc. So, it's a ton of little damages, which all do damage over time, which you have many ways to stack. And once they stack to a certain point, they explode, doing damage, and conjuring new Splinters to start the cycle all over again. I know that sounds familiar, but holy freaking crap. If you're paying attention when I was showing off the visuals and aesthetics of the Frost Mage, you might have noticed that there's just wave after wave of little icicle things I was shooting. Some of those were my Ice Lances. Some of those were my, my Icicles. And some of them were my Splinters. So that's some really solid hero stuff. Oh, Mage. What's next? What are we down to? Druid! We're getting there. We're getting there. We're walking. We're walking. Druid. See you around, Mr. Red. I didn't know dogs could watch movies. Okay. So where to start? Shut up, 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 shut up. Oh my god, you're so drunk, Evo. Quick here, have some water. And some coffee. So let's just go down the list. I feel like there's more for druids, so we'll just pay attention here. Elun's Chosen. We'll just start with the one I actually use. Yes, I realize I don't have Wild Charge. No, I don't care. So, you know how balance works, right? We've already shown that off. Fury of Elune now ends with a flash of energy, doing AoE damage, and New Moon and Half Moon call down a Minor Moon, and Full Moon calls down 2 Minor Moons. All of these generate astral power. So pretty much, I heard you like being hit in the face with moons, so I got some moons to hit you while we're hitting you with moons. Some other basic stuff that mostly boosts your astral stuff, which is cool and fun and interesting and very cool. I am particularly fond of Starfire doing extra damage, but no one's triggering Eclipse, because in other words, you just want to use Starfire. Yeah, arcane abilities reduce the cooldown of Fury Balloon and your moons. Then there's our clincher. It just does even more. It just does even more. So in other words, new moons now also called, and half moons now also call down 2 minor moons. I believe that means every moon you can cast now calls down additional, like two moons per moon. So you're just flinging 3 moons every time you're casting moons. Yeah, this is such a balance ability. I'm not even sure what other spec gets access to this off the top of my head. Look that up really quick. Let's see. Druid. It is apparently Guardian. How the heck? Remind me to look at that. Either way, for balance, which is the only way I've experienced it, obviously, it is legit. It is a great way to just kind of stagger damage in your enemy. It is a little bit simple, but at least it retains that viscerality. And it gives you the option to kind of sway your class towards just kind of ignoring Wrath for the rest of your life. Something I do every day. Keeper of the Grove. So your basic is Dream Surge. Force of Nature, that's summoning the Treants, grants 3 charges of Dream Burst, making your next Wrath or Starfire explode, doing damage to nearby enemies. Okay, so your cooldown, which summons adds, also is now a nuke, an AoE nuke. Okay. Also, your Ents gain new abilities, and your recharge gets bigger, your resources get better. Your regrowth gets a little bit better on yourself, your Eclipse increases your haste. A lot of these things coincide with your Ents, which makes sense. It's the Keep of the Grove ability. But there's Harmony of the Grove. Each of your Force of Nature Treants increases the damage of your spells by 8% while active. That sounds like a minor thing. What this does is it turns the Ents into a combination buff while also being useful pets, while also buffing those pets. Because each of those Ents that's active is giving you a non-insubstantial universal buff to all the damage you're doing while they're up. It's, again, simple, similar to Elun's Chosen, but it's still a very solid, hey, I heard you want to kill something really badly right now. Here you go. Let's switch over to Guardian now. I want to see something. I want to see that. Elun's Chosen. There it is. Requires Lunar Beam. Yeah. Damn, that's actually pretty nice if you go that way. But what we're going to show off is, of course, something else. Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw gives you... Your auto attacks have a chance to make your next Maul become Ravage. You actually saw me do this naturally. Ravage turns your Maul into a nice big AoE cone attack. Okay, so that's passive, but cool. Useful, extremely useful for a tank. Some basic stuff like increasing your energy and rage, which is nice. Increasing your regen, which is nice. Adds some bleed effects, which is nice. Makes your sprint better, which is nice. However, during Berserk, Mangle, Swipe, and Thrash have a chance to make your next Maul become Ravage. This is still... A lot of the Druid stuff is a little more passive than I would prefer, to be quite honest with you. But it's still better designed than Rogue. Because the idea here... Berserk is... where is it? It's my number G button. I know what I said. And it's a cooldown that is, let's see, it's a 3-minute cooldown. It's a nice big chonky button. And when you pop it, all of your basic abilities, Mangle, which is one of your main nukers, Swipe, and Thrash, both of which you'll be using on cooldown, especially in filler ranges, suddenly make the chance to buff the hell out of your Maul and turn that into a nice big nuking AoE. So it's still putting a little bit of the choice into the player's hands, and similar to Lune's Chosen, just gives your super nuke the ability to become even more super nukey. Or sorry, not a Lune's Chosen. Keep of the Grove. My bad. I actually switched twice because Druids. So Wild Stalker. Let me tell you. Let me actually switch over to Resto to really show this off. So Resto also gains access to Keeper of the Grove, which makes it so, you'll notice I don't even have the Grove Guardians. It just makes it so that your Grove Guardians heal in addition to you. This is actually extremely useful, legitimately. It gives you another smart heal that you can push out so that they can do some coverage healing, which is great for any kind of big AoE damage. That's cool. But I fell in love with Wildstalker. So, Wildstalker is the Feral Resto talent spec. So, your bleeds have a chance to cause vines to grow on the item, doing more bleed, and your hots have a chance to cause blooms to grow on them, healing for additional hots. Your bleeds become additional bleeds, your hots become additional hots. Okay, still passive. A lot of Druid stuff is passive, but I'm with it. So, increases your damage no matter what, increases your regrowth chance to crit, increases your healing in general. There's a lot of really good fun stuff here in terms of changing around how you play some of your class and some of your spec. But, oh yeah, also your hots and dots also increase your healing and damage. And those are Clincher. The vines increase the damage you deal to that target by X. Your blooms increase the healing you do to those targets by X. Once again, passive, but solid. What that means in application is... Stalker. There we go. What that means in application is I'm going to put a bleed on you, which is going to put up a bleed on you, which is going to make more damage to you. Or I'm going to put a haunt on you, which is going to put a haunt on you, which is going to make you take more healing. I mentioned before, and I kind of showed it off during the viscerality thing, that a druid healer will just see green numbers everywhere. And this is part of wise, because you're going to be layering so many different hots, which are buffing each other and you the entire time they're staggering. This is why I don't mind these particular pseudo-passive talent trees, is because they do still clearly line into what the class should be doing, which in this case is tons of bleeds or tons of hots. Hunter. Hey guys. What's going on? The only overheal thing we saw was for Holy Priest, I want to say. Which makes your overheal turn into a heal that spreads, which is great. Hey! It's me again. What's going on? Give me a minute. Let's see. So, right. They want me to talk about these talents? Okay. Okay, I can do that. Give me a sec. So, why don't we actually finish with Pack Leader? So let's switch over here to March for a second. So we have Dark Ranger and Sentinel. You got this, Game Geek. Let's start with Sentinel. Your attacks have a chance to apply Sentinel, stacking up to 10 times. Whenever Sentinel has stacks are... What? I'm sorry, 1 second. Someone mailed something to my old P.O. box. Now, they were cool, and they just reached out to me saying, hey, look, I know you don't, like, have a P.O. box with anymore, but if you can pick it up today, we'll be cool, and we'll just give it to you. Otherwise, we have to return it. That P.O. box is about 14 hours that way. Sentinel. While Sentinel stacks are higher than 3, applying a Sentinel has a chance to trigger an implosion, causing a stack to be consumed to a target every second to deal arcane damage. Okay. Also, Sentinels give you an absorb shield, so it'll live, and you can apply additional stacks of Sentinel, and there's just some stuff about getting Sentinel stacks on the enemy. Yeah, let me just get my teleporter going. Clincher. Lunar Storm. Every 30 seconds... the cooldown of your ability is reset, and the next cast of ability also fires a celestial arrow that conjures a 12-yard radius lunar storm at the location, doing a decent amount of damage. For the next 12 seconds, a random enemy affected by Sentinel within the storm gets struck for 100,000 damage every half second. Any target struck by this takes increased damage from you for 8 seconds. That's an interesting bit of layering, but what it boils down to is stuff you do puts debuffs on targets. Every now and again you get to do just like a big old nuke with your main ability, which makes it so that everyone with that debuff in that area is going to be taking tons of damage in general, and then also from you. Well, yeah, do you want to be a Night Elf Sentinel? Or a Sylphanus wannabe, which you'll notice is what I am. Yes, yeah, Sentinel is a very good AoE spec, and it looks cool, which is very important for this kind of thing. Arcane Storm looks pretty badass. But Black Arrow... So Kill Shot is replaced with Black Arrow. Only usable on enemies... Warlocks don't, Evo. Priests don't either. Not sure what else. So Kill Shot is only usable at enemies above 80% or below 20%. There's a proc there. And yeah, we get to summon a little dead arrow, and death blow is a little bit different. You can do an increasing debuff. There's some fun stuff as we go through here. I think that's the... Every time you do damage, you have a chance to manifest a hound, which charges your enemies and attacks nearby. But then we have Withering Fire. While True Shot is active, while Buff is active, you surrender to darkness, granting you Withering Fire and Death Blow. Death Blow is the effect up here. We actually already talked about that. The cooldown of your Black Arrow is reset. The next Black Arrow can be used on any target regardless of health. So that's extremely useful. However, Withering Fire, casting Black Arrow, fires a barrage of 2 additional Black Arrows at nearby targets, prioritizing enemies that aren't affected by Black Arrow already. So... Heard you like dots, yo. Dark Ranger is another one of those builds that's all about one specific ability. In this case, it's your Black Arrow. Trying to get Black Arrows out, trying to get you using more Black Arrows, and trying to spread your Black Arrows as much as possible. Yes, push-ups. It's a while ago at this point. But all of these specs pale in comparison to the one true beast spec. I'm barely joking. Sentinel is fine. Dark Ranger is fine. Pack Leader is ridiculous. Let's actually look at this one a little bit. While in combat, every 30 seconds, your kill command summons a specific beast. It can be a Wyvern, which does an AoE buff. It can be a Boar, which does damage and AoE damage. Or it can be a Bear, which does tons of damage. The Boar also has a line attack. Forgive me. So, in addition to just everything else that you're doing, pretty much every 30 seconds you just get another pet. Okay. The Howl of the Pack increases the damage of kill command, and summoning a beast reduces cooldowns of your barbed shot by 10 seconds, which is huge, by the way. Kill command also reduces the cooldown of these other abilities. Cobra Shot reduces cooldown of Howl of the Pack Leader. Damage increased, Frenzy bonus decreased. Your bear's damage has a chance to reduce the cooldown of kill command, and additional damage from your bear, or additional damage from your bear will consume Serpent Sting to do more of its damage instantly. Also, your pets increase the damage of your Wyvern's damage bonus up to 10%, and kill command extends the duration of your Wyvern. If you're paying attention here so far, what you're hearing is a whole lot of reduce cooldown of abilities, especially kill command, and buff the crap out of your pets. Each time your boar does damage, the damage of your next Cobra Shot is increased, and Cobra Shot strikes an additional target. Stacking. Damage from your kill shot sends your pets into a rage, causing all active pets within 20 yards and your bear to pounce the target and smack, claw, or bite. Shell cover. Whenever you drop below 60% health, you summon the aid of a turtle, reducing damage you take automatically. Damage reduction increased the lower health you are. Can only occur once every 90 seconds. Then you have disengage to have a cooler reduction, or when an enemy is stunned, it drags. I should actually probably have that one instead. But then, our clincher. Casting Bestial Wrath, which is your big buffer here, grants Howl of the Pack Leader automatically, and increases the damage dealt by all your beasts by 20%, and all your pets by 15%. That's on top of what Bestial Wrath already does. So, you summon extra beasts, you get cooldowns reduced to summon extra beasts, you use those cooldowns to reduce other cooldowns, which also reduce the initial cooldown, which summons extra beasts. Then you buff everything, including your beasts and also your pets. If you were paying attention when I was doing the Viscerality Showcase, you may have noticed that I was swarming my enemy with so many animals, you couldn't see the target. This is why. This is, in many ways, it's very similar to Diabolist over in Warlock, and is good for pretty much the exact same reason. It's legit. I highly recommend it. Survival's fun, but Beast is ridiculous. So now let's get into our hero classes. But we gotta switch songs here. We need something more tonally appropriate. Okay, so Death Knight. You know him, you love him, you kill him. So we're going to start off here. We've got the Deathbringer, and we've got Sand Lane. This is for blood. You may or may not have noticed that I have tons of the blood stuff over here for Sand Lane, because of course I do for tanking. Initial ability is Vampiric Strike. Your Death Coil and Death Strike, that's your two spenders, have a chance to make your next Heart Strike become Vampiric Strike. It heals you for 1% of your health, of your max health, by the way, and grants you Essence of the Blood Queen, which gives you a haste buff. Now, that may not sound like a big deal, but haste buff is actually a really big deal for Death Knights, especially since they're using big old two-handers, and it affects a lot of their abilities. I mean, I know haste is good as in general, but it's really good for a Death Knight, is what I'm trying to say. So, faster movement speed, which is great for a tank. While you're within your Death of Decay, all your damage is increased, and your chance to get a Vampiric Strike is increased. Icebound Fortitude reduces even more damage, and killing an enemy also reduces the cooldown of Icebound Fortitude. Oh, no, like, Sand Lane is ridiculous. Whenever Vampiric Strike damages an enemy afflicted by Blood Plague, it extends the duration of the plague and deals 20% of its remaining damage. Also, when it ends, you gain an additional charge of Death and Decay, and your next Heart Strike consumes the disease to create additional damage to the target. Yeah, no, mobility is helpful on a DK. A DK is your what do you call that? Not the Juggernaut, the opposite of the Juggernaut. The Iron Wall, right? You're supposed to just stand there. Just, I got this. Bring it. Essence of the Blood's Queen now stacks and also increases your Death Call and Death Strike. Death Strike doing more damage means more healing, by the way. Blood is life. Dancing Rune Weapon summons a Blood Beast. Every time the Blood Beast attacks, it stores a portion of the damage it deals. When it dies, it explodes, dealing that damage to nearby enemies and healing the Death Knight for the same amount in an AoE. Sand Lane is stupid. When Crimson Scourge is removed, you gain additional strength. When it hits more and more targets, it generates more bone shields. Vampiric Strike and Heart Strike also cause them to take more damage. Vampiric Strike benefits from this at 4 times effectiveness. You also store all of your shadow damage dealt by your Blood Beast to explode for additional damage when it expires. Oh, and finally, the clincher. While Dancing Runic Weapon is active, you gain Gift of the Sand Lane. Gift of the Sand Lane increases the effectiveness of your Essence of the Blood Queen by triple, and Vampiric Strike replaces your Heart Strike for the entire duration. In other words, rather than waiting on a proc for Vampiric Strike, or even standing in something to increase your proc rate, so useful passive, give you terrain positioning relevance, but also you just have a button periodically on cooldown to just make it so that you have Vampiric Strike. Which is also buffing the crap out of you because it's also giving you... what was it? Where is it? Am I stupid? I'm dumb. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh! Where is it? Where? I'm blind. I don't see it. It's not in here, isn't it? Oh my god. There it is. God, it wasn't listed separately. So, the triple effectiveness thing is it increases your haste. So now you have even more haste. Sand Lane is really good. It puts a lot of the choice in the hands of the player about when exactly you use it, and it is pretty much universally useful. I'm not even sure. What's the other spec that gets access to Sand Lane? Admitting my ignorance here, live on camera. Unholy. Ah, it tracks. I was going to do Unholy next anyways. Let's poke at that, see what it looks like. Oh, whoops. Ah, whatever. Oh, yeah, there's Sand Lane. Death Coil, Epidemic, and Death Strike. Turn into Vampiric Strike. Yep. Nice. Okay. Well, we don't want to talk about Riders of the Apocalypse. That would just be crazy. Let's switch over to Frost here. Deathbringer. So, Deathbringer gains an ability. It costs 2 runes. It is a 45-second cooldown. You slice your enemy, doing some damage and applying a mark. Each time you do shadow or frost damage, add a stack to that mark. After 12 seconds or 40 stacks, the mark explodes, doing lots of damage per stack. It travels to an unmarked enemy nearby if the target dies. So, that is much meaner than it probably sounds. Yeah, no, we're straight up modeled after Saurfang, the other Saurfang. Yeah, Reaper's Mark is mean. You're supposed to use, like, you want to line that up carefully because what you want is to get those stacks up as quickly as possible and then spread them as much as you can to just absolutely murder whatever you're looking at every 45 seconds. Then you have Wave of Souls. It also does AoE and increases your crit. Frost Fever does more damage faster. Rime does stuff faster. I'm trying to not go over every single little thing because there's a lot of detail here. Also, when Root explodes, it does some of its damage to nearby enemies and cause them to do reduced damage to you for a while. Increases damage to bosses. Consuming Killing Machine does extra effects. Reduce cooldown. And, of course, our clincher. Exterminate! After the mark explodes, your next 2 Obliterates or Frost strikes cost 1 rune and summon 2 scythes to strike your enemies. If you don't know, those are 2 rune abilities. So, chops the cost in half and makes them do big ol' scythes, which strike your target for Shadow Frost damage and has a 100% chance to grant you Killing Machine, your big proc. The second strike hits everything nearby and applies Frost Fever to everything. So in addition to just being badass, that's also something you can plan around. You can very specifically use one scythe and then the other on single target and then AoE. Or you can just nuke the hell out of whatever you're looking at. And once again, as per usual, all of this is centered around one ability, the new one, Reaper Strike. So, then there's Riders of the Apocalypse. Most people I know just kind of automatically take Riders of the Apocalypse for sheer cool factor. I'm not even sure how useful it is in action, but I'll tell you one thing. It's nice for Frost, but it's amazing for Unholy, and I'm going to explain why. So, Riders of the Apocalypse. Spending any rune has a chance to call forth one of the 4 horsemen for 10 seconds. That already sounds as cool as it is. Mograine does Death and Decay. Whitemane does Shadow Frost damage, which does stacking. Trollbane does Chains of Ice, which is slow, and also vulns them. And Nazgrim increases your damage. Okay, so that's already really nice. 4 separate procs, which can happen every periodically, and it's relatively easy with how fast you can spend runes to get more than 1 horseman up at the same time. Okay. Death Charge. So, that's just, yeah, rather than the, here, I'll just forget about, this is Death Charge. This is Death Charge. This is just an in-combat lunge. Notice how long this lasts, by the way? It's like the Paladin's lunge, but way better. Yeah, it's legit. You also gain additional benefits for positioning correctly around your horseman. When you take damage, some of that damage is redirected to your horseman. When you do AoE, it does... when you do single target, it does AoE. If enemy dies while Nazgrim is active, the bonus is increased. Also, each rune increases its value. Clawing Shadows increases Trollbane's thing. You notice there's a very similarity to the Diabolist thing, again here, by the way. 4 different things you can spawn, and different talents which boost each of them individually. Every 50 runic power you spend extends the duration of the horseman's aid by 1 second, up to 5 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot. But it is. But then we have Apocalypse Now. Army of the Dead and Frostworm's Fury just instantly calls all 4 horsemen for 20 seconds. Keeping in mind, you can still increase their duration by spending 50 runic power, which is easy to do under those circumstances. So if you're doing it even remotely correctly, you get 25 seconds of all 4 horsemen plus your Army of the Dead. What is that? I think it's 45 seconds. That is a little over 50% uptime. It's stupid. It's silly. And you probably saw this a bit earlier when I was doing the Viscerality thing, but like the other pet-focused classes, Unholy benefits this from this so much because they're already summoning tons of pets and already have talents to buff those pets, and then you add the Horsemen to the mix. So now you have pets, buffing pets, damaging pets, positioning pets, all of which are stacking on top of each other. Yes, actually, Dying Stream is one of my originals. She is my 2nd Death Knight ever. From Wrath, actually. So, yeah. Also, there's a tiny other little thing about Riders of the Apocalypse which I didn't even talk about properly. I don't remember which talent does it. Is it this one? Oh, yeah, that's it right there. On a paler horse. While outdoors, you can just be mounted in combat. That's pure cool factor. It just means that while you're running around, hang on, there we go. So imagine just fighting like this. That's it. That's it. That's all the talent does. It only works outdoors, and so that has some dungeon lack of applications. But while you're just questing, you can just be mounted. Of course, it increases your movement speed. You're mounted. Yeah, the problem is this really should work in dungeons and stuff. I know that would be overpowered as hell, and I kind of don't care. Just turn us into knights. Just turn us into straight-up knights. Let's just enjoy it. It's in the name. But yeah, this is cool for questing and otherwise not very useful. Which is a damn shame, because it is neat to just be doing, world quest or whatever, or just leveling and just being like, whap, whap, whap. Anyways. It is just the horse, yes. It is, in fact, specifically the Acros horse, which I don't think is even this one. Oh, no, that is. Never mind. I'm wrong. So, Monk, huh? Pretty sure Monk's next. Yep. Monk, Demon Hunter, Evoker. I know, Moog. That's why I hesitated for a second, because I couldn't remember for a moment. So. Healers get access to the Conduit, which is the elemental thing, if I'm remembering correctly, and the Master of Harmony.
For a drink, don't you think, Grandmaster?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. So, Conduit gets a new ability. 90-second cooldown. Big ol' ability. The August Celestials empower you, causing you to radiate 2.6 million healing onto nearby allies and 1.8 million nature damage over 3.4 seconds, split evenly. You may move while channeling. You probably saw me doing it, because that's this ability right here. That is a turbo oh crap button. It's extremely useful. It's like Tranquility, but a longer cooldown and more healing per time. It's crazy. Obviously, we've got other stuff. Refreshing this does this. This makes your Courage of the White Tiger a little bit better. This makes the Red Crane. It's all the stuff. All the Celestial talents are improved here. Even like the Yulon stuff. But then, Celestial Conduct will be recast once during its duration to call upon each of the August Celestials who will assist you at triple effectiveness. Unity Within is automatically cast when the conduit ends, if not used before expiration. So, yeah. What that means, so some of these abilities have you've heard this concept before, because almost all the pet classes do this. You do stuff which has a chance to proc adds who come do specific things for you, and then you gain an ability to just make those guys show up, and all at the same time. I do love this particular spec. There's a reason I have it running as my main here. Master of Harmony. Store Vitality from 10% of your damage dealt and 30% of your healing. Vitality stored from overhealing is reduced, but it does take care of overhealing. For 10 seconds after using a specific ability, your spells and abilities draw upon that stored vitality to do additional healing or damage over 8 seconds. So, think of it like having an extra little bottle of damage or healing on the side, which you can fill up and then spend at will, because it's on you to use the ability that then spends it. Okay, nothing too shabby. Some basic stuff which increases some boosts, and it's all cool and amazing and wonderful. You get another charge for Thunder Tea, which is really nice. Some fist weaving kind of stuff going on here. But then, when Aspect of Harmony heals, it has a chance to spread to a nearby ally. When you directly heal an affected target, it has a chance to intensify. Targets damaged or healed by your aspect take increased damage or healing from you. So, very careful and smart application of that could spread that and buff that and then spread that very quickly, which is great for dual tank healing. And notice that that's skill focused, as so many things with Monk are. It's all on your ability to skill it. Am I still in combat? It's all on you to skill it to make it happen. Let's switch over to Brew for a second. Oh yeah, Master of Harmony also applies to Tank, which can do it, which, again, is exactly as awesome as it sounds, and again, is great for tanking. The live capacity is fantastic, but then you could be a member of the Shadow Pan. Every X damage you deal generates a flurry charge. For every energy you spend, unleash all flurry charges. So this is a weird one. This is another thing that is seemingly out of your control, but actually is totally in your control. Every so often, periodically, you're just going to generate flurry charges. Every so often, the energy you spend is going to spend those. So there's kind of an average range. But if you're careful, you can carefully manage your energy in order to make sure that it only happens when you really want it to. Your also attacks can penetrate armor. You have increased damage. You have way better flurry generation. Your flurry generation also buffs you. Energy spenders do additional damage. You get better weapons of order, and you get a key generation. And that leads to Wisdom of the Wall. Every 10 flurry strikes, you become infused with the Wisdom of the Wall, gaining one of the following effects for 16 seconds. 1. Crit damage increased by 30%. 2. Dodge and crit chance increased by 25% of your versatility bonus. 3. Flurry strikes do additional damage to all uncontrolled enemies within 6 yards. Note that means it automatically avoids CC. 4. Your mastery is increased by 25%. All of this is a little bit too passive for me, which is why I didn't take it. I prefer Master of Harmony and the more skill-focused attention it has. But this is still a lot of additional fun stuff that you can do periodically in order to just beat whatever's in your face. I could probably talk about Demon Hunter from memory. But let me at least try to show it off a bit. I feel like I've been talking a lot for the last 2 hours. Ooh, nice, Arsky. So, there are 2 at the moment. I can just show both on one character. Eldrachi Reaver and Fellsguard. No lunch break. We had a late start. Eldrachi Reaver is all about the glaive. Fellsguard is all about the metamorphosis. And that's the summary right there. Now, I'm going to admit, Eldrachi Reaver is really good. Like, it's really, really good. Especially if you already have a build which is focused on your glaives. What it does is, every so often, based on consuming fragments or doing the hunt, it morphs your glaive into Reaver's Glaive. Reaver's Glaive does an absolutely stupid amount of damage and bounces to additional enemies. So it's even bigger bounce, and it does way more damage. The Glaive also makes your next Chaos Strike and Blade Dance stronger. So that's really, really, really good. It puts into your hands the ability to... it puts in your hands the ability to periodically proc or build up to a Mega Nuke, and then to take advantage of that Mega Nuke by staggering your cooldowns to use them when the Mega Nuke buff goes off. So that's really nice. Where the hell? I guess it doesn't matter. There's also some other fun stuff here, like it gives you additional damage and it bounces. That's all cool. But that's just the default. All this just gives you more and more control over Reaver's Mark and whether or not you actually didn't get the glaive. The final thing is there's 2 enhancements you get as a result of doing this, right? I don't remember what they're called right now, and it doesn't really matter. Once you have consumed both enhancements, you get Thrill of the Fight, which increases your attack speed by a non-insignificant amount, and your damage and healing by a non-insignificant amount for 10 seconds. So, do other thing to gain buffs, while doing things specifically to get buffs to do more damage, and then spend those buffs to do more damage while getting set up for the next thing. I think I said that right, but as with almost every Demon Hunter spec, what this boils down to is flow. Mechanically, Reaver is just amazing. It is, in fact, I believe, better than Fellscar. Don't quote me on that. I know that changes periodically. I prefer Fellscar, and here's why. Fellscar makes it so that the Metamorphosis, your big cooldown, now also causes Demon Blades to generate more fury. Okay, that's pathetic. What else you got? Well, while it's active, the first cast of each empowered ability causes a Demon Surge, causing you to explode for an absolutely insane amount of damage to nearby targets. And then there's a whole bunch of things that make it so that your demon form is better, and your demon form can happen more quickly. Also refills some of your cooldowns whenever you're doing it, which also makes you want to do it more often. However, there's also that tiny little ability right there. This is one of those little side passives that has more of an impact than it probably looks like. Increasing your max fury by 50 is very useful, because it gives you more gradients on choosing when to dump your fury, and on what. Oh yeah, and then there's Demonic Intensity. Whenever you do Metamorphosis, your I-Beam, Immolate, and Sigil are empowered. Demon Surge is also increased by 10% for each time it previously triggered while your demon form is active. What that means... Hang on, where the hell... hang on a sec. I don't remember where it is. Wait, no, I do. Alright, so, what that means... Go and get some basic fury generation. Pop this, pop this, pop this. Lay down our sigil. Do this, do an I-Beams. Then go into demon form. Instantly refreshes all of our cooldowns. Pop everything else, but you notice how each one of these I'm popping is doing more and more and more damage, finishing with another turbo drained I-Beams. And whatever we're just looking at isn't there anymore. We can also stay in Metamorphosis for quite a while. I should also mention I have all of the talents over here that boost my Metamorphosis and my I-Beams. The way I have this set up in particular is I want something to die now. It is very bursty. And as usual, a lot of that is in your hands, and exactly how you want to do that burst and when, which is great. Last and not least... What are we right now? Augment. One sec. There it is. Flame Shape, right? Alright, so let's talk about Chrono Warden first, which you'll notice I have as my healer. So, basic initial thing. Living Flame, that's your bread and butter, is enhanced with Bronze Magic, repeating some of the damage or healing you deal to the target in the last 5 seconds as Arcane. Now, that may sound strange, but what that means is if you do a really big heal and then do Living Flame, it'll repeat the damage that the really big heal did, not the Living Flame itself. It's a good... So what this means is it encourages you to follow through abilities with a Living Flame just to echo some of the big damage you just did. It's a nice way to kind of reward the player for balancing their filler use pretty well. Some other good fun stuff here. Hover now causes you to warp out of existence. It also allows you to cast while moving, which is really nice. Warp is good. Empowered spell is even better. Time Stop is fantastic. Also, Echo Chance causes your next Echo to be more effective. That's another nice one. But then your last one. Empower Spells sends up to 3 Chrono Flames to your targets. Just for free. So, in other words, in addition to wanting to time your Living Flame, you also want to time your Empower on that. So let's say I do a really, really big heal, which I guess honestly would probably be the Flight. As I do that, and then that, it's going to immediately Okay, this actually isn't showing it off because I'm not healing. I'm an idiot. I meant to heal. It didn't do anything because I wasn't healing someone. It's going to do a bunch of additional healing. Of course, now I gotta wait. I'm not gonna wait on cooldowns. You get the idea. You get the idea. This is, as with so many things about the Evoker, it's a great way to reward the player. It's very high skill ceiling, the Evoker. It's one of the reasons I hate it. It's because I suck at it. Plus the gameplay. But then there's the other two. We actually talked about this when we were going through this. Flame Shaper is great, it's just not Scale Commander. This probably sounds familiar. So Flame Shaper, Engulf. 24-second cooldown, short range, decent mana cost. It's also insta-cast. Engulf your target with Dragon Flame, dealing damage or healing them. For each of your periodic effects on the target, effectiveness is increased. Requires Fire Breath to be active on the target. So, oh good, Gearway knows. So, get your dots. You don't actually have that many, but get your dots up. Make sure you Fire Breathe on them. And then nuke them in the face for something that does a fairly large amount of damage. 24-second cooldown means you'll be using that repeatedly throughout your rotation. Okay. Engulf also reduces the cooldown of Fire Breath, the very thing that buffs it. Okay. Enhanced ability enhances even more, or Fire Breath, doing damage over time is even more. Hover and Deep Breath travel faster and further. Tail Swipe and Wing Buffet do better. Crit Strike increased. Engulf quickens your pulse, reducing the cast time of your next spell by 30%. 2 charges. Fire Breath does its damage more frequently. Living Flame and Azure Strike have an extra chance to trigger Essence Burst. Engulf gains additional charge. Renewing Blaze also makes you do heal another nearby ally, or your wounds have a chance to cauterize, healing you for damage taken. But then there's Consume Flame. What, Master? Consume Flame. Engulf now consumes 2 seconds of your Fire Breath from the target, immediately detonating it, and damaging all nearby targets equal to 900% of the amount consumed. So, in addition to just being a nice big nuke that perfectly coincides with the way that Engulf works, there's a bit of math involved in when exactly you want to do that. And yeah, that's just going to destroy whatever's near you. Just in the face. That does look buffed from the last time I looked at it. Which is a shame, because I'm still probably going to go with Scale Commander because of cool factor. So, empowered spells cause your next Disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. When striking fewer targets, its damage is increased. Okay. So that's not really impressive. But then there's a couple of things. So, more damage. Entering combat grants a charge of Burnout immediately. For each second you're in combat, you deal increased damage up to 15%. So just kind of building up there. We'll get back to that in a second. Deep Breath causes enemies to take more damage from bombardments. Okay, cool. Obsidian is cool. Deep Breath resets the cooldown of Hover. Is this it? Well, I guess we'll talk about bombardments now, because I've been dodging it. Mass Disintegrate marks your target for destruction for the next 6 seconds. You and your allies have a chance to trigger bombardment when attacking marked targets. Bombardments are AoE meteor strikes. Also, bombardments reduce the cooldown of Deep Breath for 1 second for each target struck. Also, Essence abilities extend bombardments by 1 second, or bombardments have a chance to generate an Essence Burst. Finally, Deep Breath can now be steered, which is way more useful than it sounds like, and Deep Breath burns the target for additional damage over time. Scale Commander is cool. It is probably... I don't know if it's mathematically better or not. It's just got a lot of cool factor going for it, because it's really nice to be able to do something like this. Oh, I can also just warp back to where I started there, too. Plus, if it's not obvious, I tend to gravitate towards specs. So that's all the hero specs. Really, really good stuff. I'll take feedback on this, as I always do. I even took Huther's feedback on Fury last night. I didn't say it on camera, that's my fault, but I did when I was sitting down typing everything up. So far, I would say some of the best specs overall are Templar for Paladin, Stormbringer for Shaman, and I guess that's actually it. Those are the two real standouts for me. Anyone want to jump on another one there? Think anything else deserves to be pushed up or down? Moonbear is weird, but cool if you're spec'd into it, which you notice you have to be, which I suppose makes sense. I love Valdrakken music. All the Death Knight ones were doubles. If you want to argue for one of them being a triple, I'll listen to it. Because, you know, they're good. All of them are good. Sand Lane is just the tank. Even if you're not a Blood Death Knight, Sand Lane just really pushes your tank ability up. And Deathbringer is a great way to put into the player's hands the ability to just absolutely kill something whenever they want to. And Rite of the Apocalypse, while probably lagging behind a bit, is still very, very cool. And of course, adding buffs to pets and pets that buff while summoning additional pets is always nice. I will admit, from a purely personal perspective, the Death Knight ones are my favorites. Don't mistake me, the Demon Hunter's fine and all, but no, Death Knight is insane. Yeah, Scale Commander is really solid. I agree with that completely. LOP be good fate. I think the closest thing we had to bad hero talents was Rogue, which I just gave neutral to. Because the coin thing is just... why? Okay. Jotted down some additional notes, which we'll come back to later. I need to show off a few dungeons and delves. Now, I can't have anyone join me for the dungeons, unfortunately, because of the nature of how that works. Sorry. I absolutely do not, Ross. I did spend a lot of this morning while the servers were down getting the LGAs collated and getting together some songs for best and worst song. But for the record, I'm probably going to set that up for voting tonight or tomorrow. Your last chance to nominate is today, one way or the other. Yeah, what's really irritating me is, by coincidence, I woke up early today, so I'm like, well, shoot, I might as well get a bunch of work done. It's okay, I did. I got the bathroom cleaned, I got all the dishes done, got some trash stuff dealt with. A bunch of little random side things I just haven't had time to do lately. Okay, so...
Plenty of treasure around here.
What? Up here?
Use it to take the fight to Zalata.
Nah. Alright, so... Dungeons, dungeons, dungeons. It should be... Was Floodgate? No. I know Ecodome is new. We've actually already showed off Ecodome. I just realized that. Am I wrong? Is Floodgate not new? Floodgate is new, right? I'm not wrong. Right? Oh god, I'm doubting myself now. Okay, I was gonna say, because I was in my head, I'm thinking there's one new dungeon for each of the two new zones. And we've already shown off the Ecodome Aldani. So, okay. Operation Floodgate. Boop. Oh yeah, Ross. It's not even close. That's the funny part. It's not even close. Undermine is so damn good. Alright, so, this dungeon. That gated pipe's your best place to infill. Steal their explosives. Blow that gate. Alright, so we're in the Ringing Deeps right now. We need to steal 5 weapon stockpiles. This is another one of those dungeons which is nice and open-ended, which I actually enjoy when I see this kind of thing. You don't... corridors are fine, and can be fine, but I always appreciate it more if I can decide which order I do the bosses in, you know? And decide my own path through a dungeon as well. See some of the older dungeons like Zul'Farrak for a good example of that. I also like how the NPCs will be like, hey, here's the quest objective in case you're blind. Run. Oh yeah, some of the enemies have spinning saw blade attacks, which are spinning saw blade attacks. Yeah, that was also backed by a friend of mine who that was the first zone they ever saw on WoW. And it worked. What's really funny is that is still like I think the 7th best zone in the entire game. But it's also very WoW. So it's not like I'm recommending the best. I'm not recommending best of both worlds, right? It is a zone that very clearly conveys this is what playing WoW is like. It also happens to be the beginning of a story arc, which helps. Like, imagine if I was like, okay, I want you to go play this random zone that's in the middle of a story arc. And you're like, okay, you can do that because it's WoW, but... Let's get some bombs here. There we go. So let's go to the Eastern boss. Yeah, exactly, Ross. New story arc. New status quo. Obviously, it follows through on some previous stuff, but you can pick up everything you need to pretty quickly. Considering the very, very, very first quests there are all about the current conflict between the Horde and the Alliance, the Hellscream War. The person in question, even not knowing anything about Warcraft lore, was able to pretty much immediately divine, just through natural exposition, oh, got it. Here's the situation. Jade Forest is so good. It is funny how good it is to this day, in my opinion. Like, most of the other zones that used to be good have so fallen by the wayside compared to the modern zones. But yeah, to further make my point, the person in question...
Well, what have we here?
Didn't just go to the Jade Forest, they did the trial and everything.
Right where you are.
Okay.
Welcome to the firing range.
It's playtime. Playtime.
Oh, 100%, Ross.
Slow down and enjoy this. Oh, front. Bolt.
I mean, the zones, even just the pacing of the zone was phenomenal.
I did like you said, boss.
Sorry, buddy. It's time to horribly...
Not wrapping paper.
Yes, that is true. I remember putting...
You're welcome.
Putting those in there, specifically because they were a place we could store them. My sister did that to me. I just want to be clear about that. That you did. You were like, here, distract. Adding debris to my desk. Kenix Cow says hello. Kenix Cow.
Hi, Kenix Cow.
Let's go this way. A zone in vanilla or BC, I'd call that positive. Actually, more than you'd think.
Well,
Now, it's worth noting that we didn't review vanilla. So.
because it's virtually impossible to do so.
But, if you give me a second, I have a spreadsheet that I use to keep track of that kind of thing. Which is not that spreadsheet. Hang on, it's another spreadsheet. I got lots of spreadsheets. There we go. So let's go scooch up to BC. Eversong Woods, which I think my sister will back me on that. Nagrand, and Netherstorm.
to see them restore Eversong Woods.
That is... I've got really good news for you. In about 3 months...
They're going to restore it?
Yeah. I thought you were saying that facetiously. Damn it! This is her fault. I thought you were saying that jokingly. Why are people dead? Why are you dead? Luthor, why are you killing my NPCs? But yeah, for real, we're going back. So, the entirety of this is getting connected to the rest of things. It's going to be one zone now.
Woo!
And Ghostlands and Eversong are being thrown out the window, and, you know, we're getting a totally new
Like they
revamp
did with
version.
Kata.
Yeah. Now, you'll still be able to access the old zones, so they're not ejecting them, which is good. That was one of my
Because that's
big
what they did
complaints.
with the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
But stop standing and shit.
No!
Shit hurts.
That is true. Oh god, and we're pulling extra. Why are we pulling extra? Who pulled?
May I suggest not standing in the electrified water?
Never. Ah, I'm too short. I'm too short! No! I'm too short to jump over things! Yeah, I know. But no, for real, they're redoing it, and the new Eversong looks really good from what I've seen. Now, I haven't played the beta yet. Magister Huthor, you want to jump in on that? Tell my sister all the spoilers.
Oh, I came in here to clean glasses so that I could see to do present wrapping.
Oh, she's decided she doesn't care.
Oh god.
What's it? Oh my god. What is that?
Band-Aid.
Oh. Okay. Huthor says,
But it looks
spoiler,
really weird.
Eversong Woods is gorgeous.
I mean, it's gorgeous to begin with.
Yeah.
It's like my favorite zone minus the giant scar.
Yeah. That's a good question. No, don't answer. I don't want to hear it. I'll see for myself when we get there.
What?
If the dead scar is still there. It's been like 30 years in lore.
I know. It's been 30 years in lore, and the Lich King is gone.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Surely to God, we've worked some magic with the undead people to figure out how to pull
Yeah.
a little bit of that back.
Yeah.
Maybe decontaminate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
Yeah, no, that's totally on the board. I'm curious what they're going to do with it. Don't tell me, though. I don't want to hear it. That's, you know what? Kira Whitenose is right. They de-blighted Lordaeron, if you remember.
They did. So they can de-blight us. Why haven't they?
disgraceful.
Also true, yeah, Western Plaguelands, which has grass. Grass!
That
In the Plaguelands. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure the only reason we haven't seen any updates there is because we haven't seen any updates there at all.
just disappointed.
You know, since BC. It hasn't been 30 years. When did BC come out? That doesn't matter. How long was BC ago is the real question. Because it wasn't 30 years. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, here we go. So, BC was... Hang on. What's the year here? It's year 26. Okay, so... And it's currently the year... What's going to be the year 43, looks like? So that's... 17 years ago? So it's not quite as long as I thought. I don't know why I stalled on that so hard. Random thought of the day. I will ever and always be amused that FF14 scores better on boss design because WoW just doesn't get credit for its bosses. Look, it's WoW's fault. Don't look at me. WoW has better boss design. I'm just going to say that. But, you know... That's funny, Huthor. Yeah. Yeah, WoW could get rid of those abandonment negatives and open the floodgate on positives. They wanted to. They won't. Working as intended. Alright, let's blow this popsicle stand. Uh-oh, hang on. Uh-oh, hang on. Where's my team? Ah! No, WoW has better boss design. It just doesn't get credit for it. Is what that really boils down to. The bosses themselves are better, period. But the coincidences, maybe that's not the wrong word. The way that WoW approaches its content invalidates it getting credit for those positives. Oh, that poor fish. Poor Bubbles. Oh, hey. Glad you could make it. Sorry. No, not gonna do it. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't mind the waves of death everywhere. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have that pet. I mean, I do now. Yeah, I saw they were expanding Zulamon to be its own zone. That's one of the reasons, we mentioned this a couple days ago, why I think they'll actually do something with the Amani soon. I hope they will, anyways. Whee! I love all the electricity being run through the sewers, by the way. It looks exactly as dangerous as it probably is. Just errant cables right over the water. It's fine. It's fine. Bunch of Dark Fuse down here, too. Frickin' Dark Fuse. Also, Renzic's helping us out. Which naturally means he's not voiced. So I'm going to be doing some delves in a minute. There's not too many we need to do. Like 2, 3, 4 delves, I want to say. Maybe it is just 3. Hang on, there's the one in the goop. There's the one... You're right, it is just 3. There's the one in the goop, one in the undermine, and one in Koresh. There's 3. I would love for you to join me, Evo. Yeah, we're not counting the season bosses, because I do agree that those are puzzles. I need to kill the 3rd boss. I haven't done that yet. I killed the 1st boss and the 2nd boss when it was hard, and I'm proud of that. But we haven't even tried the 3rd boss yet.
Soon I shall have the power I require!
I love his loadout. Look at this place. Look at this place. What are you doing here, buddy? Why are you here? At the heart of the Waterworks Dam, the electric mastermind Giesel Gigazap siphons power for the Project. When he's cornered, and Gallowix's secret plans have come to a halt, Giesy reroutes the powerhead of the Undermine to himself.
You dare question me? Face annihilation!
This is a very fun fight in Mythic, by the way.
Power! Power!
I mean, I think it is. I love the boss music, by the way.
Try and die! Gigas!
Down and out. If anyone asks, we were never here, and I don't know you, okay? Who are you, Renzik?
What's up? Keep it real.
Yeah, they've been leaning into telegraphs a lot more lately. I actually think that's a good thing. Personally.
Plenty of treasure around here. And I'm betting we can use it to take the fight to Zalatath.
Yeah, I need her to shut... Her? Whoops. Him to shut the hell up. What do you want? What do you want? What? You don't even have a quest for me. Is it this quest? No. Why? What?
Inquiring minds just got to.
Why does Bran not have any exclamation marks over his head? He's got several quests. Why doesn't he have, right now, Evo? Why doesn't he have...
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
I already... What?
Travel safe. The truth is out there. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Hear that? That's the sound of adventure.
Okay, now it's there. What the hell? I have not seen that bug before. Look, I love War Within. I think it's probably the best expansion we've ever had. But, man... Can we just bring back the QA people with a nice, you know, raise to compensate them for the stress? That's what I'd do. Alright, whatever. Let me double check something really quick. So we did that, And that's good. Okay, so. It was a really smooth launch, actually. Alright, so Eva wants to join us, but she's not on. Bregman says she can join us. Yeah, hang on. So we're going to start with Site of Madness of Excavation Site 9. Yeah, that's it. Deal, Huthor. If by increase shareholder dividends you mean take them out back and shoot them. The shareholders, obviously.
We have slept long enough.
Sure. Boop. Might as well. With a money cannon. I mean, that'll hurt. I should just boost a couple of these. I'm in. That really would hurt like hell, Huthor. Oh my god. I like the way you think.
Stay vigilant.
Let's up our item level a little bit while we're here. Okay, so let's grab Brig, and let's grab Evo. One second. Do I not have... Oh, I did it on my other character. That's why. Yeah, hang on a sec. 1 second, please. If I'm going to do delves, I might as well do it on my main. It is up to you, Spartan, if you want to join. should have a thing. It's Tuesday. There we go. I was going to say. Alright, anything worth a damn? Nope. Wait! There's our champion. And I wouldn't lose set bonus. So... yeah, let's go and grab those. Although it's really funny. So let's go and equip those. Scooch down here, see what I can upgrade really quick.
I offer you my aid.
So that takes the crests I don't have and probably won't get anytime
I
soon.
will answer the call.
Yeah, that takes Gilda, which I don't have. That's interesting. I used to have an add-on that would tell me which of these were ups and which of these were downs. We're about to do a couple of delves, Mook. There's actually a side grade at that point. What do I have? A bajillions. What are these? Triumphants. What do triumphants get me?
Until next time. So many possibilities.
Honored to meet you. Fair skies and strong winds.
Yeah, no, you can trade up if you hit an eye level, which I know I've hit the first barrier there. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and turn this into a set item, because why not? I got 8 of these things lying around. Might as well. Hi, Morganite. So I didn't even lose a set item. Well, that's a new appearance, so sure. It is Morganite. The servers took a while to get up, so... Is this a new appearance? It is. Okay. So yeah, this is my actual appearance. This is just what I'm wearing right here. Except for the glaives. Alright. Where's the Evo? There. Hop on, please. Out we go. I know. One of these days are going to give me the ability to carry more than one person at a time. And my life is going to become a lot better instantly. You'd probably wonder why I use this mount so much. It's because it's the only vehicle mount, aka a mount someone else can ride, that I think doesn't look like crap. And I'm not a big fan of this mount. It's just better than the alternatives. I don't have the Turing rocket. And I'm not a big fan of the Horde Zeppelin thing either. The Alliance one looks cool, but
The clouds above.
literally can't use it unless you're an Alliance. So that's not very helpful to me. Yeah, I find it funny. FF14 has a terrible, terrible vehicle system. But at least they have the ability to put 5 people in a mount. So, yeah, we thought about getting into that, and then we looked into what it requires and how limited it is, and it's just, yeah. Still, that proves the tech exists. Hi, Brigwin.
Come, shop, browse. Smell.
Let's see what my actual weapons are right now. There. This is all my actual gear at this point. Well, in 14s, you click a person, and then you right-click a menu, and then you have to find a very specific thing, and then you click it, and then there's a cast bar, and then you hop on. And if anything goes wrong in any of that process, it fails. Also, you have difficulties getting more than one person joining at the same time. Getting out of the mount is equally irritating and menu-driven. In WoW, you right-click. That's it. That's the full total interaction. Yeah, I'm actually rather fond of these. What's funny is I very coincidentally have both styles of glaive from the new zone. That one, and then that one. Not on purpose, that's just literally the gear I have. I think I got one of these from the raid. Yeah, that one right there. We do not have the power to summon you, no. This is not Remix, unfortunately, where I could just pop down a thing and summon you. And none of us are warlocks. That's another thing I hope WoW adds at some point. Guild Wars 2, of all games, is the one that has a good summoning system. Although they charge real money for it, but at least it exists. I long ago bought the infinite friend summoning thing, and that has been incredibly useful in Guild Wars 2. Okay, let's see what we have unlocked, shall we? Looks like 5. 5 it is. WoW did have one, and I do remember. Okay, so this is Excavation Site 9. Fun looking place. Couldn't wait for everyone to peep spawn. I like the right cape there, Spartan. Yeah, that's one of those weird things, right? Where, there we go. Where it's like, it's understandable why they want to keep class utility and class identity, but it does kind of start running a little bit into just quality of life at a certain point. Personally, I'd be okay if they just upped the vehicle cap. That alone would fix it. I don't mind flying around doing stuff as long as, you know, I can carry my entire party while doing it. Yeah, exactly, mode. I do love me some out-of-combat utility. I do. That's something we talked about in FF1 of all things, if you remember recently. Where a lot of the classes had out-of-combat utility. Like, I'm down. Really. Like, shamans have the quicker hearths, mages have portals, warlocks can summon, rogues are useless, warriors are useless, demon hunters are useless. Yeah, I got you a nice big present, Evo. Hurt a little bit. Probably shouldn't be too ambitious. Especially since I plan to turn the difficulty up after this.
Oh, Bram, hey, be careful.
Yeah, we talked about that a few days ago, too. That is to say, shall we say the role of raids in WoW as a whole? Raids have been such a cornerstone of the WoW experience for decades at this point. It's interesting to think about, but I do think it's a thing that we should have a conversation about, right? I think it's something that we should debate. What is the role of a raid in WoW's existence? I will firmly agree with the general idea that raids should not be the content, the highest priority, the highest resources, the highest pushing.
Here, I can feel it.
Pushing players towards, I mean.
Time is money, friend.
Nice find.
And that's not just my personal opinion. If you remember, I enjoy raiding. I like raiding. The reason I say that is because we had a few years where raids were the thing, and that didn't work out great. Not just all the environmental crap around here. Good lord. Yes, actually. That's pretty recent, Dr. Winter, but yes, it does exist now. Alright, where are we going? Oh, this way. Duh. I would not even argue against that, Uthor. The only thing that might contest raiding as the thing is dungeons. And that's infrequent. For some of WoW's expansions, dungeons have very much been a massive aspect of the endgame cycle. Right off the top of my head, I would say both Vanilla and BC had that. There's a reason why Dire Maul retained relevance all the way up to Noxoramus, you know. And we talked about the hero badges. Over in BC. Black hole. Black hole. Black hole. Oh, God. Yeah, now delves have filled pretty much the same slot dungeons used to have. Ooh, sandstorm. Nice.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Braun. I love how Braun's like, yeah! And we're down here just in the muck and the gluck with the glork and the blork. And the horrifying audio. Got another present for you, Evo. Yeah, actually, I would agree with that. And Mythic Pluses have only been getting better since then. I will admit, I've said this before. I wasn't a big fan of Mythics in Legion specifically. Maybe it was the players, maybe it was the interaction, I don't know, but I just wasn't a big fan of it. It wasn't until Dragonflight when I finally started dipping my toes back into Mythic Pluses and was like, oh, this is awesome. I don't know how much of that is me or the games, though. It's not off the top of my head. Oop. So.
That's more like it.
What horrible, horrible thing are you doing to me? Is whatever she has done to my forehead visible? But yeah, Dragonflight, yeah, thanks, Udor, thanks. Dragonflight did a really good job with pulling Mythics right back into the forefront in a good way, I think. I don't know if she would agree with that.
What?
Perfect.
Sorry, I didn't listen. All I caught of what you said was Dragonflight did a really good job of
Pulling Mythics back to full frontal relevance.
I don't know how they ended up not in full frontal relevance to prior to that, because I came back for that, and they didn't exist when I left.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I can't answer that question.
Oh.
Does that answer your question?
Actually, yes, it does.
So yeah, they did an excellent job of pulling Mythics to the front of things because they didn't exist before.
See? That's valid.
Yeah.
It's hard for something to be in the
You
front
should
when
get
it's not
close
there.
to the camera.
Okay, fine. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, give me a sec. Let's just do this. Oh, wrong one. Oh no, this is correct. It should be like here.
No, you need to get close to the camera.
Why is it doing that? Hang on one
I
second.
don't know, but you need to get close to the camera.
Okay, fine. Hang on. I'm told I have to get close to the camera. Yeah. There. I am now close enough that people might be able to tell what is on that.
I can tell what is on that from over here.
Yeah.
Googly eye would be great, but I don't have any of those.
Oh, it probably wouldn't stick either.
No one. That one didn't stick because it had been stuck and then peeled off and then stuck and then peeled off.
Oh.
And then when I tried to stick it to you, you're oily.
I know.
But a brand new googly eye? Yeah.
Lore 2. That's me. Don't ask where Lore 1 is. We don't talk about him.
He died.
Yeah, it was tragic.
I replaced him.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't notice.
No, nobody noticed at all. I'm kind of disappointed, honestly. Like, obviously, I'm not him to be upset by it, but, like, what if I was him? What if I'm Lore 3 and I don't even know it?
No, I put a 2 on you. You're definitely lore 2. There have been no other lore 2s before you.
Oh, okay, cool.
We won't talk about other lore.
Wait, there's another Lore?
Yeah.
What happened to other Lore?
Well, just be glad you haven't stopped.
Oh my god. Everyone, I'm on thin ice. I can feel it. If absolutely nothing seems to change, be suspicious. Oh god, what if I'm Lore 4?
You're lore 67.
Oh god! What have you been doing? Every day it's just like, literally, daily. No! Not no! Oh shoot, black hole.
Don't get sucked into the void.
I try.
Probably is not good for you.
Okay. So I know we've just been chatting, but believe it or not, I've been paying attention. This is a good delve. I like this delve. Like, I like the atmosphere, I like the enemy types, I like the environmental damage, I like the relevance of the terrain, I like the flow of it, I like the enemies. This is great. So, you probably don't even know this, because nobody gives a damn, but I've been rating each of the delves, based off of the trash, based off of the terrain design, and just like the usage of the level itself, and based on the bosses. This is a solid one. Thoughts? Anyone else want to jump out of this? For the 3 of you who are paying attention to this? By memory, I don't care for the Koresh delve that much. We'll get to it. That'll be the last one we do. We'll see how it does. I did that one last night, actually. As we were getting some delves in. It is very open, yeah. Both of the delves we just talked about. Now, the middle delve, I know some people who don't like the middle delve, the Undermine delve, because of how confusing it can be. It's a very small contained space, and it interlocks into itself a lot. I think it's well designed, but I can absolutely see that kind of complaint being leveled at it. Yeah, you know the one.
I'll give you a hand with this one.
Oh, money. 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 Ooh. It's my weekly Delver's Journey, which I'll take. Probably no gear worth a damn. New curio, though. Ooh, a new cosmetic. I'll take that, too. Yeah, nothing worth it. Can I share these? No. Damn. I would love to give people gear, because all this is junk for me. So, yeah, no, I was impressed with that one. So, that was Excavation Site 9. So, we'll say Level 2, because I love the terrain. Trash 2, because I love the trash. Boss was fine. I don't know, what are we thinking? What are we thinking about the boss? We barely even got to saw his mechanics, because we're only on a 5 here, but still. He's got the fear, he's got the beams, and he's got the thing. Yeah, I mean, the boss is fine. I think he feels like a wash. So, Let's actually adjust this slightly. Let's do this. That'll be our score for excavation site 9. Okay. So we've lost the brig. Join me, Evo. I stuttered on your name because I saw Feothon, and I'm like, who the hell is Feothon? There was just this moment of, I don't remember a viewer named Feothon. And then there was this moment of, oh god, I'm losing my mind and I can't remember my own viewers' names. What's wrong with me?
Right, I'm working.
One more bit of jazz for y'all. Let's do this. Speaking of multi-person mounts, can I just say that I love that multiple people can be in the frickin' car? How many? I think it's 3. Pretty sure it's 3. Would be nice if it was 5, but you know what? I'll take 3. 3 works out for me pretty well, because my co-op group includes 3 people. Oh, Evo's AFK. That means it's time to go for a ride. Ah, well. Surely I'm not the only person who would just ride around here, just for funsies, right? It's not just me. I mean, I'd love to say I was scouting out the area to learn the layout, but no, I was just having fun. Anything interesting?
And absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a
Oh. What did... I'm sorry, hang on. What, Dr. Winter? I know this is going to sound strange. I didn't do any announcements at the VGAs. And I tend to not do announcements at the LGAs. Oh, I already did this route. Hang on, we gotta find another route. Oh, shoot. Almost did that clean. Oh, okay. I mean, obviously it was Mega Man 12, although I'm really hesitant about that. And, oh god, well, I don't remember anything else. Oh. There we go. Okay, so. Alright, delve time. So let's push this up a notch. Oh, we can go all the way up to... Let's do an 8. I'm gonna go as tank for this. Unless... Spartan, are you a tank right now? Alright, Divinity is vetoed, obviously. Which one, Uthor? If you don't mind sharing. Ontos. I don't even know what that is.
There's treasure close by.
What the hell is Ontos? A sci-fi mystery set in a... I don't even know what this is. Photor, I have negative interest in. Just actually negative interest. Okay, so Spartan is a tank right now. I'll stay deeps for the moment. If we need a double tank, we can double tank this. So down we go. Wee hit. Which one is it? I should have checked which one it is right now. Oh man, surgical body horror, my favorite. Yeah, I'm comfortable just kind of quietly. Like, if it wasn't for just how much people wanted, I honestly would consider just axing the BG3 audit run right now. I might axe the DOS 1 run. Just say, nah, I'm good.
Found a bit of gold!
Yeah, Mega Man in 2 years. Look, a perfectly safe bit of gold. Ah! No, it's a valid thing, and there's no reason not to go ahead and do it. I mean, there is a reason, but it's not a reason that most people would agree with. I love the graveyards. Oh, sorry, Evo. Don't worry, I'm here. I didn't leave you. It's just us for right now, Evo. Was that Orbits? Live, Evo. Live! Did we get a boss? We did not get a boss. We did get a dead, though. By the way, don't judge Evo too harshly. She's actually a really good mage. She's just sick right now. I have seen her do some baller stuff. Laura is not exaggerating. She was pretty much carrying us through the second fight. The second super optional, the Season 2 dude. I can't remember his name. The Goblin Jackass. Also, she soloed N'Zoth the first time we ever got a kill there. The Mud Skippers? Oh, they're adorbs. I'm with it. They're not as adorbs, but they're still adorbs. 8, actually, adorb, but... Okay. Let's head up next. Here's the real question. What's going to be our thing in Midnight? We've got to have a cute, adorable thing in Midnight. Lynxes. I mean, I guess. Void Lynx. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, God, that's right. The capybaras. Because, what are they called? Harnier. The race nobody actually cares about. Oh, actually, real quick, as a legitimate question here. How many people in chat are excited about Harnier? Like, are going to roll a Harnier? I know Evo's going to, because she loves them for some strange reason. I probably will, for the sake of the stream. Because that's my job. I have so many druids already, I don't need another one. Whoop. Oh, that's bad. Okay. So, the bad news is that thing is just sitting over there attacking us from range now. The good news is it doesn't seem to be pulsing.
Let's keep a strategy in mind.
Bad news is Evo just died again.
There's treasure close by.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Ugh. Yeah, couldn't manage it. Where the hell am I? Ah. We. Oh. Live, Spartan, live.
It can't end like this.
Die, Spartan, die. Yes, I know we have one life remaining. Thanks, game. Oh my god, it's like right there, too. Oh god, how did we get a drill surgeon on top of everything else? Ah! Why are there ads? Oh, that's Spartan. Okay, that's okay. Okay. Coming. Okay. So, about that Devourer, which we're still argued with, and is at 20% health. I don't actually know the normal way to get over there. I guess down? Yeah. Down here. Over here. Oh, okay. Not what I was gonna do, but okay. I mean, you can just drop down right here and... Okay.
Help's a coming.
Oh, god damn, we lost Bran.
It can't end like this.
And we lost Evo? Where's Evo? She killed it! You killed it! You did! You actually killed the sucker. Good job.
That's more like it.
Well, Give me a second. Damn it. Well, okay. Hi. Let's go ahead and scooch up here, now that we're in a group. Kill this guy. Okay. I swear to God, if you don't stop apologizing this instant, Now we're gonna find Spartan. Looks like he's on this level, so we're gonna like kill our way to him. A little slowly. A little slowly. Why would you have customizable underwear on the hippie druids? Never mind, don't answer that question. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts a lot. Oh, that hurts so much.
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
Let's get a little bit closer. Okay, he's over there, so we need to go this way. Yeah, it's a nice kind of undergroundy sort of a tune for the Undermine. It feels like what a Mario tune would be like down here. Okay. Now the hard stuff. We're almost to you, Spartan, I swear. Hey, we made it! Sup? Okay. I think we've basically swept the place, too. Hi, Zara. Oh, thingy. Oh. I will admit, one of the things I've always disliked about night elves is their males. Now, I know how that sounds, but like I mean that sincerely. Night elf females, without hyperbole, are one of the coolest looking races in the entire game. Good figure, good animations. Armor just sits really well on them. Oh yeah, their walking is also just kind of, eh. Yeah, I know. But yeah, the night elf males are just, ugh. Not even close. It's actually pretty similar to Draenei males and females, while we're on the subject. Okay. Let's drain this sucker of his gold. There we go. Can I get a... Or we could just obliterate him in seconds.
I'll give you a hand.
Jesus Christ, we just destroyed him. What the hell was that? I'm like, alright, time to get ready for a real fight. Oh, he's dead. Oh, okay. One of the things I like most about the Night Elf female, other than their awesome animations, is they look strong, right? Like the whole idea for the Night Elves has always been the Amazonian approach, as opposed to like the more typical elf approach, right? Rather than dainty and upper class and aristocratic, the Night Elves are supposed to be like, hurrah. I don't think I have actually, Spartan. If I have, I don't remember it. Okay, let's go ahead, let's hop out here. Yeah, exactly, and it's awesome. I mean, it makes sense that a gold elemental would be weak. It's gold. That just tracks so well. Sorry. And we're in. Oh, no, I missed! No! I missed twice! I'm terrible at everything. You cannot escape me. There we go. No, we're not going to do the Kingpin. Hey, Colgrim. Yeah, I've always loved it, going as far back as when I was a kid, when RPGs would have gold armor, and it's a huge upgrade to whatever you have, and it's like... That might happen, Spartan. But yes, just, like, at some point. I'm not sure we can do it with this setup. Especially not right now. Speaking of, let's go ahead.
As if we didn't have enough trouble. Now the mail is backed up.
Listen, Venari, I am not the mailman.
Master is from your world. You must know her insane sorting system.
Which one is it?
These ruins are filled with the fragments of our lost history. The Trust archaeology...
Looks like serrated peaks. For this one. I mean, getting stabbed with Obsidian would really suck once. So that would be kind of a cool idea. Like, it does a ton of damage, but it breaks upon one usage. I think Fire Emblem played with that idea, if I'm remembering correctly. Might not have been Fire Emblem. I feel like I've seen that somewhere. Alright, so let's turn it down a little bit from 8. We'll turn it down to 7. Side Street Sluice. Okay, in we go. We'll turn it down to 6. We got this. We got this. So, welcome back to a dungeon from Dragonflight.
Felicitations to you. Seek knowledge.
You gonna... okay. So I can get down there. Okay, looks like it won't kill you. Hey, Sean. Yeah, tell me about it, Asmir. I really hope at some point, you know, no rush on this. I'm cool with them taking their time. I really hope at some point they give us the option to change, like, the texture of the walls on the interior of the houses. You know, like being able to put up, like, for example, that right there. Like that on the wall. Listen, they'll never add this feature that apparently they already have. That's like 3 steps. So, okay. I hope someday they expand the wallpaper feature. One of the favorite little things I've seen so far is someone did a thing where you could... They played with perspective and scaling, so it looks like when you're looking out a window, you're looking outside. Obviously, once you get really close, the illusion's ruined, but it was pretty neat. Honestly, I might do something similar with my own setup. Someday. In a few months. I've got time. I got time. Maybe I should have left it at 7. We're running over this place. I've seen 2 mechs at this point. One gnomish and one warhammer. I did not see that as Miristar, no.
Here's your take of the spoils!
Thanks. Oh, man. So, yeah, we actually were talking about this the other day, and I mentioned how I just need a theme. Like a something to actually anchor my designs on. I'm leaning towards either floating city, floating town, floating house, whatever, or straight-on airship, one of the two. I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to pull that off, but that's kind of what's in my head right now. So, really small thing. You know how I've talked a lot, this year even, about how little details matter? Little changes to game design can have big effects. You want to know another one of those little changes? In Delves, you can stun enemies. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, of course you can. No. I mean you can stun, like, bosses and elites and rares. Your CCs affect everything. And it's weird how big of an impact that has. I don't know about you guys, I've just been kind of used to not being able to do that for years. I never even try to stun a boss. Why would you? Waste of a cooldown. Jesus Christ, Uthor. I mean, this is just the FF5 thing all over again, really. Giving the player options and then letting them use them on bosses just makes the bosses better. So it looks like down for more, which would be this one, I believe. Yeah, one over there. Listen, I don't mean to bring attention to the elephant in the room. In my defense, it's not in the room, it's outside. Oh, Jesus, now what? Oh, wow, that looks badass. I can even see some of the pieces it's made out of. Whoops. God, I'm screwing up everywhere here. Yeah, whatever I make will never be as good as any of this nonsense. Someone made an arcade machine. Someone made a giant night elven, like, array. God. Yeah, whatever I make... let me get a piece of advice to you. This advice comes from other games before WoW. People will always make stupid creative stuff, probably because they have the time to dedicate towards doing so. Don't stress that. Don't compare yourself to that. That's actually awesome. Let's, Hey, Dragon Player. That's... Yeah, like I said, don't compare yourself to those people. Also, try to remember that most of those people are spending dozens, if not hundreds of hours on those builds. Portal's right here. Portal's right here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Please. Please. Can we go? Can we go? We're waiting for someone? Evo, hop on. There we go. Let's go. Game? Game. 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 Oh no. What? Oh, yep. Maybe. Hey! Oh, Fornath is the pilot. Got it. Spartan! Yeah, give me a break so I can shoot him. Yeah, I think you were first on, and that's the pilot seat. Oh, God. There we go. Okay. Hey, look, a three-person vehicle with functionality. No! What is happening? Oh, God. Ah. What happens? Okay, it just ports me out. Because it doesn't know where to land me. That actually makes sense. Do me a favor, try to hop off, Spartan. Let's see what happens. It's the exit vehicle button. Oh, hey, there's a thing over here. Just stay there for a sec, Evo. Give me a minute. Okay, I'll hop on first. Alright, hop on, guys. And gal. So I guess guy and gal. Where's Evo? Where's Evo? No, I lost her. Evo! Oh, there you are. Alright, so we've got swipe, we've got sweep, and we've got breath. Kill them all, my minions. Did we just get feared? Oh my god, we did. We just got feared. That's hilarious. Okay, I can't seem to hit these guys. I'm just gonna back away. Yeah, I can't hit those things. What the hell? Oh, 0 add-ons. I don't think I could play this game with 0 add-ons. I haven't played this game with 0 add-ons since, well, launch, actually. I actually still distinctly remember how it felt when I first discovered this game had full add-on support. I was just like, oh wow, this is amazing. And I just went wild for a while, getting some add-ons set up. And that was the original add-ons. It was mostly cosmetic-y stuff. I like that one, this Mirror Star.
I'm going all out! They'll never be using that move!
The Dwarven accent, obviously. I don't use that many add-ons. Just all this. This is actually a bit facetious. A lot of these don't work. Like I haven't had weak auras on it forever. I just haven't installed it yet. Data store has been gone for forever. BTW Quest I just keep around for emergencies. And I turned DBM off recently. So DBM is actually not that much. Ooh. Another transmog. Oh my god, can I give that to someone? Damn it. Whatever. I too can now look horrifying. That's all the new delves. Good ones, though. Like, better than I was expecting. And yeah, if this was a bad expansion, that would have been it for delves. But we're getting more delves, which is awesome. So let's see. I think with the addition of the Hyper Beam moment, let's boost that a little bit. That was really good. That was really good. Like, bigger than I thought it would be. The fact that they reused the terrain kind of made me go, eh, but no, that's solid. Okay, yes, so, what is next? Let me look at my notes, because I got notes. I got notes for days, yo. Has anyone done the recap quest? Yeah, the War Within recap. I'm basically asking how long it is, because if it's super short, we might just be like, boop, and just hit that super quick. Wait, it's 2 hours? Thank you for joining me, Evo. Thank you for joining me, Spartan. Okay, that's awful. That completely destroys my intended schedule. Dollar into Dementius. Right. Well, okay, that means we'll be finishing tomorrow. There's no way I'll have time for that tonight.
A chat fella.
Take my rat while we're here.
I have many, many wares.
Excellent, Kira White Noise. Good, good. What's up, Uthor?
Good fortune to our friends.
Yes, Evo, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry for straining you. Please forgive me. I know I'm a terrible friend. I'm sorry.
Moss wolves play a vital role in the upkeep of Dornagal. Water them and help eliminate the pests.
Well, one way or another, the next thing we're doing is the Pandaren thing. So, let's get him my only Pandaren. Convert some of this over here. There we go. What's it called? Pillars of Snow. Pillars of Snow. Ooh. So, want to know the first thing that shocked the hell out of me out of this particular question? Because I've already poked at it to make sure I unlock it. That's Lily. It has been, what, like 8 years since Pandaria? 10 years? Like, if she was in her teens, she's in her 20s now, you know?
How have you been?
Iron Man. Yes, sir. I'm so happy we're here. You never have to ask that, by the way. My dad asked me to invite all my friends to the Spirit Festival. It feels a little strange that he cares about it this year. We haven't celebrated it since I was a cub. I suppose we should go, huh? See Dad, see home. When's the last time you've been back, anyway? I finally have some free time, and I'm really glad you're going with us. She smiles, half anxious, half something else. Let's enjoy this together.
Let's talk again soon.
Hold up, gotta fix my weapons.
Crunchies, crunchies, lucky doos and loot.
Weapons are broken. Why are my weapons broken? There we go.
Beware of Yeti.
Get comfortable, my friend. The balloon will find the Isle, but it may take some time.
I wish Lore Walker Cho could have come.
Perhaps next year, when he is not so busy.
We're here!
Sweet home.
Look, the Shangji training grounds.
And the Temple of the Five Dawns.
There it is! Wusong Village, the traditional festival grounds.
Last I saw, it was just a bunch of holes in. It's an elongated shift, sir.
Hang on. Why does it look so empty and quiet?
In my defense, I was there first, Darkrai. Really. Lore Walkers showed up in wrath.
Chunpo, we've arrived. Chen, Lily, welcome home.
It's been so long.
It's good to see Dad, but where are the festivities? Why does he look so worried?
Dad? Where is everybody?
A question I think you can all help with.
Okay.
You seem a little parched.
My brother Chunpo has been trying to rally everyone. He sent out the handwritten invitations to each village. Can you believe that? He's a brewmaster. He should have sent brew. Dailo Farmstead was like a second home to us. Chunpo and I spent half our childhood there, helping with the harvests. It's where we made our very first drinks. Let's give the Dailo villagers a big hit of nostalgia and something new, as a teaser for what's to come at the festival.
May your journey be long. Is that mango I smell? That's not all. You'll see.
I'm with you.
The Chunpo said he sent several invitations to the villagers, but nobody showed up. That's odd. They're usually the ones most excited about the Fruits Festival. Any excuse to make and set off their fireworks. Something must be up. Let's find out.
We'll check in at Morning Breeze. I bet the Hosen are up to no good.
We should investigate before making assumptions.
I'm going to do some investigating of my own. See you later.
Also, as a fresh reminder for the 5 of you not aware, we're on the back of a turtle right now. There's his flippers up there. He's a pretty big turtle. Oh, hey, I can fly here. Holy crap. Have we ever been able to fly here before? There's his head. Oh, we already hit fatigue. I think you're right, Uthor. Which was probably a really good idea. It's actually a pretty small zone, all things considered, but still, we've been through this before. No need to make us ride. Or walk.
Chen is back in town. What is he brewing?
You'll be surprised and delighted with my worldly flavors and techniques, brother. Surprised, I am certain. Delighted, we shall see.
Okay.
Hey!
Good news. Some were preparing to go to the festival so we don't have to convince the whole village. Bad news. There's a big problem in the fields. The vermin are back at it again.
I travel well.
I was hoping for a heartier welcome when we arrived. Unfortunately, many of the villages are occupied in the farmland. The harvest is in full swing, and so are the vermin. We've fought these pests all my life. I don't know how they keep coming. John Poe and I are busy setting up the drink tasting. Could you take care of the problem in the fields?
Come back with some stories. Stay as long as you like.
I love Chen's idea to entice the villagers to brew tasting. I'm surprised I didn't think of it first. My friends were hoping to take a large portion of the harvest to the festival, but Big Bertha's missing. We need her if we ever hope to haul back the food and drink in time. The villagers say she suddenly broke from her cart and disappeared underground. I'm worried. She may be large, but she has a soft heart. Could you go find her?
Visit again soon. Your recipe is as old as Liu Lang himself. Try something new. The taste of home is an unmatched comfort.
We did actually. We were there for another turtle Loa to be killed in Nazmir. And reborn. Almost immediately.
Patience, patience.
It is said, turn your face towards the sun and the shadows will fall behind you. Hope you find many bright days ahead of you. Unlikely. I live in 2025. Whoops, I'm a tank right now. Well, whatever. But yeah, last I checked, Shinzinzu is in fact a Loa. Loa of Wandering, I believe. Don't quote me on that, though. And yeah, the fact that his back is as livable as it is, I guess is the way I want to call that, is probably the direct result of his particular influence. So he's been around for a minute. He's probably the largest Loa we encounter. Not the oldest. Not the strongest, but definitely the largest. True, that's true. Oh no, it's Yak Eater. I mean, I will admit, and I've said this several times, I prefer the term Loa over Wild God. Wild God is too generic and honestly kind of boring. Loa sounds cool. Plus it's something, well, I don't want to say unique, but more unique to Warcraft than just a Wild God. Every setting is Wild Gods. Eh? Eh. What? 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 Hang on.
There we go.
Okay.
Need scissors. And chocolate.
Well, you know, well, actually, chocolate's over here. Yeah.
No, I got this one. This is good. Your ring. Locked.
Scissors should be in my closet, but they might not be right now.
I'm gonna grab out my bladder. I now have all chocolate.
Oh, okay. Oh, so good. I was trying to convince my sister to make some cookies with these, but the problem is they're so soft, they might not be viable. They might get too melty.
You just walk up and go whack up.
I just go kill those. Come on, get out of there.
You don't want. No, I don't.
Kill them all?
I don't know.
Oh god, no! We're angering more! Here.
I didn't figure you wanted me to use this hand.
Ah. Ugh. I suppose that's true, Xavian. And I don't want to cast any shade. It's just, you're never going to hear me call anything a wild god. See, I want more chocolate. Like I said, no judgment is Spirit Star. Anyway, so this is Shinjinzu Aloha. Sorry. Being a dick. Dick mode disengaged. We've got a bit of a line since we were last here.
I'm glad you've returned.
If push came to shove, I'm sure Big Bertha could have trampled that vermin, but glad you saved her the stress.
You'll be missed.
So, got any stories?
No doubt the vermin will be back, but now we can celebrate. We'll bring some of the fresh harvest to the festival.
All right. Until next time.
Ready for the brew tasting? We've already caught the attention of a small crowd already. I don't know why I said already twice. Already. I've got something that'll send their heads spinning. Ingredients they've never even heard of before. And impeccable technique. With a flourish, Chen places a ribbon of cucumber on a drink.
May your journey be long.
My
Alright.
brew will dazzle everyone's senses. Ha! So certain of yourself.
Yep, it is quite a cue. So, options. We've got classic brew, classic Storm Stout brew, classic Storm Stout brew, and a classic Storm Stout brew. Over here, we have Flame Lick Butterscotch, Pink Dragon's Breath, and Mango Drop.
Mangoes aren't usually this sour.
It's pretty. What is this flavor? Spicy, but then caramel?
Ooh. And you three get the classics.
Exactly what I wanted.
Homebrew is the best brew.
Oh god, they're boring people. Oh no, we'll have to kill all of them.
That hits the spot.
I accuse you all of being demons. For preferring basic-ass beer over real drinks.
Is trouble brewing?
Chen is actually smiling, despite the villagers' tentative reactions. New tastes take time to appreciate. The citrus will rest in their minds. What fruit is it exactly? Sweet lemon? Sour melon? Is it our nature to seek and understand the unfamiliar? They'll be back for more, I know it. After all, the Spirit Festival is all about celebrating new adventures.
I travel well.
Not bad, Chonpo. You've still got it. Never had a doubt. But what about you? They seemed unconvinced. Word will spread. You'll see. At the festival.
Listen, all I'm saying, Uthor, I understand the desire for the familiar. I do. Mega Man 2 is some nice comfort food. What I dislike is how much human beings tend to lean on the familiar, to the actual detriment of the individual and, frankly, the society. I don't want to get too much into that. That's a whole other thing, and we're just here to play some WoW, but God, it irritates me sometimes when people get, shall we say, too traditionalist. So yeah, I see the dude offering 3 mugs of beer, and the other dude offering 3 unique, interesting drinks. What do you think I'm going to go for? I like variety. I might not even like the new drinks, but I would try the new drinks first because I want to try the new drinks. Because they're new. And there's nothing wrong with liking beer. Just like there's nothing wrong with liking Mega Man 2. But imagine if all you ever had was beer. Ever. What if tradition works when there's nothing wrong with it? That's not tradition, to be frank. Tradition, by definition, is when we do something because we do something. That's it. It's self-perpetuating. That's the whole point of what tradition means. We don't keep using the wheel. I love using the wheel as the example here. We don't keep using the wheel because we used to use the wheel. We use the wheel because it works. Because we've tested it. Time and time again, we've gone back to the board, so to speak, and retested the concept and the physics and the reality of it. We've also iterated on the concept of the wheel many, many, many times over years. We use the wheel because it works, not because it's tradition.
I can't find the special festival fireworks anywhere. They're just gone.
Actually, yeah, Waka in FF10. Breaking him out of his traditions was a huge part of his character. But, like, again, it's not like... There's a thin line between tradition and culture, for example. There's plenty of good and valid reasons for acknowledging and holding on to your culture, right? I mean, duh, I definitely need to make that point. And if there's like a holiday or a celebration or an event or whatever that is relevant or significant to you, or to your people, or to your group, or to whatever, then that's valid and fine. You can see how, though, it sits pretty much right alongside the concept of a tradition, because these two can kind of blend over into each other, right? For example, I have absolutely no problem with maintaining my own traditional tradition, which is May 3rd, which is Good Tidings, a holiday I invented and have actually been perpetuating as much as I can every year that it shows up. But there's no traditions attached to it per se. It's just, that's part of my culture now. That's something I built in there. It's a day to want to wish good upon others. That's actually it. There's not really a lot else to that. Yeah, Christmas is arguably a tradition, and has been both a good and a bad thing. That's how that tends to work.
The greatest virtue is the will to act.
Shishai said the fireworks were in a barrel. And he likely put them in the wrong barrel. Amidst the festival's extensive preparations, it'd be a miracle if none of the goods were crossed. Let's search the barrels, and it won't take long. That's true, Mook. I don't do it because of the tradition. I do it because, like the wheel, there's a valid and relevant purpose behind doing it. And because it's important to me. Separate from being, tradition. Like I said, I suppose I should clarify my terminology, because I'm using the word tradition as a near universally bad thing. Because that's how I tend to view traditions, to be quite honest with you.
Discipline and practice lead us to our full potential.
And that's actually a valid point too, Sean. We as a society, we as a species, had to be traditionalist for a very long time, for literal millennia, in order to simply survive. Something worked, we didn't know why, we kept doing it. Why? Because that's what you're supposed to do. That is the definition of a tradition, really. We do this because we do this, right? As time has gone on and we've developed as a species, we can actually learn the whys and the wherefores of some of these things. And decide, oh, okay, that works because this doesn't work because this, and adjust and change accordingly. It's one of the reasons why I tend to push back against people who want to bring back traditions from hundreds of years ago, for example, because it's like, is it still valid? It may be, but is it? The question needs to be there, right? Well, in my opinion, the question needs to be there. Let's investigate the village for signs of mischief. I don't believe that the fireworks are simply misplaced. Shishai is a watchful Pandaren, and this is his big contribution to the festival. The theft must have happened recently. Someone must have seen something. Oh, please don't get me started on traditional medicine. Something I am fond of reminding people of periodically is that if you rewind the clock just 100 years, our knowledge of medicine was pathetic compared to where it is right now. Is this someone's bait? Is this the secret to catching a 20-pounder? Yeah, a bunch of bananas.
This had to have been the Hosen. There is no doubt.
But Hosen like to eat bananas, not hoard them.
Barley grains. Nutty, cozy, perfect for brewing barley tea. I don't think I've ever had barley tea. Anyways, I apologize. I didn't mean to make this a whole topic. Mea culpa. I mean, okay. Hang on. Takoida brought up one thing I want to just comment on. Some of you may or may not know, I'm actually missing 2 teeth. Both molars. One up here and one down here. You're probably thinking, wow, you take terrible care of your teeth. Actually, I take very good care of my teeth, which is why it took actual decades to reach that point. So here's the thing. When I was a kid, I actually got fillings put in. Some in my lower right and some in my upper left jaw. Those fillings were made with older techniques and materials which were slowly expanding and cracking the teeth around them. Very, very slowly. In honesty, they probably should have cracked earlier, but again, I was taking very, very good care of my teeth. So, when I went to go have that dealt with, they were like, well, we're just going to have to take the tooth out. It's dead and gone at this point. So, yoink, yoink. But I learned as part of that whole process that nowadays they use much, much better fillings that can just stay there, that aren't going to have things in them, that aren't going to expand, that aren't going to cause problems decades down the line. I'm not sharing that to make any point, just sharing a personal experience of how much our medical technologies move forward just inside of my lifetime, right? With something as simple as fillings.
Hello.
Have you seen anything suspicious?
Haven't seen anything, but I heard something. It sounded like 2 Hosen running around causing a ruckus.
They must have been stealing the fireworks.
Oh, some fireworks. Used fireworks. I mean, I'll bring up once again the woman who has the remote-controlled artificial hand. It's not even that recent. While there are many, many, many problems with the industrial side of our medical industries in the world, the technological side is kind of bonkers. Yeah, I love how low tier this is, Uthor. A staple of Pandaren cuisine, short grain rice. Enjoy with almost anything. I mean, what was it recently? This is very recent, where they started figuring out how to push back against, was it AIDS or cancer? It was one of the more bigger, sexier diseases. And they had started seeing actual success in treatments. Help me out. Someone's got to know what I'm talking about. This is really recent. Like, this is this year.
That feels too soft for Hosen fur.
Not all Hosen have the same fur, G. This is definitely a clue.
I mean, yeah, Steven Spielberg in his prime, if that's the one I'm thinking of.
In time, all answers...
Well, the case is more cut and dry than I thought. Everything points to the Hosen.
The time to act.
No fireworks. There are more barrels, but what are the chances?
Hello, friend.
Every clue points to the Hosen stealing the fireworks. It's as G said. They've done it before, they'll do it again. Let's confront them right now. Let's go see Huck Huck, new chieftain of the Hosen.
If it turns out you were right...
I won't say I told you so.
No kidding, Ross. Starfleet medical technology is stupid. Like, legitimately bonkers.
Return the stolen fireworks!
Did not steal them, stinky wicked! Enough! Follow me, Stinky. Follow and see.
After him!
Yeah, they really love enough in WoW. Like, they really love it.
See? Did not steal. Little wicked asked for them.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to play with Kiki.
Kiki playing with Wicket. Oh, sorry.
So,
Patience is the...
Isa is blushing. Well, this is certainly unexpected. I am pleasantly surprised.
Hey, kids! You should bring those fireworks to the festival.
You should all come. I'm very sorry we accused you.
Oh, can we, please? Pretty, please?
Cannot say no to Kiki and Little Wicket.
The crane bears a letter from Lily. Something's wrong at the Temple of Five Dawns. I need your help. Come as soon as you can. Alright, this is it. The Legion is invading. And the Void is invading. And the Scourge are invading. And the Horde... Wait. Alright, what's it gonna be? What do you think? What horribly death-defying Doom Destructo Ultra Death Max is at the temple?
This world is amazing.
I'm glad you came quickly. I can always rely on Mr. Crane to deliver messages as fast as the wind, but speaking of the wind, she gestures helplessly around the temple.
Until our next...
I can't find any of the spirits of the temple. We're going to have a spirits festival with no spirits. It is a celebration of all 4 of the spirits, but perhaps they think today is just another day. We need to find them and tell them otherwise. Look, is this the Wind Spirits Trail? Maybe it'll lead us to Dafeng, who can lead us to the others.
See you later. Were these orbs left by Defang? I feel the spirit of the wind within. He must be close.
Yep, it was all the jailer, who was actually Abon, who was actually Sargeras, who was actually, I don't know, we'll come up with something. Who else? Who's even further behind everything else? This is an interesting quest. Oh, Jesus, this is getting fast. Wow! Okay. Oh, I missed one. Ah! Yeah!
Over here! There's an updraft!
What? Okay, yeah, sure.
Whoa! Look for Defang in the skies!
Defang! Hey! Defang! Defang? Hey, buddy. My boogie. Hi. How you doing? Defang spins in a circle, delighted, but quickly comes to a halt. He seems to be looking for the other spirits. Maybe he needs help?
You found him! But where's he taking you? Fly with him, and I'll follow your path.
Help! He's taking me away!
Jojo?
Lily, the spirits need our help.
Hang on. I'm definitely not jotting down positives.
Jojo is here for you.
Haven't seen you in a while. Ah, Iron Man. Are you and Lily back for the festival? My heart warms to see your return. Not all is well today, though. The spirits seem restless and have scattered. Dafeng and I have been looking for them everywhere. Well, I found Shu and Wu Guo. Unfortunately, I found them together. They got into a fight, and you know what happens when you mix water and earth? A mud monster. We must break them up. Fortunately, that's something I know plenty about.
Strength comes in all...
You go with Jojo. I'll follow Defang.
Okay. I mean, isn't this the Forest of Cranes? No, this is Pei Wu. Pai Wu? So there's the mud amalgam. Hi.
Shu, Wu Gao, what has become of you?
Anyways, boop.
They're free! Quickly! They're heading to the pool!
Wait, what would a beer be an amalgam of? Like, what is the other element there that isn't beer? And what will be the worst possible answer to that question?
I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, you did it. Thank you. Now, Huo is the last missing spirit. Why did Dafeng send me to the pool? Water and fire don't mix.
Only Hyo is missing now. He can't be far. I'll look for him elsewhere. See you, Lily.
Dafeng led me here, but then he flew away. I think he senses Hyo, the spirit of fire, nearby. Why are all the spirits in such a state today? The festival's for them, after all. I was anxious about returning home, but I didn't know why. The spirits have always reflected the truth about the isle and its Pandaren. If they're agitated, something must be wrong, or something has to change. No! Tradition! For no reason. Sorry. I said I wouldn't bring it up again. Sorry. For now, we must find Hyo. Quickly. The steam trail must be his.
Let's talk again soon. Let Shu guide you. He'll help you follow the trail. Wu Gao and I will go around to cover the area.
Oh, I need to do that still. Whee! Oh my god. Oh, hello.
This heat. Hyo must be up this hill, but we'll burn our feet. Maybe Wu Gao?
Wu Gao straightens up as tall as he can. He is ready to help.
Thank you, Wu Gao. Hurry, my friend.
I now have Iron Feet, which fits Iron Mend, I suppose. With your skin hardened by the spirit of Earth, you can handle Hiao without getting burned. But Hiao was on the verge of fading into nothingness. You need some kind of fuel. Quick, breathe some life into him.
Hyo, you're okay. This world is amazing.
Oh, Hiao's back to his old self. I feared the worst when I saw Hiao had come here. I hope he knows we remembered him. We never abandoned him. Thank you, Iron Mint. We did it. For every spirit.
See? Oh, phew. Now go, all 4 of you. It's the Spirit Festival after all. We'll see you there.
Mr. Crane told me about your success in the other villages. Now that we've found the spirits, we can begin festivities. But before we go, will you come with me to the Wood of Staves? I'd love your help gathering flowers while we're there. I hear the woods are still crawling with scamps. I'd like to see my family. I'd like to pay them a visit before the festival. Just for a moment. It's been too long.
Oh. I'm really glad you're here with me. Let's go.
Well, I would, but I can't mount here. Whoa! Three. Let's see, where would he be? So we would have come in here. I don't remember which one is him. Because there's several. Like, there's another one right over there, right? I feel like it's this one. Visual memory is telling me it's like right here. Yeah, this feels right. Because then this immediately went into that. Think about the flow, right? We came from down there, and we go up, and he's sitting like right here. Right at the base of this tree when we do the quest. And then he walks over here, puts down his staff, and here he is. But I will admit I am not certain about that. Oh, you know what? I think I was right initially. Why do I always doubt myself? I didn't even say anything out loud because I thought immediately that I would be wrong. Let me show you. It's this. This is him. Right here. It's been years. don't remember how many. When was Pandaria? It's the year 43 now, I think. Yeah, that's doubly interesting because it means his is the one that's really been growing. That's why I sort of assumed. I was like, they can't possibly have been another one since him. But no, these ones just haven't been growing. But his has. 13 years? Yeah, that sounds about right. I suppose it's silly to say, but this is the Pandaren that I very first did these quests on. All the way back in Pandaria. It's actually funny, this is my only Pandaren. But, you know. I've had Iron Man for a long time. I'm so proud of the name. Rolls off the tongue, I say too, Iron Man. I was originally intending him to be a healer, and I was like, well, I might tank a bit. Yeah.
Hey, Strongbow. I wish you were here to celebrate the festival. Which almost didn't happen, but we fixed things. You bet we did. Today is about the spirit of adventure, and I'm not going to let anyone forget it. I'm sorry it's been so long, Bo. The world is so big outside of home.
No, Strongbow never had any in-game presence to my knowledge. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, sorry, to answer your question, yes, I did read them, Pandaria comics.
Lily.
Dad?
I thought I'd pay a visit before the festival.
Me too. It's been so long!
This place brings back many memories.
See you later.
Honestly, I miss Dad more than I wanted to admit. It's been good to see him again.
I'll be in touch.
The world is changing as we speak. We've been through so much. It's like time skips this aisle. Everything's exact as I remembered. Is that a good thing? Is it even possible? Even the ancients grow older. Shenzhen Zhu must be looking for something more after all this time. Maybe the spirits don't want this to just be another year. Anyway, we should head back to Wusong Village before they start the festival without us.
Until our next adventure, let's talk again soon.
Dad, I never thought he'd change. That's his essence. Pure, steadfast, ever the rock. He looks older, no? Thinner than I remember.
Dad, can you tell me about her?
Your mother?
I don't even remember what she looked like or sounded like. I was so young when she left us.
For that, all you need do is look in the mirror, my little pearl. Her eyes were your eyes. There are days when you laugh, and for a moment, I think she has returned. And that, it is not an excuse, but it is why I held on to you so tightly sometimes. Both you and her share that. You are free and wild, and sometimes infuriating. But I cherish you equally. And no matter how far the breeze carries you, I will always be here to welcome you home.
I'm glad we can remember her together. And I love you too. Everyone's here! Light the fireworks!
Yes, sorry. This is my engineer. Still is, actually. Pretty sure. Yep. That's why I ride around in that mech. In lore, I like to think that he built it himself, and that's why it's not exactly cohesive. Look at the food. Look at that food! Oh my god, look at the food. Look at the food. Look at the food. There's mushrooms. There's mushrooms! Okay. Oh. There's more food! Sorry. Oh, God! What the hell? How? I'll talk about it in a minute.
What?
Yulan! Slow down, my friend. Where are we? Xiao Hao there!
Cho! What are you waiting for? Come on!
Shen Su. I do not know what I have done to deserve this honor.
Oh, he just wanted to come home too. And from my home to yours, Lord Walker. Welcome.
These are all NPCs from the starter quest. Oh, God. Objectively, and in terms of review, there are better expansions than Pandaria. But it has always managed to hit me in the feels ever since it first came out. Hey, Cho.
How does today find you?
When Lily invited me to the festival, I was devastated I had to say no. At the time, adventures lay afoot. Besides, the festival is annual. I can make it another time. What difference did it make going this year or another? Oh, how wrong I was. I heard Yulon before I saw her, great as she is. She was angry with me, and excited. She demanded I go with her, immediately. He motions to Yulon, soaring above. She knew Shenzhen Zhu had come to Pandaria. She would have been the first to realize it. With your return, you and the Storm Stouts restored something within Shenzhen Zhu. This story is just beginning, I think.
Every good story needs a hero.
I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, Racho's here, and so is Yulon. Does this mean Shenzhen Zhu actually returned to the waters of Pandaria? I can't believe it.
Until our next adventure.
I cannot believe my eyes. The Wandering Isle. Here. And his return to the shores of his birth coincides with the annual Spirit Festival. This cannot be a coincidence. You must have restored some sense of purpose and peace to him, and with everyone here as well. I have much to explore here, but first, we must celebrate this reunion.
Farewell.
Let's have some grub.
I feel as if I am living a dream.
Or a legend?
Yes. The journey of Shenzhen Su was merely a beloved tale. To think I have witnessed his return to Pandaria, I do not know how to feel. This place, this festival, I hope you realize just how special it is, Lily.
There was a time where I would have called it boring, but I know exactly how you feel. I felt the same way when I stepped onto Pandaria's shores for the first time. I guess sometimes all it takes to really appreciate something is to see it through another's eyes.
A wise lesson indeed. Now, I believe I have many stories to learn.
And many people to meet. Take your time.
Okay, so first, let me tell you about this thing called the Burning Legion. Okay, so spring rolls, hearty bows, or sauced crab. Which one should I do? Which one should I do? Oh god, look, they brought a bunch of bananas for the Hosen. They just have a table of bananas for the Hosen. Oh my god. Okay. Crab, I'm hearing crab. I have a run buff from eating the crab. Oh my god, look at them. And they've got a, oh god, what do they call that? I can't think what it's called. Thing that's boiling and you dip the meat in it. You leave it in there for a second. And then you eat it. Oh god, I've been to those several times. The eldest really likes those places. Hot? Fondue. There we go. That's what I was going for. Fondue. Whoosh. What's going on, Huck? Little Wicket's watch. Turtle race. You give us many bananas. We happy whores. Thank you. You're welcome. So, G, Asa.
It's good to see you.
I haven't really seen you two since you escaped from, Orgrimmar, when one of you was getting tortured for information. What's up?
I am glad we were able to reignite the Isle's love for the festival.
Even if it means having Hosen attendees?
It is heartening to see that Kiki and Gia have built a friendship together. But I do feel terrible for assuming the worst of the Hosen. I should have paid attention to the evidence in front of me.
We managed to sort it out and smooth ruffled fur. Everyone's ruffled fur.
Thank goodness. I am very glad you are here to keep me balanced, G.
We balance each other, and I treasure that just as much as I treasure you.
Sweet, but that does imply that the Horde and Alliance are secretly crushing on each other. Which would make a lot of sense if you think about it. Oh, God.
Hello. Jade Serpent guide.
Look, Anduin's taken. By someone who's technically royalty. From an entirely other nation that we still haven't actually seen. Or royalty from a dragon. Take your pick, really.
Greetings. Farewell.
Like, either way, he's taken, yo. Thanks, Stuffing.
Welcome home.
Will you look at this line? Most of them are trying out Chen's drinks and coming back for seconds. I might have to help him make more. I suppose there's nothing wrong with learning something new. Every now and again. I must admit, I could have another mango drop.
Off again, are you?
Hey-yo.
Chun-Po told me that without the love for adventure that Lily and I share, we wouldn't have even had half a day like this. I asked him what he meant by that. He said, "How can one yearn for home without leaving it? How can one cherish their loved one's return if they are always near?" Somehow, even though he is less traveled, my brother is very wise.
Come back with some stories.
I barely have words to express what this means to me, Iron Man. What it means to all of us. Thank you.
Jade Serpent guide you.
Chun was just looking for you. You can find him at the house serving drinks with Chen. Go on, I won't be leaving for any time soon, that's for certain.
Tread lightly.
And yeah,
I have had my fill of food for now, but I can never have enough stories. Who will tell the next tale?
so let me tell you about the Void. You ever heard of Dementius? Yeah, Valtois and Stilagosa are a couple, and Flynn and Shaw are a couple. That's not speculation. That is Jim Cummings, yes.
I'm glad you've returned.
Ah, Iron Man. You have traveled far, but returned. You've reminded all who live here that the Spirit Festival is not just for the elemental spirits, but the spirits of all Pandaran who call this place home, even if they leave for a time. In thanks, our tailors have crafted these for you. The maker's design celebrates your adventures, but honors your origins, as you have today. Master Shangji would be so, so proud. To you, my friend. To home.
You'll be missed.
So we can land, go higher, drift, or stop. That's pretty high tier for a toy, honestly. And of course, you can just hop off at any moment. Well, let's see it.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
So there's the neutral, the Wandering Isle, and the Hojin. We obviously cannot see the Tushui. As is so often true, I think that works better without the helmet. There's a lot of detail in that. Did you notice that there's little wind clouds in the buckles? What's the word? Things circling the bottom of the pants. Yeah. Did you notice the chopsticks in the belt? I like how there's that one jade thing styled like a turtle shell right at the center. Different emblems, the 4 emblems to represent the 4 spirits. I love the styling on that bark. Do you see that? That's really high detail. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the obvious bamboo case in the back there, just holding that giant scroll. I can't even see the gauntlets. Oh, it looks like there isn't much. Maybe if I do like this. Nope, there's just nothing there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That feels appropriate for the engine. Actually, that does feel appropriate. What do you think? New suit for Iron Man? He is an engineer, after all. Oh, I didn't even notice. There's another little holder thing. Right? And there's a tea... Oh, my God. There's a teapot with a leaf stamped on it. That is really high deal. This is really impressive, which makes sense. This just came out a few weeks ago. And the sandals. Oh my god. There's too much detail on this thing. Can we come up with a helmet that works? Perfect. There we go. Yep, that's just it. That's the new outfit right there. Oh, there we go, there we go. Perfect. Actually, I'm looking for a couple of things specifically. I'm not just screwing around. If that hat suited him better, I'd be tempted by that. I don't... Okay, this doesn't fit for me, but those shades... Like, for another character, right? We've gone too far back. This all could be too low res. I like these the best so far. Fits the vibe. And it doesn't look bad. Here, look.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
What are we thinking? See it in action here. I don't know. What's making me, like, glow? There we go. Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. That was a really good quest. Yeah, exactly. This is his latest blueprint. I have an idea for a mech that won't explode the moment I use it. Oh god, do I have any of the Undermine mounts? I've got this thing. I might have to see. Isn't there a green one? I swear there's a green one. Well, there's this thing, of course. But no, that's not the one I meant. There's this thing, but that's still not what I meant. There it is. Oh, it's from scrap? Oh, man. I'm never going to get that. I'll think about it. Yeah, the problem with scrap is it takes time. What's really funny, this is also already a goblin-themed mount. Yeah, I've already done scrap. How much scrap have I done? Enough to max out all my reps for Undermine and the 4 cartels. That was a really solid quest. I really liked that. That... Yeah. That... I don't even know what else to add to it, honestly. It was even fun. They bothered to make the quests fun, and they let us fly, so it didn't outstay its welcome. Yeah, this... I don't think this is going to be my favorite of the Heritage quests, but this is up there. I think I'm going to log here. Right here. Yeah. Yeah. How long's the new quest chain? Oh, that's an even better shot of him. Look at it. Oh, I like that. I like it. One second. Okay, after some thought, I have secured my evening. So I'm already kind of pushing housing out to midnight. Let's push the recap out to midnight. We'll do that first thing when we do our first midnight stream in March or whatever that is. And that'll be like how we start that stream. So let's do the finale right now. That's what I was thinking, Huthor. Because we got to do the story modes for Dragonflight as well. Will the recap go away? If it will, then that's a bad thing, isn't it? Hang on. What am I writing? What up with the audit? We're doing that tonight. Yeah, if it goes away, it's mooted. So, okay, this one. Oh, it's because the helmets cover. Right. That makes sense. There we go. So we've got... Okay, perfect. Check it out. We've got the coat from the Undermine. And we've got the cowl from Koresh. We are now outfitted, as our brethren would indicate is appropriate. Now I will utilize this hammer given to me by a man called Uther. Glad I could take it, Uther.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
BFA. BFA launch, actually, near us. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Greetings, champion. I have an urgent message to you from Erator. Who? By the way, as a reminder, Erator's been around since BC. He was actually a hint of a story arc that wasn't carried forward until Legion. He was also in Legion. Greetings. I have an urgent message for you from Erator. He asks you join him and his Aunt Verisa on Osden Isle off the coast to the west.
Champion, my Aunt Verisa
Whoa!
is experiencing visions from the Radiant Song. They're dire, but hazy. We hope that being near the core way can bring more clarity to them. Will you meet us on the Isle of Dorn?
Erator looks different. Oh yes, and I still use my Dragonflight mount on Horde Runner because, damn it, I'll never get that hearth, but I did get the mount. I can't complain.
Dalaran. I should have come sooner.
Hello, Verisa.
Honor to you. Good day to you.
Interesting outfit on him. Look at that.
Peace, friend. Greetings. Light bless you. Yes. What can I do for you? Do you have a question? You are testing my patience? I'm not usually vengeful, but I may have to make an exception. Are you testing my wrath? Stop! Or I'll make you disappear. Good day to you.
What? So, we haven't seen Verisa. Was she in BFA? She had a tiny snippet in Legion. It wasn't a big thing. It was part of the Marksman quest. And yeah, Erator was just kind of there in Legion as part of the Paladin Orderhall. She was in this comic with the three sisters, but like, that's it.
Honor to you.
My aunt has been having terrible visions. They're getting worse.
May the light guide you.
We came here so Verisa could get closer to the source of her visions. Unfortunately, it's made them stronger, not clearer. But this is her story. She should be the one to tell it.
Greetings.
Skip. I haven't even seen this. I've never done this, and it already gives me the chance to skip it. Thank you for coming. The Radiant Song has been singing to me. Her visions come and go, but they're vague. Destruction, screaming, death. Oh, so it's a Tuesday in this world. Since we came here, the visions have become stronger and more painful. I can manage. We have much to discuss and not much time, I fear.
Even this close to the core way, I cannot trigger my visions on command. So, while we wait, we've come here to pay our respects. Mine are long overdue. Ronin gave me this locket on our first anniversary. It seemed an apt offering for the home where we raised our family.
He loved you with all of his heart.
As he did you, Arator. Come, that cliff to the north looks like a good place.
Hold on, hold on. I need to see something very quickly. Give me, like, 2 minutes. Yeah, no kidding, Uthor. Trauma, doubt, and home feel like the 3 big themes of War Within. Not necessarily in that order, just those are the big ones. You. I had visions of joy and peace. So we think the old gods are active again. Are they all dead? Yeah. Oh yeah, I was down here in case that NPC for doing story mode was here, which obviously it is not. Now? Now.
Yes, now.
Okay. I won't be down for like an hour and a half, which is a long time.
What?
Yes.
Wait,
So
what time is it?
it is 4:38. Yeah, no, the old gods are dead. That's actually... I know you, for the longest time, were upset about the idea about the old gods being dead. Can I just say, the Black Blood is a great compromise? Because the old gods are dead. But... Hide to quack. Let me just go over here. One of my favorite things about being a turkey is you could still hup as a turkey. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Yeah, there's plenty of possible additional consequences for the death of the old gods. Like, the Black Blood is kind of a... I don't want to say basic, but, like, it's a fairly... Ilaria. It's a fairly logical consequence, right?
All devouring is being revived by the Shadow Guard.
Locust Walker.
Champion, my Aunt Verisa has been experiencing visions from the Radiant Song. They're dire, but hazy. We hope that being near the core way can bring more clarity to them. Will you meet us on the Isle of Dorn?
Yeah, Locust Walker, he's fine! Everyone, it's fine. It's fine, guys.
Dalaran. I should have come sooner.
Hello, champion. I never forget a face. I remember what you did at Dalaran during the Dominance Offensive. The Radiance... Oh, wow. Okay.
Aldiel Shala.
Do not give up the fight.
We stand together.
It looks like she's not saying anything different. I have gotten Keldarar on this character.
Even this close to the coreway, I cannot trigger my visions on command. So, while we wait...
Okay, looks like she's not saying anything new. That's alright, that's alright.
Mine are long overdue. Ronin gave me this locket on our first anniversary.
I've summoned the greatest hero I know.
Apt offering for the home where we raised our family.
Yeah, the problem is I've done everything on Frozen.
As he did you, Arator. Come, that cliff to the north looks like a good place.
Yeah, Frozen was my do every single quest in the entire game, no really character. Until BFA, when I finally put Warrior down. And switched over to my Demon Hunter. And that's Frozen's life? No. Alright, so, him. No. First of all, BFA kind of kicked me out of the game a little bit. Second of all, Warriors sucked at BFA launch. And I mean, sucked. It was so bad I consider it to be almost unplayable. It has since improved, obviously, and Warriors in a good spot right now, but man, I was not ready to deal with that when I was already dealing with all the other nonsense of the BFA launch.
This will do nicely.
Light bless you.
My bow is at the ready.
Seems a fitting place to honor my late husband. We should have gone with the ceremony.
Together we will save Azeroth.
Oh, we just got a painting. Raise your eyes! Oh, ha, ha, ha.
Until next time.
Hang on, hang on. Oh, that's a good painting, too. Look at it. I like that. Thank you for coming with us. I'm long overdue in saying goodbye to Ronan.
Ronan.
Yeah, as a reminder, by the way, Ronan died in Pandaria. Or more accurately, in Kata.
Arator? Where are you? No! The screams! The horror! Stop! It's too much! I cannot bear to see this! Stop! Stop! No!
Shona, come back to us!
Okay, there was a lot of density there.
Kill the Windrunners!
By the way, you saw Lithraxian in there, right? Did you see how they actually shaded the children? So unless you're paying attention, you couldn't tell they were kids. Also, I'm pretty sure that was Umbric of the Void Elves. Yeah, by the way, this guy's a little different. Forces the Void attacking here? Why now?
Remember those we lost.
These innocents were simply trying to clean up the ruins, but the cultists are slaughtering them. We must come to their aid. Champion, I am certain that you and I can do this if we work together.
The vision. I can't.
We got this.
Don't worry. The champion and I will deal with this.
Yeah, these are Twilights, which... I don't know what I think about that. So...
The Twilight's blade. They must be the threat from my aunt's vision.
Hold up. We've actually talked recently and repeatedly about how it doesn't bother me too much if it's neo-Nazis, right? Oh, look at that. Look at that skyline. Right? We had that with the Scarlets. We had that with the Defias. We technically had that with the Alteracs, the Syndicates. Yeah, the Twilight's Blade does sound very Neo-Twilight's Hammer to me. The reason I'm so hesitant about that is, like, god damn it, can we just not keep circling the same threats over and over? That's not necessarily a WoW problem, it's just a fiction problem. See, the sequel trilogy for another good example of that. It's like, okay, yep, it's the Empire again. Cool. You got anything else? No, they don't. Which irritates me. I just get kind of tired of constantly fighting the same threat over and over in some fictions. So it's interesting what they've been doing with it here. I was thinking the same thing, Huthor. You want to add some variety to Void without having the art team have to make a bunch of completely brand new models out of nowhere? Well, you have them be people. And there's your evil cult. So the other thing I want to comment on, you see this? I just cast Flash of Light on that person. Earlier I cast Hand of Protection and Blessing of Freedom. Those are Paladin abilities. So we've had a thing since Legion, I want to say, where if you interact with... Oh, Erator's doing it? He is, you're right. Never mind.
Looks like they found a new doomsday to chase. Given their name, I think it's obvious that these fanatics now serve Xalatath. No matter what their goals are, the Twilight's Blade must be stopped.
And yeah, Xalatath recruited yet another cult. Remember, we encountered...
Twilight fools cannot defeat you, then I will!
We encountered an entire side quest dealing with one of the remnants of her cult efforts back in Karesh. So, on brand.
The Void will claim this world.
Greetings.
I'm unsure why these...
Stop it.
I'm unsure why these cultists are coming after my family, but they won't succeed.
May your heart be true.
The pain is easing a bit, but I still need a moment. It is imperative that we seek my mother's counsel. Before we can do that, we'll have to find her. Last I heard, she was hunting in the Great Dark Beyond in a world known as Karesh. Lucky for us, I thought ahead and asked Khadgar for a portal scroll to go directly there. I'll meet you there.
Despite her hesitance to discuss it, my mother is Azeroth's foremost expert with the Void. She has yet to return from Karesh, so we will have to seek her out.
Peace, friend. Steady travels.
My visions are still difficult to parse, but it's clear that they are a warning. Xalatath intends to lay siege to Azeroth.
We must tell my mother. No one has more experience fighting Xalatath than she does.
That is precisely why she will not return. Illyria prefers to chase her quarry to the ends of existence.
And if Silvermoon comes under attack?
Then she would have even more reason to stay away. Her link to the Void makes her a danger to the Sunwell.
Then, what about Sylvanas?
Though few agree with me, I believe Sylvanas would do everything in her power to defend our home. But she has been condemned to the Maw until her penance is complete.
I can't just stand idle and wait for Xalatath to strike. I have to at least speak with my mother.
I know, Erator. I will wait for you in Dornagal. We can journey to Silvermoon after you find Illyria.
Thank you, Aunt Farisa. I'll return as soon as I can.
That may be sooner than you like, but I do hope you succeed.
You know, every expansion, certain characters tend to get more screen time than others. There's nothing wrong with that, and that's been a normal policy for a long time, which makes sense. When you have a cast as gargantuan as Warcraft, you can't have every character have screen time every expansion, right? Point is, it rotates a bit. Who do we think the main characters are going to be for Midnight? I imagine Liadrin will be one of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lorthamar was too. But past that?
This place, this world, the void seems to permeate everything.
Meanwhile, there's Erator, who has a new outfit, new custom appearance for his head. And of course, they've brought in Yuri Lowenthal. So, yeah, that's why I brought that up, as Erator is probably going to be one of the mains.
Good day to you.
Thank you for coming with me, Horde Runner. I know I have much to learn. I'm just trying to live up to the family name. Now all I have to do is find my mother on a shattered world.
Do not lose faith.
While you're on your way, I took the liberty to ask around. These brokers seem friendly enough, but be warned. Part of the city is still under attack by a group of ethereals known as the Shadow Guard. I managed to get a lead on a few traders who might have crossed paths with my mother recently. We should go before our trail runs cold. Yeah, let's...
I have a few people to ask. One of them must know where we can find Illyria.
Let's be honest, this is Erator's first time being relevant to the story. In BC, he actually served as a hint that Turelion and Illyria were still alive.
As if we didn't have enough trouble. Now the mail is...
And in Legion, his primary purpose was to just kind of be there. He had no real relevance in Legion. That's kind of it. Like, he had one scene in Legion on Argus, I believe, when he met his parents. That's it. So yeah, this is his actual introduction to the players. Hello, Bakriel.
We have toiled endlessly for this day.
I'm looking for Illyria. Do you know where she might be?
Valeria. She is not in the city, and so she is not my concern.
How helpful of you. Come on, let's go.
True, Clace. That's been a pretty regular thing. Even Thrall, who's actually still active, is mostly taking a back seat to everyone else.
At last, we return to Karesh. I'm afraid I don't know where Illyria is, but her colleague, Umbric, frequents the northern terraces.
If anyone will know where to find her, it's Umbric.
Erator, be polite. Thank you for your assistance.
Champion, Erator, what brings you to Karesh?
Hello, it's good to see you. It's terrible how events have unfolded. At least Dementius is dead, but Xalatath is more powerful than ever, and Locust Walker. What befell Karesh is terrible. There's much to learn here, lest we too suffer the same fate. I long for home. One day the Rendori will return to quell the loss. Silvermoon? Wait, what? We must do all we can to come to her defense. The Rendori will answer the call, I'm sure of it. I can tell you where Illyria is. Yes.
Do not bend to the whispers.
I'm happy to help any way I can. To find Illyria, you must fly north from here. She's hunting a new Shadow Guard lieutenant, in hope of extracting information from him. Last I heard, she was on the outskirts of a place called the Fracture of Lacuna.
I will gather my people and return to Azeroth. We'll be there to help, Arator.
Thank you, Umbric. With both you and my mother, Silvermoon will surely be safeguarded.
Surely, surely. Surely? Yeah, home's in danger? Let's go. Aren't you an exile? Don't care. Okay, just checking.
Certain rare minerals only form at the boundaries.
Mother?
No. She's ignoring you, her eyes intent on the Shadow Guard camp. She does not react to your presence. What could possibly be wrong?
Now I've got... Arator! What are you doing here?
Looking for you!
Skip conversation.
Stay alert. Is this true? Farisa had a vision of Azeroth being attacked?
Yes. The vision wasn't quite clear, but she said some of the buildings resembled Silvermoon. If Quel'Thalas is in danger, it is our family's responsibility to defend it.
Arator, I'm exiled from Silvermoon. My mere presence would place the Sunwell in danger. This is where I need to be. Hunting Xal'atath's lieutenants and tearing her secrets from their minds.
Okay, a counterpoint. Anything but that. Why don't you hang out with your son for a bit? Just chill here. I'll be right back. I go to Stormwind. I go down to the Stormwind Keep. I'm like, hey, listen, I know I'm hard, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Listen, Trellian, I need like 5 minutes of your time. Your wife is isolating again. Yeah, that's what I thought. And he would be on board immediately. So I'm like, okay. Portal us right back to Koresh. Drag Torellia to Illyria. Here's your husband. Take a week. Bye. It's just... I use the term sanity anchor. I use that term for real life, actually, not for fiction. But it's funny how easily that applies to fiction, too, especially when it comes to something like the Void in Warcraft.
Don't assume victory.
My sister's vision must not come to pass. She seems frustrated. I wish I could return, but I simply cannot be possible. There are things I can do here, however. And you two can help me while we discuss the matter.
Find the path to victory.
The two of you fell into the trap I set for Shadowlord Vashee. I need to know what his orders are from Salhadar. What he knows about Xal'atath's plan. Salhadar's dead! Now, the three of us are going to sneak into this camp and see what we can discover. We're not here to fight, just some reconnaissance. I don't want him to know I'm after him.
Champion, you take the lead. Arator, stay close. The observers here can see through my shroud.
Look, it's Miristar. It's an emergency. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Oh god, we need a new portal mage expert, don't we? Khadgar's retired, or at the very least, should be retired at this point. What is it pointing me towards? Ah. I know. We have Oculus, but, like, that's it right now. I've completed my inspection and find the state of the camp wanting. So not to if the Nexus King or the August Lady should visit. Trust me when I say I'm not as forgiving as my predecessor. I've noticed a disturbance on the southern ridge. I don't need to tell you this, but send a patrol immediately.
What's so important here that you can't return to Azeroth? Even Umbric has recalled the Riftwalkers.
All the more reason for me to remain. After Locust Walker, few can hunt the prey I'm after, and fewer still can extract their knowledge. It has to be me.
Okay. Listen, I found this bow, okay? You'll have to suffer any burden or pay any price to wield it, but I think you got this. The leader's rack is empty. How long ago was he here? Is he still nearby? We should hurry.
If you won't help, I'll ask Sylvanas.
Absolutely not. You'd risk your soul in the maw only to have her refuse.
Verisa thinks she'd return to defend Silvermoon.
Verisa? Always saw the best in her, even when it was brutally clear what our sister had become. There he is.
Odd question.
Let's hide behind those barrels next to him.
Illyria? Do you know what your sister had become? I don't even mean that facetiously. Like, we know more of about what happened there than the characters might.
Quiet. Here he comes.
Be on the lookout. Our mistress has informed me Illyria's son has come to Karesh. Kill them on sight. I am off to the ruins above Shandora. Soon we will strike the Void Elves and be done with them.
Follow me. Now we know where Vasheen will be. Time to set a new trap.
Actually, one thing I remember distinctly is when Verisa, I don't want to say misinformed Illyria about Sylvanas, but like, that was one of the only accounts she heard. A little biased.
You have found me.
Yeah, a very heavily biased account. Again, I'm not blaming Verisa, she got some baggage, but that's probably the source of her info right there. Now that we know where he's heading, I need another trap. A cage will do this time for what I have in mind. And I know just the person who can get us one.
Know your target.
Venari. Find her in the Ecodome. Do what you must.
Eretor and I will wait for you in Shandora. Be prepared, champion. Venari will want something in exchange for the cage.
Oh yeah, I heard it, Uthor.
Carry us from all sides, even across plains. We must not be caught off guard.
There you are. Good. There are many tasks that have been waiting on your arrival. Please see to their completion.
Yeah, about that.
Do my senses deceive me? Is that really you?
Hi, Venari. Unfortunately, I'm here for a favor.
I swore an oath to restore my world.
It's good to see you again. What brings you to our majestic and, might I add, expensive oasis? Staying out of trouble?
I must protect my investment.
The name of this quest is Repossession is 9/10 of the law. A cage, you say? Of course I have one. But it's not free. I'll need something in return. Several somethings. I believe the saying in your world is, you scratch my back and I will scratch yours. To my point, there are wastelanders occupying the nearby ruins. They are illegally hoarding relics of historic importance which belong to all the Kareshi. I want you to repossess them. Take my portation tax to make it easier. How else would you carry so many? Your backpack isn't that big. Lady.
Our work has just begun.
Behold! There are a number of stolen smaller but significant artifacts in the ruins at North Safad. While you're there, I see no reason why you should not also retrieve them for me. I won't kid a kidder on this one. I simply want them. We've worked together enough that you should know that. It doesn't change the fact that they were stolen.
To Harry, you want a cage, and I want... well, what I want.
Yeah, the Purge is something I'm...
Nothing is for free in this world, or any other.
Yeah, that's the truth. I'm fully content with just pretending the Purge doesn't exist. Lord knows that's what the writers have been doing. No, seriously. Like, when was the last time the Purge was actually acknowledged by anyone at any point anywhere? Let that sit in the bin of retcons and let's just move on from it. I know, it's Veristar. You know what used to irritate me the most? Back when I actually bothered to engage the Horde versus Alliance rhetoric. Which you'll notice I don't anymore. People would always bring up Theramore if they're going one direction. Or... oh god, I still can't think of the name of it. Taraho, if they were going the other direction. Like, that was it. Like, those were the only talking points. Nothing else exists. None of the specifics, none of the detailing. No. Taraho, Theramore. That's it. That's all there is to discuss. It got old, honestly. I mean, I don't want to go too much into it, but as far back as Wrath, it was made fundamentally clear that the HVA needed to go away. That's just counting WoW. Never mind that a major narrative point of Warcraft 3 was that the HVA needed to go away. I'll forgive that one a little bit because the Alliance didn't exist in Warcraft 3. I know, God, the frickin'... let's have an airship battle with our functional allies at the front door of a dude whose most well-known trait is being able to raise the dead. Yeah, between Varrock and Mirrodin. Huh? Yeah, I apologize. I try really hard not to talk about the HVA anymore because it's been a thorn in my side for so long that I myself got tired of talking about it, you know. It's just like, oh my god. Yeah, no, the irritating thing is I think if they had the modern WoW storytellers, you know, the good ones, they could have made that actually work. As Huthor has pointed out, and I've even agreed with him on, the HVA is not a problem of concept. It is entirely a problem of execution. It's lowest common denominator, dumbass fake drama. And that's what pisses me off about it. It's always just been dumb, right? It's not, you know, actual cultural tension or economic bindings or incidents that might lead to conflict or cultural friction or any of the other cool stuff they could have done with that. No, 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 no. Rawr. That's the HVA in a nutshell right there. Rawr. Yeah, it's always been very manufactured. That's a good way to put it. Oh my god, that guy's blue! And that's been the HVA. It's still a wonder they just walked away from it hard. When did BFA come out again? Because, yeah, it's been that long. Hang on a second, that guy's wearing red! He said you look like jerks. Yeah, no. We can point to all kinds of evidence. Let's just bear it all down to the fact that it was badly written and walk away from it. If they ever bring it back into something more interesting, cool. Real talk. Jesus. It's been 6 years of no HVA at all. I never thought I'd see the day. I really didn't. That's not me being hyperbolic or like trying to make a point. Yeah, in lore it's been longer because there was a time jump there. You want the biggest praise I could give Modern WoW? If they actually brought back Horde versus Alliance tensions with the Modern writing team, I think I might even be down for it. I don't want that, to be clear. Like I said, I had like over a decade of it. I'm good. But if they did, I think the Modern team could do it some frickin' justice. And make some actual stories there. I mean, we were talking about it just the other day. The Alliance has no identity right now. And, yeah, exactly, Huthor, you get it. And, in addition to having no identity, honestly, the Alliance has no reason to exist right now. That's not like an anti-Alliance bias. That's just the truth. There really should be no Alliance right now. So, like, maybe we should focus on that, right? Let's give the Alliance an honest-to-God identity. Really dig into that. Work with it. Own it. Do so. Like, the Horde has had a massive overhaul over WoW's history. Especially in Modern WoW. Do something for the Alliance, you know? And then we can think about conflict. Or don't. I'm cool with either.
With funding comes salvation.
These will do nicely. I will speak with my associate in the Preservation Society so when we come to a mutually beneficial conclusion on the matter. Here is your cut.
Our work has...
Dude, yeah, do something with the Alterac. That would be cool. We had that tiny snippet during the Arathi quest. Remember that? The Syndicate were the only guys who had a functioning brain, and the only ones we didn't just barrel roll because we butchered a whole bunch of Defias and Scarlet wannabes there.
What is more valuable?
These lesser artifacts can also be of great importance. What is Venari going to do with these artifacts?
My fortune.
Where would we be if we lacked our history and culture? I shall now recompense you for your munificent contribution to the enrichment of the Koreshi. And myself, of course. Marin, that's her name.
My investment.
I do so love a bit of intrigue. Please hurry back and let me know how everything plays out with this new Shadow God, Lieutenant. Actually, I might just pay you a visit. I'm sure Lyra will get the answers she's after this time.
Your cage, as promised. I will even include a portation tag, free of charge.
Appreciate you, Venari.
Do give my regards to Alaria.
See, that would... Obviously, they can't do major status quo changes, because if I was writing it like single-player style, I would say that Stormwind and Stromgarde should probably stay unified. Not just because of racial lines, but because there's some strong... Like Stormwind has basically assisted Stromgarde in being rebuilt, right? And there's some strong, like, cultural and blood ties there. I would also include Ironforge in that. Remember, Ironforge is one of the biggest reasons Stromgarde is even holding on. Almost all of those supplies going to Strom were from Ironforge. And yeah, I was about to say the last one would be Kul Tiras. That feels like a strong alliance core right there, right? The gnomes? I'm not sure about the gnomes. Because, yeah, Gnomergon is a dangling thread that's been dangling literally since vanilla. Arguably since Warcraft 3. We need to do something with that. The Night Elves have so pieced out at this point. Honestly, I would write them out of the Alliance. Completely. Like, there's Night Elves who would stay, but, like, as a polity, I would say the Night Elven people stop being part of the Alliance. Especially because... what Night Elven polity? No, really, think about it. We talked about this during the Dragonflight stream. There's not really a Night Elf state right now. So, that's another thing to be dealt with. Now, the Draenei? They have a whole other thing going on, right? And that's another one that's just kind of like a... There's some interesting directions we could take the Draenei, especially since their Heritage Quest super hinted they were going to do something. Now, the Worgen, we've actually already done something with Gilneans. I would love for the Gilneans to be a bridge between the Forsaken and the core alliance we just mentioned, right? Strom, Ironforge, Stormwind. I'm dead serious. I think the new generation and that awesome quest chain in Gilneas serves that, like, the Gilneans can serve as, like, an intermediary between the Forsaken of Lordaeron and the rest, which makes sense, because Lordaeron has always been a really strong proponent of the Alliance. Yeah, you get it. New Lordaeron, right? Remember, a lot of the people of the Forsaken were humans who lived in Lordaeron. Yeah, no, there's some honest connections there. Oh, I like that idea, Huthor. What was the intent of having factions in the first place? PvP. No, there's no other answer here. They have eventually... We talked about this during the last run. I don't blame you for not knowing this. But the original intention, the core original intention, was factions. These people were used to writing RTSs and designing RTSs. So they made factions so that there could be PvP between the factions, because PvP was something you had in MMOs. I have opinions on that, which I've given many times before. But at the end of the day, that is the core reason why there was this big divide between the Horde and the Alliance. Even though... and we've been dealing with its consequences ever since. What is that? Who am I missing? So we got the Worgen, we got the Gnomes, the Mechagnomes, the Dwarves, the other Dwarves, Void Elves. So I'm leaving the Void Elves alone because I have a feeling whatever they're doing is going to be relevant to Midnights. They've got... The Void Elves are going to get some screen time. Let's just leave that be. Who am I missing? What's an alliance race I'm missing? Oh, the Kultirans. Well, no, the Kultirans are going to join the core alliance, right? That makes sense. Yeah, it was the normal thing to have an evil faction and a good faction when WoW came out. EverQuest 2 is a perfect example of that, as well as Lotro, kind of. It was also very, very normal for some of the MMOs which had more of a PvP faction. Aeon was another example of that, yeah. And I can never think of the name of it. It was one of those dumb, like, PvP-only MMOs, so it was like Faction 1, Faction 2. Yeah, Lotro's evil faction was just for PvP. And then that entire feature kind of died on the vine. But it's the same thing. Oh yeah, Warhammer had that as well. So it was just normal to have an evil faction. As I pointed out during a lot of the BC quests, the Horde were written incredibly inconsistently in vanilla and BC, because sometimes they were the bad guys. Like, no whitewashing that. They were the bad guys. They were cartoonishly evil. But it wasn't even consistent with the same side sometimes. Sometimes the Blood Elves were just people, or victims, or cartoonishly, hilariously evil people. And it was the same thing with the Forsaken. Sometimes the Forsaken were just dudes, and then sometimes they're like, and that was it. They were the bad guy faction. Oh, absolutely, class. I'm really glad that Tyrande and Malfurion finally got to retire. Which, again, brings up that question of Night Elf state. Here's a weird thought. Maybe there shouldn't be a Night Elf state. No, I'm serious. What is it, EU5? You can be in military that doesn't have land? Yeah, a diaspora, exactly. Like, I guess you said that earlier. I'm with that. I think you could do some stuff with that. Just saying. Because, like, Chandris is still there, and she's still general. And she still has an army at her back.
Rare minerals only form...
And you've got the Druids, but they're all over the place now. The Druids haven't been a Night Elf-only club in years. Anyways. Sorry. I doubt any of this will happen. I think they're really trying to focus on the main plot stuff. Rather than trying to adjust the world, so... I apologize for rambling.
Good. You're back with the cage. Now we capture Vasheen. Danger lurks.
Do you have the cage? I hope Venari didn't make you jump through too many hoops. Nothing is free with her. Yeah.
May your aim never fall.
Say what you will. Venari thinks of everything. Teleporting Vasheen into this cage will make things much easier.
Know your target.
Vasheen is up in the Kaid ruins to the north. Fool thinks he's so clever, but he's about to find out who he's dealing with. Wear him down and then place Venari's tag on him. It'll teleport him to the cage. I'll stay here to make sure the cage works. Hurry, before he realizes we're onto him.
You'll have to weaken Vasheen for the tag to work. Try not to kill him.
Jeez, Ilaria.
I'm perfectly capable of holding back when needed.
I don't think she was talking to you, Erator.
Come to surrender, child?
I was just about to ask you the same.
This isn't over!
Bye.
I'll see you back down there.
And yeah, Huthor is correct. Everything I just talked about is ultimately just fun to chat about, but nothing's going to happen for years, if ever. I'm not even sure Last Titan is coming out at this point.
You think your mastery over the void surpasses mine?
There is much left to do.
You've done well. This Shadowguard scum will tell me all I need to know. Or else.
May your aim never falter.
This will be dangerous. I intend to use the void to break his will and extract what I can from his mind. Be ready to assist. I'll set up some ritual devices and listen for instructions.
Stay alert. Champion, place the foci. They should limit Vasheen's power.
Fools! What do you hope to accomplish against me?
Yeah, Illyria, you realize what you're doing here. It's a shame because we talked about this during War Within, where she was floundering. And then she found herself by finding people around her, and that helped, and that was cool, and then she lost Locust Walker. And now she's not doing well again.
He's stronger than I thought! Champion, come lend me your power!
Okay.
Where is Xalatath? Where is her army?
I am the master here. You are nothing, elf.
I see it in your mind. The devouring host. lurking in the void. Whatever they call themselves, they can't hide from me.
It's enough interference from you, fleshling.
Watch out!
Actually, yeah, Uthor. I don't...
Disappointing. Let's see how your offspring fares.
Eritor! No!
You got this, Eritor.
Help me turn his power back against him!
Your son will die quickly, Illyria.
We're almost there! Keep pushing!
I will kill you! Zalatath will take nothing more from me!
You have no idea.
Did you get the information you needed?
I got enough.
That's a no.
I see you put my materials to good use.
Hi, Venari.
All mysteries will be revealed.
Good thing I came to check and see how my cage held up. Looks to be in better shape than the two of you.
Discover more secrets. Then we can talk.
If Zalatath thought she was going to hide her new army, she's sadly mistaken. I'm going to find this devouring host and expose its weakness.
Know your target.
My mother sacrificed much by killing Vasheen. I'm sure she could have extracted more information out of him. You have been too hard on her. Let's decide what's next. I hope you'll continue with me.
Carry on the crusade.
Venari helped us before. I know it's dangerous, but maybe she can get us into the mall.
Silvermoon needs the Windrunner sisters. If you won't come back, then I have to seek out Sylvanas.
Eritor, I know I can't stop you. Just don't lose yourself in the maw.
Okay. He's got the mall walker with him.
Find anything of interest, Walker?
It can be done. There is enough spare energy in Tazvesh to teleport to the Maw for a short time. However, being able to do a thing and being smart to do are two separate things, but I know we'll find a way to get Eritor into the Maw, so I might as well help.
Do not draw the jailer's eye.
Don't assume victory. I swear, Eritor, sometimes you're as stubborn as your father.
And as rebellious as you.
Oh, so this is payback then? For all the times I disobeyed my own mother.
I wish I could have known her.
She was stern, but loving. She too wanted me to remain in Quel'Thalas, to defend its borders, as was our family's duty. But I wanted to leave the kingdom, so I did. And by the time I came home, Sylvanas took up the mantle of Ranger General after our mother died. And we all know how that turned out. If I had stayed,
You couldn't have known any of those things would happen.
Perhaps not, but they did happen, and they can't be undone. That holds true for my choices, and even more so for Sylvanas. Remember that when you go to see her.
Hi, Evo. Welcome to new content. Yeah, they've been doing probably the most insulting thing you could possibly do to the jailer. Ignoring him.
Opening a gateway to the maw is possible, though I would not call it advisable.
I've never seen a character in fiction as bad as the jailer. I mean that sincerely. It's hard to even properly summarize. What do we give him? 40 some odd negatives?
Have you come to trade, or to waste your breath?
I mean, if you worked at Blizzard and you had to deal with the fallout of a character that you didn't want that ruined your setting for you, would you like that character? What you ask is both difficult and, as you well know, potentially deadly for Eretor. He is no Maw Walker, but you are. Regardless, I will help you to get there if that's your wish.
Will that be all, Maw Walker?
Getting to the Maw to visit his auntie Sylvanas can be done, but at no small risk to Eretor. Yeah, shouldn't I just go with a message? Under no circumstance should he linger there. However, that is your business. I am in the business of keeping my slates clean, and there's something I can do for you. The engine of Tazavesh can power a gateway and allow the two of you to break into that dreadful place.
Step over there and activate the gateway. It once allowed for passage between the Shadowlands and the realms of the living. It can do so again. The gateway will allow you to travel back and forth, but I suggest you not linger in the Maw.
Welcome home. Void seeping in.
This place... Nothing could have prepared me to see this.
Honor to you. For justice.
This place feels like the air here grips my heart and refuses to let go. We should see our business quickly.
May your heart be true.
The devouring host must have followed us here. I don't know what they could want with a place like this, but I can't imagine the void is suddenly infused with benevolent purpose. We can't allow this incursion to get out of hand. Slay as many of them as you can manage.
Carry on the crusade.
These monstrosities certainly wasted no time once they arrived. They are snatching up souls left and right and drowning them in void. They take my holy symbol. It should be potent enough to drive away the shadows that cling to souls.
I don't know how the devouring host got into the Maw, or what they want, but I know we can't let them stay here.
Everyone, I'm totally being robbed right now. I just want this on camera so that when... You might be able to tape that shut. You'll probably need to tape it.
Yes. Here.
Oh, by the way, poke your head over here for just a sec.
Head poke.
They do sell the bags. See?
Are those bags?
They're pretty similar.
Mm,
Just a thought.
I think... So what I'd like is a fabric bag that there's like different colors of.
That feels like this stuff.
Those are plastic.
But these are plastic, aren't they? Yeah, they look plastic.
Yeah.
Maybe these?
No, go back. That far left one, there's how many different patterns of those are there?
No.
1, 2. Stop! Take your mouse off of that.
Never.
1, 2,
3.
There's 4. There's that back
yeah.
pattern. There's polka dots.
Oh, yep, you're right there. There's the 4.
Yes. Okay, send me that link. Or order
It's going to be on Discord.
one of the two.
I'll just order it. How many do you want? This...
How many size? Order the sizes?
This is 6.
No, I want to know the sizes.
There's your sizes. 2 of each.
Okay, so there's 2 big ones,
2
2 mediums,
two
and 2
small
littles. That'll work for now.
Okay. So, yeah, that line from Venari has
That'll
stuck
at
with me
least
ever.
get those 2 stuffies.
Yeah, has stuck with me ever since. You know, the maw being someplace that the void fears. Again, it makes perfect sense that the void would fear death. That's logical. But is that all there is to it? They've been laying down bricks for a long time, too. Well, I guess it hasn't been that long. Since the patch, the post Shadowland stuff, I would say. Like, we could tell, ignoring the fact that we all do interviews to the effect, we could tell that they actually have a freaking plan. Finally. Turn the music off? Nope, it's just that quiet out here. Yes, we also know the Void has been attacking the Shadowlands, if we were to take Shadowlands as canon, as they have done so multiple times. It's worth noting we know the Light also has a vested interest in the Shadowlands. Yeah, honestly, if we just detached the jailer from his significance to the setting, he just becomes another boring villain. Like Uthor said earlier, he's not actually that bad of a character in a vacuum. It is the massive impact he has on the entire setting around him that makes him so terrible. Even on an individual basis, as I pointed out during the Shadowlands run, the jailer actively made Sylvanas a worse character. Just to use one example of that. And Helia, and, oh god, how'd you pronounce his name? Moisella, there we go. And, Denathrius. All of those characters were just demonstrably made worse by their connections, yeah, I have noticed that either, by their connections to the jailer.
That sound. Do you hear it too?
No.
Peace, friend.
Hang on. What? Oh god, he moved! Eretor, stop teleporting on me. God.
Greetings. Do not lose faith.
We've made a dent, but at the rate they're pushing, they'll overrun the whole maw.
Steady travels.
I can see the reactions from the cleansing from here. I had no idea my methods would be so ill-suited to saving the souls of this place.
May the light guide you.
You hear it. A strange sound echoing in the distance. Given where we are, I would assume it's a trick, or worse, a trap. But it feels... I don't know how to describe it, but I feel calmer for hearing it. Like I'm in control. It's going to sound mad, but I think we should follow it. I don't know where it could be coming from, but my instincts are telling me to trust it.
I can't shake the feeling we should follow that sound.
That sounds like a very bad idea, Eretor. If you are hearing noises, your auditory senses might be malfunctioning. If you would like, I could attempt to heal them. I have some mild affluence with regards to the healing arts. Oh. Hello.
Someone moved these baskets recently. Let's keep going.
Flowers blooming in the maw. Huh. Yeah.
Dead. And this lingering magic. There's no mistaking it. She must be close.
I don't remember an Anduin coming back. But if you're referring to Yazara, yeah. I mean, that she just turned right around. Or Yazara, or however they pronounce it this week. Yeah, I spent plenty of time in the mall. I'll just tell you right now. Those flowers didn't used to be there. Oh yeah, Anduin went out to talk to Sylvanas. That is correct. Forgot about that. Given our presence here right now, I sort of assumed that it was just one of those things where you could go in and out as long as you were careful, like we're doing right now. We know that one of the major reasons why the maw was so sealed in particular was because of the jailer, and he's gone. It could also have been something maintained by the others, who obviously have no reason to do so anymore, since, again, jailer gone. Oh, wow. I actually can't go up there. Where do you want me to go, Quest? Help me out here. Ah, there it is. Either way, yes, you are correct at your base point, regardless of details. At this point, there's nothing preventing you from coming back from the dead. Unless you are erased. And at this point in time, I think we're up to, like, what, 3 characters ever who've actually been erased?
Sylvanas!
Lyrith? No. Eretor, what are you doing here?
Hang on, super quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lyrith Windrunner. He's dead. He's been dead for a while. He was their brother. I should have known you would be wrapped up in this. What do you want? Are you here to apologize for the mess you dragged here with you?
When I last saw you, that sword would have been too heavy for you to lift.
It stayed that way for a time. Lorthamar was a harsh taskmaster, but his training regimen paid off. Now I use that strength to protect our world. I've come to ask you to do the same, as the Ranger General you once were.
A man grown, but still a child at heart. This is no place for such sentiment, Eretor. But neither is it a place for the Void. Let's put Lordamar's vaunted training to the test.
She sounds different. Honestly, I should have known this is your doing. You have a remarkable talent for disturbing the peace. I almost have to respect it. I did not, however, expect to see my nephew, not in a place like this. No matter. As long as you're here, you can help clean up the mess you've made. These are no mere embodiments of Void. They move with precision and purpose. They've taken up a defensive position within the Tremaculum. No doubt they intend to expand their presence and shore up their defenses now that they have a foothold. All the better. It means they'll all be gathered in one place. Break their ranks. Show no mercy.
Light bless you.
It doesn't matter how many of these void monstrosities we kill. We have to deal with the source or they'll just keep coming. Traveling across the rift is not an easy feat at the best of times. If we could find places where they've been able to tear through and close them, we should be able to cut off their reinforcements. Lead the way. I'll be at your back.
May your heart be true.
It was foolish of you to come here. But now that you have, you can assist with ending this incursion.
And she's off. Just like Mother.
Hmm. Huh. The name of that buff for ripping apart the things is Embracing Entropy. Yeah, remember, the pieces of her soul got recombined, which means the monster is still in there, and all its memories. I mean, arguably that's what we actually do. Every time we kill a big bad, they get shuffled off to the Shadowlands, and then get sorted into the Maw. Poof, we're good. Although if the Maw is escapable as it seems to be right now, that wouldn't be as effective of a term as before. And, honestly, in a long-term sense, that would probably lead to the same problems we already had with the Maw. So maybe we don't want to fill this place with a bunch of all the evilest of peoples again. Yeah, I noticed the new models. I love that skin. Oh, 2 new models, actually. I didn't even see these guys. Of course, there's a lot of people doing it, but, like, you can kind of see their skin under there. It's got some shading to it now, which is kind of cool. If we really wanted to get rid of people permanently, we'd just pull out one of the Legion's old soul engines. Those things grind souls down into nothing, actually cessating them. So... now that is kind of horrifically evil, but, you know, it's an option. No, it's fine, Uthor. It's fine. It's fine. Look at the arms on those things. I love the veins. Yeah, appreciate you, Legion. Appreciate you, Sargeras. Just like a Titan. Came up with this fascinatingly horrific tech for us. Yeah, if we want to use it, yeah.
Struggling to keep pace, Arator?
Please. This is merely a brisk workout.
Arator, you are in super hell right now. Could you chill a bit?
Honor to you.
Anyway, this is an important lesson. A true paladin can't just fight darkness when it deigns to manifest. They have to seek the source.
Not give up the fight.
You are as sharp as ever. In Hero's word, years of peace might dull your wits. Come, we're not finished yet. Lady, I don't know what you know about what's been going up topside, but I have not been enjoying years of peace.
Greetings.
With their final lesser rifts closed, the devouring host will be hard-pressed to muster reinforcements, but if they don't deal with their leader, They'll just open more. There's a sentient amalgam of void energy, preferring to kill by disposing its foes high into the air.
Do not lose faith.
Look, 5 years didn't exist.
Time to mention that I'm not terribly fond of heights.
Nice visual indicator where to go immediately. I know, Uthor. That's a valid point.
How's this for keeping pace?
Eritor.
Kill it, and their reinforcements will cease.
Well, we gotta wait for it to respawn first, because a lot of people are doing this quest right now. Hashtag other players. Interestingly enough, because we're specifically playing my Earthen, I didn't get 5 years of peace. I got like 15,000 years of peace, but not 5. Just gonna hold back, let the other players poke it if they need to. Yeah, I just awakened this year. Who are you? Ignore that I actually did the Shadowlands with this character.
Good. Sylvanas, we need to...
Not here. Come.
By the way, the name of that ability is Mawwalk.
I'm not going anywhere until we've had a chance to talk.
The bulk of the lingering threat is bound in the Tramaculum. The commander slain and the portal shut, the natural denizens of the Maw should see to the remainder soon enough. Now be gone. I have work to do. If you and Eritor desire something else of me, it'll have to wait. There's souls here that require my attention, assuming your bumbling hasn't driven them off. Managed to track 4 souls that fell into the Maw without proper judgment. Correct your mistake and help me retrieve them, and maybe I'll find time for a chat. As you are no doubt aware, ferrying souls beyond the bounds of the Maw is no easy task. It's not a place from whence souls are meant to ascend. Our resources are limited, but I have devised a way to ensure the relative safety of the souls I retrieve, though I require materials. Fetch me reeds. And, a maw rat teeth. We mustn't forget maw rat teeth.
If you insist on staying here, I'll put you to work.
Peace, friend. Carry on.
I expected the Maw to be alien, unknowable. But these structures are...
Familiar. I agree. I have seen past the veil of true death, Eritor. There is more to the Shadowlands than it seems.
Why are you doing this, Sylvanas?
Isn't it obvious? This is my penance. But more than that, it is my purpose.
From what I've been told, half of the souls here would rather slay you than be granted peace.
You misunderstand. I do not grant them peace. I merely offer them a way forward. An offer which you have delayed me from making for long enough. Let's get to work, nephew.
Charge! Is this here for people who haven't done Shadowlands? So they can mount down here? Because I bet you that's what this is here for. Alright, what kind of souls we got? A stalwart soul.
The war chief leads us to victory. For the Horde!
Rest, brave warrior. The Horde stands. It will never fall.
Then it's over. Thank the Earth Mother.
I never took you for such a loyalist.
I told him what he needed to hear.
And yeah, it is fascinating that Sylvanas is more well-adjusted than Illyria or Varisa right now. But it also makes sense, as was just pointed out in chat. She's already been through a lot of her crap. And remember, she's had 5 years, well, close to 7 years now, down here to be able to sit and process. Varisa's barely been a character, and Illyria is still going through some crap. Yeah, I noticed they have several of these mounts around here. Carefully placed. Wrath is the most likely next one, I would say. Not the best, just the most likely. Wrath is the Golden Boy expansion. It's an easy target for a remix.
Monster! Traitor! She damned us all!
Sylvanas, look out!
Hold. Let them quell their rage. Come. There is more to do.
Probably a Forsaken. Honestly, I've thought about it a lot. I don't really have a preference for a new remix. I'm good with anything at this point. There's cosmetics all over the place I wouldn't mind getting. Probably Geroid noise. Amusingly. Also notice the central theme of War Within comes in again, which is trauma and how we deal with it. Or, more broadly, mental health. Yeah, this place is farmed. Like, there are a lot of players slowing this town right now.
Oh, players would never slow something down.
I was going to ask what Diana remix meant, but we'll just know.
It came with a tiny loofah.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, it's
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
for the sink is a different thing. This is for the dishwasher for straws.
Oh, that makes much more sense. Sorry, I've got 15 other things in my mind right now.
Is that long enough? Do you have your utensils up here?
Actually, I do.
Because those should be about that. Maybe.
Ooh, yeah.
Supposed to be.
Well, we'll see it in action. Maybe tonight. I don't know. Although tonight was pizza, so maybe that's right.
I don't think anyone wants that weird Lupa thing.
Yeah.
But I'm going to put it in the box. And I am going to put the box right here.
And now it's just my problem.
No, what I need you to do is when you see if the straws and the chopsticks will fit in here, if they will not fit in here, I need you to put that with that and give it all back to me.
Makes sense.
But I am currently wrapping presents, which means if I put that box anywhere in my room where I would normally be able to keep up with it, it will get thrown away when I'm done wrapping presents.
Mm-hmm.
Or it will get wrapped with a present.
Yeah. The eldest Brigwin had those. I actually have pictures of her.
Had what?
Lightsaber chopsticks.
Ah, yes. They since died.
Yep. They were cool, though, and they glowed.
They did.
Has the Banshee Queen come to finish what she started?
I don't know. Human? What are we thinking?
You had me executed. You
twisted Derek's mind. Who did? Sorry. I can't hear.
I would rather suffer for eternity than have you grant me peace.
If that is what you wish, come, Arator. We still have more to do.
Yeah, I think that's selling. Oh, that's...
Why are you here?
Spoilers is the answer to that question.
We go back to the mall?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that makes sense because that's the void. It would make sense for the void to be here. I haven't played this stuff yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. This is new to me.
Yeah.
This just came out like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Is this the pre-patch or is this the wrap-up?
This is the wrap-up. This is the finale quests. Pre-patch will probably be somewhere around February.
There's another one.
Yep. Yeah, so... Can I just say that... You okay?
Yeah. I just threw scissors.
Okay, cool. That kind of hurts a little bit, because I liked Zelling. But he's going to willingly choose the Maw, and that's just... It's his right.
Are we doing pizza?
Sorry about all that. Alright, so, let's go talk to this soul.
Ow.
Save the children!
Oh.
Teldrassil burns!
That's an obvious one.
Mother Moon, I hear you. Please, save us from this torment.
I hope your goddess awaits you beyond the mall.
And that she's not a robot. Sorry. The Elune thing is still kind of a question mark because of how wonky Shadowlands was. We'll see if they ever go back to that.
Another spirit?
A silent one. He follows me and then departs, only to return again later.
Please don't be the Thanos.
Light bless you. For
It's
justice.
strange. I don't know how to put this, but seeing Sylvanas like this, in a way, it's how I've always imagined her. I know this is meant to be penance, and it's certainly not easy, but she seems at peace like this.
May the light guide you.
I see that look in your eyes. Do you think this would be a simple matter?
I found him.
Okay.
Do you want a milkshake?
What do they have?
Do you want large or medium?
Medium, please.
Excuse me. Regular or large?
Okay,
All right. Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, or...
Did you think this would be a simple matter?
They were in drinks. You just scrolled past them.
Ah. Not all are willing or ready to be retrieved. It matters not. They persist and they choose. And of course, Sylvanas would be super big on choice, since the story arc that she's, what phrase is, supposed to have, the character trait that she's supposed to have, is being really big on free will. And I'm just going to lay that down like that. I know that we've had several versions of Sylvanas over the years, but the one that has always made the most sense to me, like regardless of personal preference, is the one that really venerates free will, because she had it so adamantly ripped away from her twice.
Sylvanas?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she went evil.
Yeah, well, the first time.
She went evil twice?
Well, yeah. Debatable is the answer to that. Because...
I was going to say, I'm assuming the first time you're referring to when she was like, I'm part of the Scourge being actively mind-controlled and therefore am evil.
Yes.
Yes. I didn't count that as her being evil because that was out of her control.
Control, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was referring to the, I hate life, so we're going to kill everyone and make everyone undead. Like the entire expansion's worth of evil.
Yeah. There's arguably other times, too.
Yeah, but that's...
I know.
When I say... Okay, so...
No. The point is the writers keep changing their minds. That's the only point I'm making.
I'm talking to them now. There's good and bad in all people, right? There is good and evil in all people. Even you and me. You and I can both do evil things and will do evil things across the course of our life, either unintentionally or intentionally due to extenuating circumstances. But one or two or three actions that are, bad do not make you an evil person, right? People can do bad things and still be overall good people. It's a spectrum. So when I say going evil, I mean an entire arc across a season, right? Across a patch, at least a patch set, right? Where everything that you're doing inside of that patch set is demonstrably bad or bad intentions, then you are evil. I didn't say that there are things that aren't evil in and of themselves, right? Things are evil. I'm saying that you can be an overall good person and do something that people consider evil. I have no idea, Mr. Red. Are you evil? He's evil. He likes to murder people.
You can ask my niece.
Yeah, all of them, and the nephew, have all said.
So I just got an ad from YouTube which said, you should start using AI for your videos.
Why?
No.
has its uses in some cases.
Speaking of which, I need to find something. Anyone know something other than Firefox? Because I got to move off that now, apparently.
I mean, why?
AI.
Did they were one of the good ones.
They're drifting there.
They're all drifting there. I use Chrome, but that's because it jumps across all of my devices, so
yeah,
I don't have to screw with it.
Yeah, as I say, Brave is Chromium, and yeah, they're all Chromium. So the reagents are gathered, and the lingering souls have been put at ease for the moment. We do not have long. Stand back while I send them to where they are meant to dwell.
I was reading about this. There's some obscure.
Marcella Nore. Si Dore. Illumen yo mal Allah Allah sin Dore.
I was wondering if the owl was still there. Sentinel.
Sylvanas, that was...
Enough. You wish to talk, so talk. Why have you come here?
She probably could leave. For many reasons, she chooses not to. Like, if she wanted to, she could bail. There'll be more tomorrow. And tomorrow. Until only I remain.
Greetings.
When I decided to come here, I have to admit I wasn't sure what I would find. There's no disputing the terrible things Sylvanas has done, and it's a burden she'll have to bear the rest of her life, but seeing her like this... Come, we've been here too long as it is. The weight of this place is getting me.
Steady travels. Carry on the crusade.
Sylvanas, Azeroth is in danger. The people of Quel'Thalas need the Windrunners. They need you.
And the people of Teldrassil? How would they feel about my return?
You've done terrible things. I won't deny that. But what good is penance if it leads to more harm? I've seen what you do for the souls who are trapped here. I could vouch for you, help convince...
Your fellow paladins may call you the Redeemer, but I do not seek redemption. I have worn many titles myself. Ranger General, Dark Lady, Banshee Queen, War Chief. I set them all aside when I descended into the Maw. My place, my duty, is here. Not among the living. You say Quel'Thalas needs a Windrunner. So go, Eretor. Be a Windrunner.
Sylvanas. Very well. I think I understand.
No, Eretor. You don't. But a very major theme of modern WoW has been the transition from the old to the new. Hold a moment. Eretor will be fine for a few moments longer. Let him travel alone. I wish to speak to you privately.
Thank you for tempering my nephew's exuberance. He's skilled, but tends to rush into danger. It runs in the family. Eretor is correct about one thing. I am a Windrunner. And I have not forgotten where I came from. But as I told him, now is not the time for me to return to the world of the living. You have noticed, have you not? The Maw, the Shadowlands, all of it. The question that has plagued me since the jailer's demise. I know the truth of death better than most. This, it is too convenient, too ordered. I have made many foes on the path that brought me here. Most of them once called me an ally. I do not regret the choices I've made. Nor do I bear ill will toward those who met me with their fangs bared. But know this, I cannot stop now. I must not stop now. Or all I have done will have been for naught. Return to Azeroth, fight the battles ahead of you. One day our paths will cross again.
Interesting. Needless to say, you and I have not always seen eye to eye. All the same, I owe you thanks. Eretor is a naive fool, but he is family. Now go, see to it he returns home safely. I mean, we were theorizing for years that the first ones were just the Titans. Different term for the Titans. Rocks? What rocks? What rocks? Unless you meant the bird, which I saw the whole time. Is there more? What else is there? Oh my god, there's something else behind the rocks. It's absolutely nothing! What? What am I missing? What am I missing? What? This is... It's... Anyways. Gotcha.
We found her, Mother. She was not how I expected her to be.
Yeah, it is worth remembering. It's been years since she's been in the Maw. She really has had time to process. It's like I can finally breathe again. I can scarcely believe you're able to traverse that place for extended periods of time. You thought Uncle Khadgar was exaggerating in his grand tales of your adventures.
Do not give up the fight.
I think it's time we go back to Azeroth. I think we've done all we can when it comes to mustering Windrunners for whatever's to come.
Do not lose faith. Peace, friend. May your heart be true.
I take it you spoke to her?
And she refused, just as you said she would.
Of course she did. Sylvanas is...
She's a bit like you, to be honest.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I didn't mean... I know that for a long time you feared that you would become like her. Led astray by a dark force that eclipsed you. becoming less and less yourself. But Mother, what I saw in her today, she's a windrunner, the same as you. Driven by a sense of sacrifice and duty, enduring personal hardship for the sake of those you wish to protect, and refusing to follow anyone's path but your own. I think you're more alike than you realize.
You always see the best in people, Eretor. Farisa truly was the one to raise you. I will have to thank her for that.
I'll pass it along to her for you.
Take care, my precious Eretor. Guard Silvermoon well, as a windrunner.
You know, I was thinking about it. Not that it dismisses her crimes, but it's interesting to think that Sylvanas has never really had, perhaps ironically, a choice in what to do with her own life. First, she was taken out of control of herself by the first Lich King. Then she was immediately put into a terrible situation with the Nothrezim and Death Knight Arthas, at which point she spent much of her life trying to get revenge on the second Lich King. Upon that conclusion, she was willing to bow out. She was done, she was good, goodbye. Then she went to the Maw. That went exactly as you'd think it would. And then she got controlled by the Jailer. She also had no control of being named Ranger and all. That's actually true. She didn't want that job, not originally. So, it is interesting to think that Sylvanas finally actually has a choice. And that brings us back to that question of, can she escape the Maw? She probably could, but she chooses to stay because it's the first thing that she's actually chosen since she died. Possibly since before that, depending on how you want to line that up. Like, there's something weirdly poetic about that. And yeah, that's valid. Garrosh was also putting a boot to her neck for quite a while there. Huh.
Baladash, Malinor.
Mistress, I have come to offer myself in service. Please.
Oh, you will serve me. I went to a lot of trouble imbuing this bauble with untold power. Now yours shall be added. For 100,000 years, I have planned for this moment. Let Let the way be opened to my prize.
Light bless you.
Thank you for accompanying me on this adventure. It got a bit out of hand, but I think it was worth making all the same. I hope the warnings we dispensed were enough. Now that Xalatath has her army in the power of a Void Lord, I can only imagine what terror she's planning to enact.
For justice.
So, you've seen them both then. I'm sorry you couldn't sway them.
I may never fully understand why my mother or Sylvanas choose to walk alone, but I can respect their decisions. I can't imagine what each of them has gone through. My own life has been tranquil by comparison.
As was Illyria's wish, that you enjoyed the halcyon youth that we never could.
A wish you granted 1,000 times over. She wanted to thank you for that.
Yes, well, perhaps one day she'll thank me in person. Now come, Arator. Kel'Thalas awaits.
I'm actually quite fond of the title Infernal, and Lord knows I earned that sucker. But Azeroth's Vanguard kinda fits Horde Runner.
Plenty of treasure around here. And I'm betting we can use it to take the fight to Xalatath.
Travel safe.
And yeah, that's just a vector. I figured.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the war within. I made a point of doing some of the boring on it this morning. Anticipating. I'm going to be honest, I didn't think this would be a 7-hour stream. Yeah, very mid. Garbage, honestly. I spit upon it. Patooey, patooey. Better than Dragonflight? That's the question, isn't it? I'm going to chop off the guessing game now. So, if you haven't got your guess in, it sucks to be you. I've been streaming for 7 hours. You've had tons of time. Okay, fine. I'll let you get a guess in. One last guess, okay? Give you a few more minutes to get a guess in, okay? Just for you. Here. Go ahead and do it. I'll be nice. Although, if I'm going to chill here for a minute, I want a different song. Yeah, when I think of War Within, this is the first song that comes to mind immediately. We'll check the website. Dragonflight's there and up to date. Oh, you know what? I can just check this. Dragonflight, which is expansion 9, got 1,771. 1,700. Here's something interesting. Yes, Ross. So, like, if you want to see a comparison, compare it against other MMO stuff. So this is interesting. This is the second longest expansion in WoW history. Only beaten by the absolute juggernaut that is Cataclysm. For those of you wondering, Legion was the second longest at 87 hours. And then below that was Dragonflight at 84. This was 97. That's a chonker. Yeah, Legion had padding, exactly. This didn't. Oh, I have no idea, Blitzstone. Okay.
Ask them to ring the doorbell.
They did not, I take it.
They did not.
Of course not.
That being said, Google yells at me every time somebody walks up to the house. So,
boop, as they say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Legion, hang on, let me double check. The lowest gameplay score was BC, obviously. Legion was the second lowest gameplay score. And then third was Shadowlands, and then fourth was Wrath. All of that. Yeah, no, those are solid.
Yep, those are sweet potato.
Mm-hmm. The End of War Within? So for the sake of simplicity, I usually do the last content patch. I think I like the curly fries a bit better. In other words, the stuff we just did.
I don't like sweet potato very much.
True. So, like, midnight pre-patch, that's midnight, right? Now, that's arbitrary. That's just how I divide it. But that is how I've always divided it. Even before I started reviewing this stuff.
Alright. There's your food. Here's my food.
Dankeschön.
In bed.
Do you think it's going to score better than Dragonflight? I'm doing the math right now. Just knee-jerk. I know you haven't played all of War Within.
It'll be really close, but I don't think it will.
Okay. So. So.
Is Dragonflight the current highest?
Yeah, by a huge margin. You see these numbers?
Mm-hmm.
The next highest is Pandaria at 644.
What's
and down.
What's...
This is 1771. That's Dragonflight.
Ah, and that's the one below it is War Within, real close.
Yep.
But that's not counting the stuff you just did.
Bingo. So, gotta do some more math. But that's the launch War Within right there.
Well, the launch and like 2 patches.
Yeah. Okay, so let me grab this.
Because that was through the second raid, right?
Yes, Undermine.
Yeah.
Was new when we did the last patch, or last stream, excuse me.
Yeah. And you did Undermine.
Let's see.
Right?
No. Yes, but no. it didn't count. It didn't count.
You didn't score it in the last one.
There you go.
Okay. Then it might breach it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Because, yeah. Undermine was really good. That is how that works.
I still can't believe that it's almost the next expansion.
I know.
That feels really fast.
Luther was just saying 1 year and 7 months between the launch of War Within and the launch of Midnight.
Yeah, that feels really
That's
fast.
because it is really fast.
Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy.
No, yeah, so some people...
I feel like we played Lich King for like ever.
We did.
And then Kata for like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people, not I'm accusing you of this, a lot of people tend to forget that there are really big gaps between each expansion until now, basically. Like the Dragonflight War Within.
No, I knew there were really big gaps between.
I know that.
Oh.
I said other people, not you.
Well, no, you then specified you weren't talking about me like I had just said that it wasn't a big
Point
gap. And I'm
made.
like, no, this feels really fast.
Yeah,
Are we there yet? I want to know before I go.
I'm not going to be that fast, and I don't like to rush it.
Okay, well, then I'm going to go find the ketchup.
Okay.
Because you know they never put enough ketchup on
That
burgers.
is absolutely true. Yeah, no, Mists to Warlords was a gigantic drought of content. Wrath to Kata, same problem. Warlords kind of had a similar issue. For a different reason, if you remember. Because the last patch of Warlords barely added anything. Which meant Warlords, if you think about it, the gap between Warlords and Legion was technically like the first patch, the launch of Warlords, to Legion. Because the patches that Warlord got, which were good patches, didn't add content, really. FF14 is slower, but more deliberately staggered. Yeah, Siege of Orgrimmar was a year! A year of Siege of Orgrimmar.
Can I have my chair over here?
Yes.
Because I'm assuming you probably don't want me to eat.
Give me a second.
Over there.
Let's do this. I actually normally have a lot of space here. I just don't right now.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, just slide your chair out of the way.
We did have the selfie patch, although you can make fun. That was a really good tech debt patch. It really was. A lot of people forget all of the under-the-hood stuff they fixed in that patch. Because, obviously, it didn't really add anything new, right? It's the kind of stuff that players hate.
Back up more.
I'm at the wall, basically.
Well, at the wall, basically. But you come through. You need to wash your pillowcase.
Yes,
it's dirty.
Oh.
No, it's brown. That's like skin cells and grease and shit. You need to wash it.
The problem I've been having is our dryer.
By the way.
It's terrible. So, what's up with it? What?
I found the long lighter. I can't get to it, but I found it.
Where is it?
It is in between either the stove and the pantry or the pantry and the fridge.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would explain why I kept thinking I saw it up.
Yes.
That's great.
All right. Give me my stuff back.
Here's
I am
this
going to move
food.
these.
And I guess that's actually it.
Yeah. This stuff's here. All right. No.
Oh, Seed was amazing. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not going to fit this in my mouth.
But, like, that was a long one, you know?
I have no idea how I'm going to get this off of this without making a mess.
You can do it. Maybe.
Ketchup. Find. Oh.
What's up?
Bottom button has turned to.
Yeah, no, I can tell despite, yeah. Citadel was 12 months. Yeah, I remember that. And I remember hating Halion, or whatever it's called, Ruby Sanctum.
Hey guys. My bottom bun has turned to mush, so this is how I'm eating my burger.
So if you can't tell, she's got the top bun on the bottom.
Top bun.
So I can actually answer exactly why there were such long development cycles. First of all, it is worth noting, MMOs take a lot of time to make. But second, and
It's
arguably
also worth noting that back then, that was the norm.
it was the norm. In fact, it was faster than a lot of other companies were putting out at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, zero planning and bad management.
FF14.
Yeah.
4 years.
It's fine. It's fine. Zero planning
Now
and
you can have a
bad
pre-patch.
management are the big reasons, right there. The analogy Huthor came up with, which I love to steal because it was totally my idea, was no, Huthor gets credit for this. It was a train, and they didn't have tracks, so they were just flinging tracks down in front of the train as they went. That's been WoW for most of its history, really. Yeah, as a reminder, WoW was just supposed to be up to Wrath, and then they were going to do like a sunsetting for Kata, and then that didn't work. And then they started working on Titan, and then Titan killed everything.
Titan?
That was their other MMO that they were going to make, that literally almost physically killed Metzen because of the stress.
That never came out?
Yup. Years and years and years and years of life and work and effort and money just torpedoed. We've talked about Titan extensively during this run, and the run previous this year. It was a death knell. It is shocking WoW survived it.
How people like a WoW.
Sorry?
Because people like WoW.
True. People do like WoW. It's almost like it's actually a good game.
Only I was talking like those, one of the Star Wars characters, because what I said was, because people like a WoW.
Look.
Wicca?
Look.
Wow.
Look.
I don't remember what character that is, but it's one of them that's famous. I think it's the dude with the air bikes that everybody likes to make fun of.
Maybe. I'm not sure. 69.
Jabba? No.
Daba the Wappa.
No, not that one. No. Yes, that's Jabba. But no, this is... Guys, what character am I thinking of? Everybody likes to make fun of him. Because they're like, he's such a bad character. Yeah, Jar Jar Binks. There we go.
Oh.
Thank you, Mook.
It didn't even occur to me.
Because you don't like that character.
Yeah, there you go. This is WoW development. Up until, honestly, Dragonflight. Ross was asking me, like, about a week ago when we started this run, why is modern WoW so much better than older WoW? And being real, that's why. Good management is... She says hi, Evo. Good management. Like actual real management. I don't mean like an idiot in a suit screwing with you. No, I mean like actual management practices are invaluable. And by all accounts, that's what they've been doing. But hang on, there's a second thing. A second, shall we say, a marker of success. And that is they've started treating their employees better. The environment at the Blizzard offices is better than it has been in basically ever. And when I say basically ever, I mean literally ever. It has never been better than now. So, bad management removed, worker and conditions improved, actual real management.
Part of that is probably Microsoft having bought them.
Yeah, it is.
Because Microsoft does not have... They're like, no, the Me Too thing? Yeah, well, fuck you, get out. Not the people who are complaining about it, the people who are causing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Microsoft was too big of a company that when you know, as the conservative side of things started calling us snowflakes and shit, I've lost the other word. What's the other derogatory word?
Woke.
Woke, yeah. When they started trying to make, you know, trying to use woke as being a bad thing and calling us snowflakes and shit. Microsoft was like, yeah, this isn't going to go the way that the conservatives think it's going to go, and we don't want to be on the wrong end of this. So we're just going to go ahead and like start getting in front of it slowly so we don't piss them off. But yeah.
And yeah, Huthor is correct. Microsoft has been, as far as large companies go, shockingly pro-union. Now, to be clear, that doesn't mean they are pro-union.
That just means that they are not anti-union.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to see... Most large companies are extraordinarily anti-union. See Amazon for a perfect example, but they all do it, right? So, like...
Well, yeah. People are not annoying.
Oh, God, then Starbucks. Don't even get me started about Starbucks.
What you're referring to as annoying is the people who try to use being a good person as a status thing. That's not being woke. That's being...
I believe the term is virtue signaling.
Do you want to know what got stuck in my head and why I stopped?
He said that she just said facetious.
It's an asshole.
Performative.
You can be like, if you are only nice for social media, then I would argue you are not a good person.
That's what performative really means.
And you are honestly actively hurting the cause.
Oh, screw Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is so much a part of the problem, it's not even funny. I don't even want to get into that particular rabbit hole. Hang on, I'm trying to get a song here for Kennex Cow. Or maybe it's Admiristar. Someone who's female in my chat, and I know I've got like 10 of those.
I'm female, but I'm not in your chat, I'm in your room.
Exactly. So you don't count.
What?
Because you weren't a text.
What do you need someone female in your chat for?
No. My brain registers information weird. So someone who is female in my chat said they like this song.
Oh! You
So
didn't
I'm
say all of
flying
those words.
to this
What you
song.
said was, I'm trying to find a song, and then you stopped with a large pause, which indicated end of thought process, and followed it up with, I'm trying to, and then followed it up with, someone female in my chat, ... because that is not a complete thought.
So you want to hear something funny? Do you think, real quick, you see the numbers?
Amistar.
It's Mirror
I
Star.
see what
This is Mirror Star, yeah. Don't look at the screen.
What screen?
So
You just said, I see the numbers, so you told me to look at
Let me
them.
finish my sentence. Do you think Dragonflight or War Within overall has better brickwork?
Dragonflight or War Within has better... Well, first of all, I am not close enough to that to be able to line up which one of those is brickwork and figure out which one of those is either of those two expansions you just meant. Hold on, can you tell me the expansions again?
War Within
War Within?
and Dragonflight.
Which
So
one
the
has
answer
better brickwork?
is Dragonflight, of course. Do you know why? Because War Within has better doodads. It's actually pretty close on brickwork. But the doodad design
I was
is
about to say,
where War
brickwork's
Within
about the same between the two.
rushes Dragonflight.
Yeah.
It's not
They
even close.
probably had-
It's not even close.
They probably had an intern that their job was like, here's a whole bunch of items. Go put them places.
So what we actually know is like different people in the art department would like, this is my spot of the Undermine. And that's it. And they would treat it like housing is right now. And they would just do whatever the hell they wanted with it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Undermine is doodad the zone. It's crazy, the details. NPC set dressing is also in War Within's favor, because of course it is. Cutscenes? Nah, I'm not even... That's an easy one.
So the problem is they didn't salt the sweet potato fries.
Yeah, actually.
No, they're dry now because of the
But I have salt! I have the solution right here on my desk!
But it won't stick to them.
But I have salt! Come on! Ooh, mango fries. That sounds good.
How do you make mango into fries?
Well, first you cut up mangoes and then you fry. Why do I have salt on my desk? The
Because
real
he
answer...
eats in here a lot.
I do. I usually eat it here unless it's dinner. Ignore today. Tomatoes is the big answer.
And when he didn't eat ever. How did you guys not notice he didn't eat?
Yeah, I didn't take a lunch break, guys.
And he hasn't had dinner yet. I'm eating dinner.
Yeah, I'm sucking down
I
this
have
steak,
had
which
lunch.
is quite good. Thank you.
Me, who never eats, has had lunch and dinner. I know why you didn't eat. Because I ate.
That's it. We actually don't share one stomach. It's very strange. I will eat. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
He's doing the wrap-up shit. I would literally have to go unplug the internet
Please don't.
to get him to stop.
It'll just slow me down.
And even then, it wouldn't make him stop. He would just stop doing the streaming, and then he would come back as soon as I turned the internet back on to do this. He would just sit here and do the stuff, no internet.
Let's see. Moira and Dagran and Magni. The Earthen in general. The Titans. The Nerubians. Okay.
Don't forget the not really humans anymore because they've been stuck down in a hole for fucking ever.
Sorry. I'm sorry. External continuity.
The bat people.
The Haranir.
That's a new one. Aren't they like human skin with troll model?
I could say fairly
I am
simply.
rolling away.
Yes, you are. No, there's a dip like over here. I noticed. This.
Yeah, I just rolled into it.
I was gonna say the ethereals is a big one. The way they used ethereals and brokers, by the way.
My back.
I suppose the Dark Heart itself would qualify. So let me think about this.
Yep, the bronze beards. Yeah.
I'm gonna bundle these.
Don't forget the Dollaran.
Yeah.
Because that's all continuous. The word.
Continuity.
Thank you.
Contiguous, excuse me, is what you meant. Real quick, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Who's the gentleman who's voiced by Nathanos' voice actor, who has a really, really, really good quest chain, and I can't think of his name.
Wheelchair guy?
No, it's Khadgar.
Thank you. Dragon guy?
Aethys. Although, good point, Caligos.
Yeah.
So that whole arc.
Don't forget Jaina.
She wasn't really part of it. Well, no, she was. You're right. No, you're right.
Huge and Thrall.
You're right.
And Thrall.
Thrall was not a part of that.
No, but he was a continuous thing.
He was. Let me think of. Hang on.
Thrall and Anduin.
Yes, there we go. And Anduin in general, honestly.
And the song.
Yeah.
Which we still wait. Did we?
No, we still don't know as of this moment. I just
we
did
don't
the
know
last
why
quest.
we don't know why Azeroth is singing at us.
Yeah, we have theories.
Okay.
We don't know.
So that's a 2 quest chain too. A 2 expansion thing too.
Mm-hmm. No, I like this new approach to having story arcs stretch across expansions. Seriously, I know that I come across as pro continuity a lot, but this is good continuity, I think.
Yeah, but what was the big one? What was the big thing that ended here?
So we stopped at Dementius. We restored.
Who the fuck is Dementius?
He's from BC, technically. He is a Void Lord, possibly the last Void Lord, but he's definitely a Void Lord, as in the things.
Okay, so
above
that's
the
in
old gods.
that's in the After Undermined.
Yes.
Okay, that's
we
why
also
I didn't know what it was.
we fixed the Undermine. We helped the Earthen tremendously.
Did we fix the crystal go boom?
Well,
We were digging into something that was going to go boom, and that's why
It's still sitting there. We're gonna assume we don't really know what that is still, though.
that crystal.
Yeah, we still don't know what that is.
I wonder if it's part of the big sword. No, because it's been here forever. It's been here the whole time they've been
the
here, so that
timeline doesn't
can't be
work.
part of the sword.
Also, the physics don't work out. And I know that sounds strange, but they do pay attention to the geography. Kazalgar is out over here. Silithus is over here.
It's a really big sword.
It is. Hang on. So Bronzebeards, Nerubians, the Dalaran stuff, Thrall and Anduin, the Ethereals,
We did stuff with.
Brokers, which I think actually deserves a double, by the way.
Why?
Because it's really well done the way they tie in BC, Shadowlands, and War Within. That's good external continuity, is tying in previous existing stuff.
Okay.
The Arathi? No, I've already given the Arathi a negative. Which I stand by the way. Hey, there's this empire you've never heard of, that's never been mentioned before, even though we've seen the planet from space. They're from the other side of the world. Trust us.
Wait. These people are from upstairs?
Yeah.
I thought these were just humans that got lost out
No,
here.
no.
We've known about the Arathi, though. We just thought they were in the eastern... They were up near the trolls up there.
So, the Arathi Highlands is what you're referring to, which is where Stromgarde is. This is the Arathi Empire, which separated, what, like 1,000 years ago? I forget the timeline. Which has its whole thing, and massive...
When did it come out that they have their own fucking continent?
Here.
When?
Here. In
I've
War
done
Within.
their stuff.
In this, it might have been the side quest, because there's a lot of side quests in Talifol.
I haven't finished all the side quests.
But, yeah. The turtle returned home, that's true.
Why didn't they just leave it as these are a group of humans
I don't
that
know.
got lost and now...
It feels like someone had a story
Because
idea for
an
the future.
extinct empire on the existing stuff, it would make sense that maybe we didn't know about it. We don't know about, like, fucking the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? Like, we know they existed. But for a long time, did we know that there were several different empires in South America and Central America? No, we didn't.
See-
We just thought all of those people were the one peoples.
If I can add a bit of perspective to this, just
What?
super quick.
Welcome back, Kinnick's Cow. I was trying to figure out what Verizon being stupid had anything to do with WoW.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
exactly,
I realized
yeah.
that you had been out and about and came back.
No, the whole Arathi Empire thing is them laying bricks for the future. Guaranteed, 100%. And it does irritate me, and I would argue it is fundamentally bad.
Where are they going to put another continent on the... Like, open the map. Where's it going to go?
The others? No, yeah.
No, that's... Pull up a map of map of the Earth.
Do I need to go? No. Do I need to go to space? Because I could do that. I could go to space right now and look at Azeroth from space. Let's ignore that for a second, because they didn't have it planned yet. Retcons, sure, whatever. No, I'll tell you the real reason this bothers me so much. This is an in-depth expansive empire whose primary gimmick is the light and airships. And we have had no contact with these people. Did you know, this is true, that the Roman Empire and the Han, I think, dynasty had contact with each other?
And they had neither of those things.
And they had neither the light nor airships.
Well, I mean, they had light.
Well, you know what I mean. I hope they had light.
What does the light... Why does them having the light propagate them being
It's just, they're magically powerful. The only reason I read it. It's not like they're a bunch of tribesmen or something, is the point of that sentence. They're
tribesmen in this setting have
empire
magic.
of doom. Like, look at this. This is what they managed to throw together down here on their own, right? Yeah, they're a superpower. Exactly. No, that is exactly my complaint.
Oh, maybe Zevion's right, and it's like the Native Americans, and we wiped them out because we did make contact with them, but we gave them smallpox.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry.
And we've wiped them out, and this is all that's left of them because this didn't have contact with us.
Now, what Nirazaz says is possible. This could be another Pandaria situation where there's some magical cloak that has been keeping them sealed away for a bagrillion years.
Isn't Pandaria on a giant turtle?
No. You're thinking of the Wandering Isle.
That's right. Those are two different things.
Yep.
I don't know what I tried to inhale.
I'm almost out of water. Oh, my God. Speaking of, hey, look.
That is really cool.
It is very cool. I'm actually pleased we got to see that. Anyways,
So is that...
we don't know what it is.
Is it void?
Yes, that is void.
So
Void of
their
light.
crystal of light has been contaminated. Or are they saying the opposite of light is void?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly, Huthor. It is possible. So, to be clear, my point overall, and this is why I stand by this negative, is because if there's an explanation for why they've had, all the situation we just mentioned, and there's no contact, they've never even heard of these people before, some kind of explanation needs to be put forward for that. And it probably should have happened here, right? They should have just been like, oh, yeah, no, of course you would have never heard of us, because duh. And it could have just been a throwaway line, right?
No. What if, this is all theory mongering, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if they don't know that the reason, because they were surprised we didn't know of them too, right? They're like, what are you talking about? We're the Arathi Empire.
I don't remember.
At the beginning of the chain,
I remember
everyone,
the chain, and I don't remember exactly. But let's just go with it. Let's go with it. Go.
It wasn't ever explicitly stated. What do you mean you don't know who we are?
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I got the idea that they were an extinct empire.
They did have stories about Stromgarde. I mean, that's why Fairman was so jazzed to go to Arathi, the zone.
But, so, my thing is, what if after these people ended up down here, something happened to the Arathi Empire that led them to either separate from the rest of us, or
So, the problem
away?
is, these people have only been down here for like 20 years.
No, they've been down here longer than that.
No, Faerun was born on the surface. She's young. I don't remember the exact timeline. They do specify it. But it has not been very long.
How the fuck did they end up over here and we didn't know about them?
Anyways.
No, I had it in my head, and this is quite possible that I've just been misremembering or reading into things in a wrong way, because WoW tends to not state things explicitly. They expect you to make inferences, and I'm autistic, which means when I make inferences, my connections are very weird compared to what people want me to make the connections of. Sometimes they're spot on. Sometimes I guess things really, really well, and Laura is like, "The fuck did you get that?"
Oh,
and I'm like,
it's
"Oh."
great. It's great GMing for her in D&D, because she'll pick up on stuff, and
But not know that I've picked up on stuff, and I'll just be running in this direction, and he's like, "How do you know?" Okay.
Cool, rolling with it.
It was great whenever we were doing things, because I would be the one that would reroute us onto the story when the other two were like, "Let's walk away from this town where magic is wrong." Only I never that's why Z left the party, because she went back to go fix that.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we got in a huge fight about it, and I was like, "Z, I can't."
Mm-hmm.
Z would not.
Mm-hmm.
It's also why I'm why I had so many characters. in our D&D campaign because the party would make decisions, and I would be like, I can't justify my toon doing that. And so I would have to go and make a new toon so that I didn't, because it was majority rules, and I was the odd man out. Yeah, Primus.
No, it was a command to get the link up. I'm not sure that command is there right now.
It appears to not be working. What was I saying?
I have lost the thread. I'm sorry.
Oh, I remember.
I'm trying to
so
math.
in my head, all of these people got shipped down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there, yeah, she was born on the surface, but in my head, due to magical shenanigans, which happen,
that's true.
All of these people down here had been stuck in a time freeze.
Mm.
So it had been hundreds of years.
But yeah, I get you.
But it was the same people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only been since like the surface was breached that they started moving again, which is where children and shit came from.
So bosses, this has the most boss positive I've given any expansion because of the abandonment problem. But it's actually not because of the dungeons, although the dungeons helped. It's because of the delves. Delves were such a boost to the gameplay score of War Within.
Brand new mechanic.
A good mechanic, no less.
Wow. But they don't have bosses in them.
Yeah, they do. Every delve has a boss.
Those aren't really bosses. Right? It has a boss, but it's not, none of those, like, I can't think of one where the boss was like, this is a big named character that you encounter anywhere else outside of a delve, which means I wouldn't count it as, right? In all of the, like, dungeons and stuff, like, you've heard of those bosses, or those bosses have a backstory that is directly tying them to overworld NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
And bosses, and you see continuity going into raids where you follow through with that stuff. I don't see any of that happening inside of delves.
So, what a delve is, in super summary,
it's a scenario.
It is a scalable mini dungeon which leans heavily on mechanics and can be played with anywhere from 1 to 5 people and scales in difficulty from extraordinarily easy to face-punchingly hard. It is also rewarding. And that's important. That's important, that last part, because that keeps people doing it. So, it's pretty easy to get a group for a delve. No, it's a great feature. It has done so much good.
You can use the looking for feature to find people for your delves.
Yep.
Which means if you are a solo player, you aren't forced to only be able to do them soloable.
Yep.
Which does have a cap if you're not capable of or interested in jumping into keys and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at a certain point, doing delve solo gets unviable as the difficulty. Once you get to like 11 plus, things just starts murdering.
You can solo them.
If you're a tank.
No, I can solo them as a hunter.
Or a hunter. That is actually the other exception.
But I'm not the only. Enhancement shamans, they're also capable of shaman.
So they just came out like a year ago.
Yeah, they're a brand new mechanic.
Continue, sorry.
Enhancement shamans are also capable of soloing at high levels. Let's see, who else did I know that did solo stuff? You can't solo them as a healer.
Nope.
And it's actually harder to solo them as a tank as you get higher because Braun doesn't put out DPS.
So, are you aware of the fact that he can heal now?
He's always been capable of healing.
Are you aware of the fact that he can tank now?
He's always been capable of tanking.
Nope.
He was never any good at it, but he was always...
No. They actually added a tank spec to him.
He had a tank spec.
I think it was the Undermine patch they added the tank spec.
Yeah, I knew that. I've played since the Undermine patch.
Okay. But you said always.
He's been capable...
I was taking you literally.
He has always had a tank... He's always had a tank spec. It just didn't work.
That's an interesting way to put that. I can't talk and type.
Were you typing?
Yes. I can listen and type.
Continuity Braun.
Nah.
Why?
It doesn't. They don't do anything with it. He is a character from previous stuff. He is not relevant. The continuity has to do something for it to be relevant, for it to be a positive. It has to add to the story.
But all of the Explorers League is here, and they introduced the delving, and they were a huge part of in story, in continuity. They were a huge part of us going through and doing things. They were there when we went and started exploring the underground stuff when that first opened up. They were the ones that went with us to lead. Though all of those NPCs were with us.
You're thinking about Dragonflight.
No, I'm not. They were there in Dragonflight, true. But they came with us. When we went down to that first village, Braun came with us in the underground.
Can anyone confirm or deny what my sister said?
Might not have been Braun, but it was definitely one of the peoples.
We had Magni and Moira and Dagran, the Bronzebeard family.
Yes, we did.
Who are not Bronn, who is not part of the Explorers Guild. Now,
I swear the Explorers Guild came down
because the
with us.
Explorers Guild came with Tazaralik. You remember that? The underground caverns in Dragonflight? That was like all them.
Yeah, that was all them. I remember that. But no, I think they came with us here.
Because they didn't come down there. I swear. I promise. I reviewed this game this year.
Go fly to the city!
Ugh. Does FF14 have an equivalent of delves? No. FF14 would do well to steal delves.
Oh, Huthor, you had an extra healer. So how I do high tier delves is I solo them. And I put so I go BM, Beastmaster. And I put Braun on as healer. So I make Braun my healer. And then I put Growl on my pet. And it takes a little bit longer than doing it. Oh, you played a healer. So you had Braun tanking and you were healing?
That sounds like super slow mode.
That sounds so slow.
Doable. That's like, okay, if I can use a parallel. Back in vanilla, Pax played a druid and I played a paladin. In vanilla.
You were invincible, but it took you forever.
Yes, we were soloing like elite quests. And if you remember, back then you actually needed a group for elite quests. And by soloing, I mean duoing. We could do it.
Soloing together.
I mean, we didn't put out the output of a single actual DPSer. One Frost Mage would have out DPSed both of us. But we could do it.
I had a friend who played DK, and I'm pretty sure they were blood. I don't know. But they would go in and they would put Braun on as DPS. And they would be in tank spec. And that's how they did it. But that was back when whatever spec they were playing in DK was just broken and was just smashing out all kinds of damage all the time. So they'd gather up basically the entire delve and then just sit there and live while their AoEs killed them. Ret Paladin. I know a Ret Paladin who solos high level. DKs really do solo just everything. They are so broken. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to solo. I feel there was a Clothy who was soloing high level delve stuff too. I can't remember if it was Warlock that was doing basically the same thing I was. Pulled out Blueberry in tank mode, and then Braun as healer. But I feel like there was a Frost Mage.
I could see Frost falling out. Yeah, my Braun, for a bit of perspective, is level 50. And I have cleared both the first two seasons. We need to finish the third season at some point.
No, you have to get him up to his max, you have to be doing them every week.
Yeah, we absolutely have not been doing that.
And you have to make sure you're getting all of the things when you do the delve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the max is 90.
Max is way more than I have. That's all I know.
Mine is 60 something. I'm pretty sure.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Why is your camera spinning?
It's an add-on I got recently, which gives you a little bit of extra camera controls. So I can make like a cinematic shot here and just leave it going. It's pointing too far down, though. Stop pointing down. Stop. Let's do like... Let's zoom in a little bit. Kind of like here.
You should...
There we go.
I don't know that I would do that there, because you're going to get a real close-up of that building behind you.
Yes, behold the building. Yeah, all of this is stuff you can just do with script commands. It's just I have an add-on to give me a control panel for it.
So you don't have to type in the shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Funny story. So Lore needed me to log into my account so that I could get a house so that we could have guild control of
Still
our
haven't
area.
fixed that, by the way.
And some of the add-ons that we use the same add-on. And we also, I have on mine, the way that my plater is set up, I had to attach the platers to my toon's feet because I flat couldn't see them. Some of them were like going off the screen and stuff, and I was having difficulty clicking them in combat and stuff, and it was a bit of a hassle. So I attached them to their feet. Apparently, some of that shit is account bound and not local bound, except when he logged into my account, it changed it locally on his, so it's like somehow attached to both. Attaches the thing to your feet, Spartan? Are you asking me what's...
Oh, no, I think it's WoW Camera Tools is all it's called.
As I say, you have to be a little bit more specific which add-on. We've talked about 2 and one that could be confused as an add-on. So anyway, he thought that it was a plater setting that was broken. Mr. Ed would like to know if you can make the camera go real fast.
Sure. Anybody want to throw up really quick here? There you go. This is max speed, by the way.
Guys, and I like the emote, because ow, I can't spin. I found the hole.
And the poster.
Yeah, I knocked them over because I ran into the thing. Okay, I'm gonna go back to wrapping presents.
I'm almost done.
Sans buns. Please put my burger in a Tupperware.
Okay.
Because I had like 4 bites of it and
Okay.
ran out of room. Do not put it in the fridge yet.
Okay.
I will probably be hungry later because I don't know why I'm not hungry now.
That is kind of strange, honestly.
Yeah. Zan used to play in Storm.
Okay, hang on. So I'm going to mute myself. All right, so
I was wrong.
Let me line this up. No.
No, I'm not going to tell them in what direction. I was very, very wrong.
Okay, so.
So, are you already locked in?
Oh yeah, the guessing game. Let's go ahead and lock that up. No one's guessing now, anyways. Sure, just do this really quick here, and then do this. Hey, more people guessed. Nice. Okay.
I was very, very wrong.
I like Blade Default's guess. 7,777. I feel like he might not mean that one. Alright, hang on. I'm going to actually triple check this number. But
that feels
hang on.
way
I'm going
high.
to triple check it. Hang on, let me just punch all this stuff in really quick. Okay, and then that's...
He does meme it.
Wait,
I know you...
What am I memeing?
Whoever voted 7,777.
Oh, yeah.
But I like how Bragman said he doesn't mean it.
Oh my
memes
god. Oh
it.
my god. Bragman. Okay. Let me...
At least none of your people are voting 67.
Yep. Okay, no, that's what I thought. Okay, so... Hang on. one less double check of something because there's up. No, that's it. Okay, so let me make absolutely sure I'm not counting all this because all of this doesn't count. All that viscerality, that's not for War Within. It starts up here at 298. Nope, that's correct. That's correct. 298. Yep. That's here. Yep. And that's nope. That's correct.
Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw in some numbers, shall we?
67 means nothing, so of course 69 is a better.
I mean, it is. So
420 is only a funnier number if you have adhered to the 420 rule. In which case, it's very funny.
Have you?
Okay, I want a chocolate before I go.
Oh, I was gonna say, there's none left.
I meant to ask you earlier if I could have some, just a taste.
It was actually quite good.
I do not remember.
So, 97.46 hours. It is, in fact, the second longest expansion. Only beat by the absolute monster that is Cataclysm. Oh, hold up.
Wait.
Hold up.
Cataclysm?
Cataclysm's huge.
What? Well, yeah, because they redid everything.
Exactly.
And that would do it.
No, yeah, Cataclysm's cheating. It is ridiculous. Oh, no, not that one. This one.
It was a lot of work to do Cataclysm.
It was a chonker. Cataclysm was 185.28 hours. That is, for perspective, a little over double War Within, which is the second longest. Here's my amazing house. Let's look at my plot. I love this plot. Got the
Have you done anything with your house?
No, I'm deliberately saving it for the stream. So I got my farmland, I got my vineyard, I got the barn.
You take over my house.
True. The first.
No, take them to my house.
No.
I haven't done anything to it.
Okay, fine.
Guys, I had to alt F4 the game.
She did.
Because I wasn't ready to do the quest stuff and it wouldn't let me leave.
I don't have a good way to count that, unfortunately, Xavier, so I don't know. I think Warlords is
My
totally
house.
shorter. Yeah, I know.
I'm on a beach.
Yeah, this is her.
I'm on the beach.
Yeah.
Stand on top of my house and do cinematic.
Oh, wow. I can go in. I didn't think I could. Because the default is to not let other people in.
I haven't done any of the settings.
Let me up! Let me up! Okay, whatever. We're just going to live with that.
Don't point it at the ground.
I'm not going to. Hang on. I just got the wrong thing. This one. There we go. It's been a nice kind of... Come on.
You have the speed set to 0.
Oh, hello. Let's do that. And then stop. And then rotate. There we go. There we go. Okay. The short... Yeah, for a bit of perspective, the shortest by a pretty large margin is Warlords at 31 hours. Nothing else even comes close. Pandaria was 52, for a bit of perspective. And that's the next shortest. Anyways, so War Within, 97 hours. That's a chonker. Lots of content, lots of stuff to cover. That is plus 649 to story. That is 6.5 pluses per hour in a 97-hour game. I want you to really think about that for a second. That is 6.5 pluses per hour. That is actually the highest density of any expansion we've ever covered. StarCraft 2, I don't think was that high. Hang on, let me double check. Where's RTS? StarCraft 2. Where's StarCraft 2? Why is it not here? StarCraft 2 was 4.5 pluses per hour. Although that needs an audit, but let's not get into that. So that's also a ratio of 99%. That is extremely dense and a great ratio. So for those of you who know how my system works, pretty much like you got your raw pluses and your minuses, right? Almost everything else on top of that kind of boosts the score by a multiplicative, right? So obviously density is a thing that boosts it, and ratio is a thing that boosts it. But there's one other little asterisk, which I don't get to talk about very often because it's very rare. Any game that has what I call retained quality gets another boost to it. In other words, a short game that's really good will have high density, so it gets the density boost. A long game that has high density gets the density boost and the retained quality boost because it kept being good. Yeah, this is exactly what made StarCraft 2 break the old formula. It's because it just wasn't working correctly. It was actually literally dividing into negatives. So this is a 97-hour game with retained quality of 6.5 per hour. Gameplay-wise, it's plus 273. Delves and dungeons finally mattering really boosted the gameplay score of War Within. That is the highest gameplay score of any WoW expansion we've covered, thanks to Abandonment. Very, very few Abandonment negatives because of the aforementioned. And that is 2 pluses per hour, which is extremely good, and a ratio of 92%. Yes, Dragonflight and War Within do still have Abandonment. It's just... No, 273. I said that right. I know what you're seeing on the screen. Don't worry about it. It would take too long to explain. So, Dragonflight and War Within both still had Abandonment for raids and for heroics and mythics, which kind of are abandoned. You can still do follower dungeons, you can still do story mode stuff, and delves retain significance, but everything else is still left by the wayside. But it's still way less abandonment than every previous expansion. So, 273 pluses, which is huge. 2.8 density, which is huge. 92% ratio. All of those are record-setting numbers. Can I get a drum roll, please? I just realized I haven't even done the math for WoW as a whole. I should do that really quick. I'll tell you the bronze number first, because the worst WoW expansion was BC at negative 304. Immediately above that is Shadowlands at negative 67. Above that is Wrath of the Lich King at 88, which is actually pretty solid, considering. Above that is Warlords at 197. Above that is Legion, which scored way worse than I thought it would, at 380. Excuse me. Above Legion is Cataclysm, which I stand by that, at 485. Above Cataclysm is the big shocker for me, and I'll take the egg on my face for this, BFA, Battle for Azeroth, at 620. Above Battle for Azeroth is Pandaria at 644. Above that is Dragonflight at 1,711. And above that is War Within at 2,582.55. Which means Dream Whisperer wins. Congrats, Dream Whisperer. But, you know, in hindsight, I 100% agree with that. Dragonflight, if you remember, as much as I've sung the praises of Dragonflight for years, Dragonflight stumbled a lot. And just was having a lot of issues, especially at launch, and there's some weird, janky stuff, and there's some gameplay quests that kind of suck, and there's a few other things, and blah, blah, blah. And then, there's War Within. There's not really any major asterisks to War Within. And I think that's the thing right there for me. Obviously, I've got the math, and I've got the figures, and I've got all this hard work that I've put into explaining why War Within is good. But if you want the zoomed out, too long, did not watch, War Within doesn't stumble in a significant manner. It has flaws. Everything has flaws. Everything has negatives. But it doesn't have a section where it's like, ugh. Or, oh, it's this part. Right? Let's go towards Witcher 3, Baldur's Gate 3, and Plague Tale 2. Congrats, Dream Whisperer. Now I got to score WoW as a whole. This actually shouldn't take too long. I just have to do a little bit of extra math here. Also, War Within is one of the very few times ever that I have felt an expansion is fully replayable, sufficient to even give it 2586 those positives, because it is. War Within is the expansion to replay. That can't be right. That literally can't be right. Shoot. Hang on a second. Yeah. No, I agree, Asmaristar. Yeah, honestly, if this is the peak, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Okay, I need to do something weird. I just realized to get the full... This is actually taking me longer than I thought. Give me a moment, please. I saw that the score of WoW as a whole went down, and I'm like, okay, hold up. No. That's not correct. It's taking a moment to load the WoW document because it's over 100 and some odd pages. Well, how many pages is this? Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually not 100 pages. That's only 82 pages. I'm sorry, what, Zara? I don't understand your statement. It's okay. I'll be drinking a lot of coffee soon, Ross. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some typing on this later. But right now... Up to War Within Heroics. Here we go. Yeah, could we rehire the QA team and give them a raise? Just saying. Be cool. I mean, it's so obvious why I ended with the home, isn't it? For the first time in a very, very long time. Maybe it's just my perspective. It feels like WoW is home again. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to say this because this leads to some silly thoughts, some bad, arguably bad thoughts. But I'm almost grateful that my home got burnt down so I can appreciate it coming back. Obviously, in an ideal world, that wouldn't be, right? But here in reality land, that is what happened. I left WoW. I walked away from it. For, like, a year and a half, I want to say, which I guess doesn't sound like a long time, but it was a minute. Earthen unlock. I'm sorry this is taking me a moment. Well, yeah, Ross, right? Like, that's... You asked me the other day, you know, is why would I recommend starting here? And it's like, well, because there's a lot of ups and a lot of downs, and that is a strange and awkward path. Take it, Dragonflight. I hope y'all have enjoyed this run. Lord knows I have. It's always a treat to stream. Wow. Rather than unlock. Should be like right here. There it is. Boom. Right there. Okay. Perfect. That sounds like a no, Ross. It's okay. I'm the one who coined the term coffee. Okay, so let's do a little side math here, shall we? Let's figure out wows. 3293. Okay. Give me a minute. Okay, and then 713. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. What? That's not right. Oh! No, that is right. Never mind. Did it really, Xavion? That's cool that they timed it like that. 1648. Very bottom, 868. Okay. Okay. Let's do a little final bit of math and see where WoW is sitting right now. I'm curious if WoW is going to beat FF14 at this point, because it was damn close before. I think War Within is going to tip it over, which will be interesting to see when Dawn Trail finishes. We also have to finish that audit for FF14. Okay, so 3293 minus 713, so that's this. It was really close, Mook. 2580. 3293 divided by. Okay, and then. Wait. 80. Yeah, WoW just has way more Drek in it. It just does. And keep in mind, those abandonment negatives destroyed the score. Like, that's something I discovered somewhere around Wrath, I think it was, when we were going through there. And it just became more and more obvious that the abandonment negatives needed to exist. We hadn't even invented them yet by the time we got to Wrath, if you remember. Yes, this is without vanilla, which would really drag the score down. Don't mistake me, I think vanilla would have plenty of positives, but net, I mean... So that's 3293, 3293 plus 73, plus 6. Yeah, WoW pulled ahead much more recently. Yeah, that's how that works. I have put real thought, 8 plus 868, into doing an actual classic run. Like if I won the lottery, right? I've actually said that several times. If I could just be content and not have to worry about income, you know, if I'm financially stable for the rest of my life, I can just be like, let's go ahead and cover WoW, you know? Let's cover WoW vanilla. Let's lock that in. Okay, so... That cannot be right. That can't be right. Hang on. Running into some issues here. Please, for goodness. Okay, someone in chat check me, even though I'm using a freaking calculator. 3,293 minus 713. 3,293 minus 713 is 2,580. Yep, okay. This is 780. Okay, and then this is 3 divided by... I see what was wrong. I see what was wrong. 2516. Okay. Where is WoW? Just WoW. Here it is. 580. 2,580 pluses to story for WoW as a whole. That is 2.97 pluses per hour. Okay, for a game that's 800 hours long, that's actually really impressive. That is a ratio of 82.2%, which is also shockingly high. That is 780 pluses to gameplay. That is 0.9 pluses per hour, which, honestly, that's still high. 1 plus per hour for a game that's 800 hours long. It is a much worse ratio of 65.5%. That's actually pretty bad. Giving us a final golden number, a platinum number, excuse me, of 2,026.78, which does firmly push WoW ahead of FF14 for the moment. Oh, that is what we call succeeding in spite of yourself. Yeah, remember, patch trail's coming. Patch trail's funded. So when the final patch, FF14 patch happens, that's already locked in. Stop, stop, stop. No, stop. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been The Patch Within. Well, won't be playing WoW for a few months. So enjoy the respite from it. Because the next thing we're going to be doing is this.